Hello, I'm Dave, and welcome back to Nerd Talk, the Capra Collective, episode 12, or meeting 12. If you've been here before, thanks for coming back. If you haven't, this is an open forum with a bunch of cappers from all over the place. Most shows have sort of a format. We kind of don't. I'm toying around with maybe changing that, but I want this to be a hangout, but I also want people to see how serious we are because we're all serious money winners. We're all professional handicappers to some extent. We do this for a living, whether it's a full-time or a part-time deal. And we capped for a long time, or at least I have over the years with different people behind the scenes. So why not do it in front of everyone in a open setting? And I apologize for the lighting. Thinking about moving the studio. The problem is this time of year, the sun where I live is crazy. But anyways, we're going to have people trickling in. But right now we've got two all-stars, VIPs, MVPs, whatever you want to call them. We've got Nick from Earl Sports Bets and Terry from Let's Go Wild Picks. And we're just going to do NFL eventually, but I'm just sitting here relaxing. I'm having a beer. Maybe we should talk about what we have today. Today's MLB card was gank. The only bet I had was until the last bottom of the inning. Ohtani gave up a run to the shitty A's. But I don't know how you cap a sport where you don't know who's playing it. Some of you don't even know some of the names. They're bullpen games, and we're playing guys that didn't get any time during the year. And I mean, what do you guys think?
I bet absolutely nothing today. And I thought it was kind of boring that we had absolutely no meaningless baseball today. Like, nothing mattered for anything. All the playoff spots were locked up, so I completely stayed off the entire slate. My only bet is in this football game, which isn't looking great at the moment, so we'll see.
Here,
I have no baseball either.
You didn't have a baseball bet today?
No.
Oh.
My under in the Boston New York Rangers game, it's currently 4-3.
Oof, that's dead.
So my under 5.5 was dead at the beginning of the second period. And I also have Washington minus 1.5. It is currently 2-2. The Capitals are struggling against AHLers.
Also, it's the preseason.
Yes,
but
still,
and unfortunately,
they have a huge lineup advantage and can't even be leading.
That's why you got to go with a different capping style. It's all about the narrative.
Yeah.
I will say
advantage, sure. Where's the motivation, though? Maybe sometimes when you see these huge lineup advantages, this is why we've seen lines move 60 cents one way and that team still lose the game. It's because, yeah, they may have their full lineup available, but maybe the guys on the other side care a little bit more because they're fighting for a spot on the roster. More unlike like Ovechkin or whatever, where he can give a crap if he does anything in the game because his spot's a guarantee. Like, sometimes it's a little bit of motivation. This is why I didn't touch the NHL preseason.
We have also seen favorites cash
by
big margins. So it's not like you see a full lineup and you should automatically run the other way.
I watched my first hockey preseason game yesterday. I've been trying to cap it in my own way, which, by the way, even though I'm 2-3, I'm still even because they're all plus money bets. And two of the bets came down to the last few minutes. But it looks like, and it looks like high school basketball. I said girls high school basketball, but I don't want to be sexist. It looks. I've seen hockey games, and I watch this shit, and they're sloppy and they're bad. I mean, it's unwatchable almost.
Yeah, I haven't watched any of it.
All right, let's get another nerd in here. Hammer Poop.
Hey,
Chris, what's up, dude? Everyone's favorite gimp.
What's up, guys?
How's the foot?
I'm gimping. It's good. Comes off Monday. I got my handicap placard, so now I can fucking pull right up the front row.
Yep.
I'm too buzzed at the bar, you know.
You got to be careful because, there are people that actually need it. I had one once, and I was around with my boss who actually he was almost paralyzed, so he can't walk right. And I'm like, I'll just pull up and put my handicap placard. He's like, no. He said, because without me, I'd kill you. Like, because he actually needs. He can't walk upstairs very easily and stuff. So just.
I only get it for 3 months.
Oh,
When like the boot will come off or whatever.
What do you guys feel about using, like, in the bathroom, using a hand, like if you need to, take a deuce to use like a handicap stall versus a smaller stall. I always go for the handicap stall. I say, fuck it. Like,
Yeah, did you guys see that? I think it was on Twitter or Instagram. Someone posted that he was deucing in the handicap, and then there's like 2 scooters that rolled in, like actually handicap.
That's
Like
hilarious.
whoops, asshole.
That's not good.
Justin and Rise Above, thanks for coming, guy. Always in here, always on your guys' shows too, I think.
Yeah, they're ESP guys.
Yeah.
They-
Justin,
they're-
sorry I didn't have an NHL play today. I couldn't spend the time trying to figure out what I wanted to do, and I might lay off until it's not too long. It's like a week, right, or a week and a half until the season starts.
2
Friday.
days.
Friday.
2 days.
There's the global
Which I know.
series. There's 2 games in Prague between San Jose and Nashville, and then the rest start on the 11th.
Is Berlin isn't an actual NHL team? It was like an exhibition, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a European team.
Terry
It was
looked
gonna be-
yeah,
it was an exhibition.
I don't freaking know. Like,
Yeah.
how would I know?
There's teams in there's a few Canadian teams, like 7 of them, and then there's 20 something American teams, and that's it. There are no other country teams.
They should. Well, they have one in the freaking desert. They might as well have one in Mexico. That'd be kind of cool. The Mexican piñatas.
The piñatas.
I don't know what they'd be. But anyways, yeah, NHL preseason's unwatchable to me. I mean, I'll probably end up coming. Well, actually, there's only 2 days. No, I won't. I have to come up with a real way to cap it because I'm going to feel like, I mean, obviously the only real part of that cap is I'm taking plus money because I never, just as a rule in baseball or anything with run lines or puck lines, I'm never going to take a big favorite money line, or I'm not going to take a negative money line dog. I always want it to be even, closer to even money or plus money. So that's some sort of capping. But I don't even know where to start. I guess I should start with the goalie, right? Is that a good place to start?
I like using my stats. I like to use are expected goals, which kind of gives you an idea of what type of. I know Terry's going to roll his eyes and whatever because I'm using advanced analytics, but and he's not a huge fan of that. But those are some of the stats I use because it gives you an idea of what the team should be doing and how we should expect their performance to go further. It's like using XFIB or like any advanced analytic for baseball for pitchers to expect positive or negative regression, because sometimes teams will overperform and sometimes teams will underperform. So I keep an eye out for things like that, and that's kind of what I'm doing. And I'm going to use that, and then I'm going to use goalie numbers for. I want to say my number is going to be where I'm going to have a set number for each goalie, where it's goals allowed divided by like expected goals allowed, to kind of give you an idea of where they are. And I'll kind of implement that into my numbers to kind of come up with the projected score, which I'm going to be doing a lot of totals this year for the NHL. And that's kind of how I'm going to try to project games, is trying to figure out where should these teams be scoring and look to bet totals and team totals like that.
I think there's going to be 2 different ways of going, because Terry's obviously a game watcher. He grew up with the sport. Like, that's a huge advantage right off the bat. But I got to start somewhere. And I use advanced analytics a little bit in baseball, but it's basically to look at like bullpens, what they're doing now and where they should be. But I always wonder, like, who's coming up with that and what are the, I mean, it's Terry, you have this look on your face like you want to say something. So go ahead.
He hates my numbers.
Okay. Let me start with rule number 1. Rule number 1 in NHL betting, and I learned this last year. Nick taught me
Never
this.
fade the wild.
No, is ignore RotoWire. Nick loved
Why?
to use RotoWire for goalie. RotoWire is 100% wrong with NHL.
Not 100% wrong.
Well, they
It's
will
not
tell
the-
you players are in the lineup when they are not. So you want to ignore RotoWire for NHL completely. Daily Faceoff is a good site.
Roto Grinders
Goalie-
is another good one. That's for fantasy.
Goaliepost.com is also a good one. But Dave, if you use RotoWire for baseball, you are going to want to not use that site for hockey. They are the worst. Second, yes, Nick likes to use his advanced stats. I don't. They tell you to do the wrong thing. In my opinion, they tell you to do the wrong thing a lot. So I don't even look at expected goals because they don't tell you the whole story, in my opinion. But everyone's allowed to cap differently. It just me and Nick are always against each other because he is on he uses expected goals, and I kind of use what they're actually doing and what they've done in the past against each other, and that type thing is my focus with capping. But everyone's different.
Terry,
I'm going to bring on someone else in a second. But why wouldn't if on StreamYard I'm supposed to be streaming on my Twitter? Granted, I need to buy more hours because I'm up against 50 hours. But why it's 45? I have 45 hours, so this show will make it. Why isn't it streaming on my Twitter?
When you set it up, did you click on your Twitter for it to go to?
Yeah, when I'm looking at the well, maybe not. Yeah, check mark with my stupid mug and the Twitter thing. I don't know.
Do you ever lay a puck and a half in hockey?
Oh, of course.
I
am a parlay guy though. I would much rather parlay two money lines together, and sometimes than do a puck line.
Oh, I see what's happening.
Okay. However, I'd rather do a puck line than I would a run line, because puck line's the empty net, so you can get them. Teams will pull their goalie, and if it's Minnesota, he'll pull his goalie at 4+ minutes if he's down. My coach, Evison. So. Right. Some coaches are also doing that earlier as well, pulling the goalie early, which means you can get an empty net, which helps puck lines. So, yeah.
All right, we're going to get someone on, another nerd.
But isn't there an argument that it can fuck the puck line too? Because if people pull and they're down by 2 and they score some garbage one to make it a 1-goal game?
Of course.
Yes, but if they're down by 2, they're going to pull their goalie really early. And
yeah, it would be with like 4 minutes left rather than 2.
Yeah, well, Everson will pull it sometimes at 6 minutes when he's down.
The guy's a psychopath, and he's an outlier. So don't.
Yeah, well, other coaches are. An old coach, Patrick Waugh, he used to do that, where he's the one who got this started in NHL, where you pull your goalie earlier. They used to do it at 1.5 minutes to a minute, and now they do it sometimes 2 minutes, 2.5.
All right, screw this. We need to get not this talk, but this stupid Twitter thing. I'm going to get another capper on, one of Houston's finest. And by the way, it's his birthday today. So wish him a happy birthday. Marley, what's up, dude?
Yo, what's up, nerds? What's going down?
Houston too?
Huh?
Marley, you're in Houston?
Yeah.
You and LJ?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
They're best friends. We might as well get this one in here. Wow, he graced us with this presence. I'm so surprised. The other half of VSB, Tim.
Wow, he actually showed up this time. Imagine that.
Louise.
Well, welcome, Tim. This is also streaming on VSB, so it's nice for you to join your channel
tonight. So
it's okay for us that aren't monetized. I'll just put content on your page for free. You guys can take a penny off me. I don't care.
Well, hold on. I was gonna jump on.
I'm just kidding. I know you're in mourning, but you know what? The Mets made the playoffs. So it's a good thing.
Oh, no, I'm fine.
It's a good thing.
He'll be in mourning on Sunday. Hopefully Sunday. Hopefully not Saturday, because that'll be pretty rough if the Mets are done on Saturday. That would be pretty rough.
It would be nice if you guys supported each other's teams, because they really don't compete with each other. They're in opposite leagues.
They don't. That's the point. But Terry hates the Mets because he can't get them right.
Not exactly, but
that's exactly it.
The Mets screw up. Not just me. Other people put the Mets on a ban for the rest of the year as well.
That's fine.
In the group chat, but no, the Mets have able to lose a lot of people money, so not just me.
At the beginning of the season, they were cash cows, but we have a Zach Wilson mentioned. So,
by the way, I have an updated one I have to send you. All right, I have an updated one.
because I by the way, I have no control over the stream. I have no control over the video, so he doesn't have the new Zach Wilson one available.
Yeah.
So I am emailing that to you as we speak.
Yeah, pics from David Gmail. By the way, I saw that tweet that I put in one of the group things where it's like Giselle and Brady, and he's like, "Oh, she's on the open market or whatever."
That's Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson coming into the chat. Hi, how you doing?
Zach's gonna sesh real quick.
Zach Wilson. We're just gonna back him each and every week, just because it's the culture. We have to at this point.
Nah.
I don't know, man.
Covers.
The Jets this week. I'm thinking. I'm like.
I was leaning Dolphins.
I am too.
No.
Covers.
That 3.5 is a favorite number.
Yeah.
It's a 3.
It dropped to a
3.5.
3. I saw a 3.5.
I have it both as both, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Great.
Well, shit. Since we're all here, let's start. LJ's about to come on too, but I mean, I have all my indexes done. I got some reverb. Someone's watching the show. I don't know. But I mean, why don't we start with Thursday night's game? The Colts versus Denver. I have Denver as a 2.29 point favorite. I think it's a 3.5. It's too close to be a big lean that way. But I mean, let's just go down the road. Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, I locked this in early. I got under 43.5. It's a primetime game, so it's pretty self-explanatory. I've been riding these all year, and they're, I think, 9-3-1. So primetime unders have been really, really good, and I'm going to continue to back primetime unders and hit 60% on those like they have the last 5 seasons. So every single primetime game, I will be on under the total, and this is no exception. Under the total, 43.5 Broncos and Colts.
Yeah, they're let's pull up team rankings real quick. I had it up, but then let's see these two teams don't score. So what's Denver's stats per game? Oh, that's not right. Team stats, not player stats. Yeah, 16. They're 30th in the league, 16.5 points per game. But we all know that. I mean, Broncos surprisingly have been in the limelight way too much. In big games on TV. 2 primetime games, right? Already, I think.
Yeah.
Russell
And
Wilson.
then the Colts are 14. They're the worst because they got smoked by Jacksonville. So I mean,
Yeah, that one game really skews their stats.
yeah, it doesn't matter. It's still an under. I mean,
Oh, of course.
I mean, they won't score this. I mean, first to 20 will win this game probably.
I think the Colts are a decent look in this game too, especially if you're going to get an inflated line now with who do you call it out with Taylor out.
Yeah.
So it could be a little bit of an inflated line. No, it actually hasn't moved. Hasn't moved at all.
Both running backs are. Well, Williams is out too, but
Yeah, well, I think Melvin Gordon's a fine fill-in though. I mean,
he's kind of injured as well.
And Hines is not bad either.
how do you say
I don't think so.
Naeem Hines, yeah, he's not terrible.
Well, I want to hear Terry's take because I know he's going to go up. He hates the Colts, so.
I know he's. Yeah.
No, I have a pick for sale and on this game.
Okay, sorry. All right.
So I won't, but I will. I do have a prop. I'm taking McManus over 1.5 field goals. He has 8 field goals so far in 4 games, and this Indianapolis team does have a good defense. So I think they will be able to force some field goals, and I just need 2, which I took for -110. So that is my prop for this game. But yeah, my main pick in it is for sale. So
Cool. Well, no offense, but if I'm not going to even say that. Anyway, we'll go on. Tim, you're the opposite. You're a Colts lover. So are you still a Colts lover 4 weeks into the season?
I think that this is exactly how we expected the season to start.
Yep.
Because it's
Jacksonville smoking them?
Well, no, okay. I expected them to start off slow. And the only reason
Like they do
why
every year.
is because they do that every year because this is their sixth quarterback in 6 years. So they're always going to start off slow. Now, is this the game that they turn it on? I don't know. I mean, I would lean, 3.5? I would kind of lean towards that, but I do think this is I think it's an under. The only thing that is worrying with it was with Jonathan Taylor out. I think that might change up the game plan just a little bit to the point that they would have to throw a little bit more and that would kind of, I don't know, not speed up the game, but it would cause more possessions and that could possibly sneak over then. I'm not sure if I'm going to get to this game. We'll see. If this was a Sunday game, I don't think I would even come close to it. But on a primetime game, maybe an under, but Jonathan Taylor news definitely does not help that.
We still got some feedback from someone if they're watching the stream.
That's probably.
I have my thing muted, so it's definitely not me.
Yeah,
I can hear it, so it's not me.
it's not me neither.
Yeah. Well, we'll figure it out. Marley, do you have a play tomorrow? What are you looking at? What's your question again?
Well, my take on Thursday, just in general, is home team in the under, just because that's just Thursdays night's rules. Short week, tough to prepare, got to travel, etc. So I agree with the under. I'm kind of scared of the 3.5 a little bit, but I just it's going to be a tight game, just because neither one of these teams can tend to generate much offense. The only thing about the Broncos to me is, though, their offense is, even though it hasn't generated points quite just yet, I think they have the talent to be explosive. So it kind of, at least I think they're more talented than Indianapolis Colts with Jonathan Taylor out due to injury, because it's kind of going to make them one-dimensional. I don't know how good Matt Ryan is anymore. I don't think he's I think he's definitely taken a step back from early in his career. So if you ask me, my play would be the under. I don't have a play on the side, but like I said, Thursday night rules is home team and under. That's just how it goes.
Yeah. I feel you.
Yeah. To Marley's point, I think since 2016, after week 3, the home team are 32-16. That's 66% covering. That's fucking a huge 48 game sample size. So yeah, home teams rule on Thursday night. Later on in the season, like he said, travel time, more people getting a little more hurt and weak, and home team, big time.
Yep.
So
It's
let's
tough
look at one
Thursday
thing.
night, man. You only get like one good practice, maybe 2. Then you got to fly in, get ready for a Thursday game, short preparation week. So it's a lot to ask.
Indianapolis does defend on both. They're above average, both defending the run and the pass. So that's, I mean, it just bodes well for the under. I'm trying to find it. My gut tells me, I hear that reverb again. My gut tells me that this is a Denver play. I think taking Taylor away and forcing Matt Ryan to be the dude, not only because he's, I mean, he just isn't the dude anymore. Who knows if he was really the dude? I mean, when he's shown that one time, I mean, he got beat by the dude.
Everybody,
I guess we'll see, but let's look to see how Denver is against ranks.
The thing that keeps me off the Broncos on the side play is that they're going against. Yeah, I will be going against one of my number one rules. One of my number one rules.
What's that?
But going against a rule that I highly favor, and that's I don't take teams with negative point differential. It's because if you're negative point differential on the average, I mean, you lose. You know, so it's really hard for me to take teams like that. And even though it's one
As a
point,
favorite or in general?
No, in general, if you give up more points than you score, I find it hard for me to take you. It's just something.
See, as a favorite, I would understand that, but as a dog, I would be more willing to take points for a team with negative point differential, because
I don't mean
even if
points, I mean like take them to win outright, so to speak.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And especially when they're giving up points, though. Like, no, as a dog, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Some teams with as a dog, I don't mind taking the points. They keep it close. Denver could be one of those teams, but as a 3.5 point favorite, no, not at all. But like I said, Thursdays, home team under. I really don't buck that rule neither. Like my man said over here, 66 something percent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Broncos are fifth in the league against the pass. Granted, they've played teams like Seattle and the Niners who aren't, ripping it up, throwing the ball. But
Hey, Geno Smith just put up 48 points.
well, yeah, that's yeah. Well,
Against the Lions.
no, I feel you. I mean, I think for a side, I'll be looking at a live bet. I mean, if the Broncos go down early, I'll probably be on them. But the unders the only look, I think, for me in this game.
I agree.
That other prop's pretty good. I mean, Terry's prop's pretty good.
Hey Terry, DM us that play for sale, homie.
Go buy it. I have a rule too. Like I know some cappers that won't give out their plays amongst other cappers. I mean, people that are buying picks or people that need some guidance. I think that's kind of stupid not to share the wealth amongst people. I'm not saying Terry's going to do that, but
No. Yeah, my buddy.
Well, you can go and get Terry's play over at earlsportsbets.com.
well,
He has
yeah.
a friends and family email that he shoots out for us. Yeah, he sells on Wager Talk.
Yeah, Terry, come on.
Well, I did just put it in the private chat, but no, for me, like everyone's different. But for me, if I'm selling my picks, like if I was buying someone's picks and then I happen to go on YouTube and hear them give out their picks that they're selling, that would just kind of rub me the wrong way a little bit.
I agree with not giving it out. No, that's not what I'm saying. I know a lot of people that buy. I know people that are against it. I know people that are for it. I'm for it. I mean, I'm for all about making money where you can, especially if you're a good handicapper and you care about your results and you care about your clients. But I'm talking about amongst like us, and I'm not saying we're like an elite group. I'm just saying we're all giving picks and putting our face out. Like I can handicap the game just like you. I'm asking you because I'm interested, not because I'm tailing you. You know what I mean? Like,
No, I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just how I feel. I'm new to selling picks, so
Yeah.
that could change. But
I was going to say, eventually you're not going to care. I know Tim and I were super on top of that in the beginning. And then now kind of the way we view it is if you watch our content, congratulations, you don't need to buy our picks. Because now we know the people who don't watch our content are the ones that buy the picks. And we've said this multiple times on our streams that these are up on the site. Like we'll be straight up, be like, yeah, we're gonna have. I don't know if we put the under up on the site, but we're gonna have this on the site, that on the site. Like we've already put up Texas and Oklahoma over. Like we don't care because that means you're watching our content, which you're supporting us in a different way. So regardless, you're supporting us whether you buy the picks or whether you watch the content. So if you watch the content, you don't need to buy the picks. So that's kind of the way Tim and I have changed over time.
And then the big thing that's going to be more exclusive for us is when we have 15, 20 college basketball plays a night. We're not going to go over every single game, every single night, or whatever the case may be. We're going to have a lot of plays, and those will be the ones that will be a little bit more exclusive.
And those
you're not
videos,
getting every single one.
people, all the videos and content you're doing, a lot of best plays, especially for that sport. Who's got the ball? Oh, good. Okay. UCF's driving. The good bets, the special bets, the secret bets you pay for aren't the games you're going to want to talk about. You don't want a video on Oral Roberts and South Dakota State.
That's my favorite videos to do.
Well, okay. Well, they're not the favorite to watch. I can tell you your views probably.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Tim loves Oral Roberts.
Oh, shut up. I love Oral Roberts. What was it?
Fairleigh Dickinson.
Fairleigh Dickinson.
The Presbyterian
Longwood,
Blue Hose.
and
Moorhead.
Go Moorhead.
It's all about the blue hose. Okay.
Yes.
We're gonna get a
learn more, Terry.
a packed house here. We're gonna get another. Do they call them Houstonians or Houstonites or how do you say that?
Houstonians.
Houstonians. Another one of Houston's finest.
Best NFL, fucking best football city in America.
There you go.
We got the most NFL alumni right now.
LJ's on. What up, dude?
LJ.
What's up, fellas?
I think
well,
Marley, I think you're. Let me see. Does this help? Test. No, it's not. Someone else. It's not Marley. Let me find out who the culprit is. Test. 1, 2. Test. Nope. It's not Hammer Poop. Is it LJ? Can't be LJ because he wasn't here.
No.
Test. No.
Touchdown, Central Florida.
Yeah.
Boom. Needed a quick one there. That's what.
Test. Nope. Who the hell is it? Is it
What,
me?
is it you?
Could it be you?
How could it be?
And you're just trying to pin it on everybody else?
No. Well, the last one is Terry, but he's a producer. Test.
Oh, I heard it.
It could just be you.
Let me try to find out how it could be me.
Try to just back out and come back in.
That's what I'll do.
Giggity.
Did you guys hear last week when David was talking? It sounds
Oh,
like
good.
a lisp. Like I was like, and then it went away. I was like,
You know, it may have been him.
Hello? Test.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
may
hear
have been
anything.
him.
It was me, but how could it be?
Maybe you had it
Dave.
on YouTube.
Hold on. Do we still hear it? Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
I
to
don't
see
hear
if I
it.
have YouTube up. No. Professional. What the fuck?
Damn right we're professional.
One thing.
Trained professionals do not attempt at home.
Close out StreamYard.
LJ cards. came-
OJ, why I'm doing this?
Big.
What's your thought for tomorrow night's game? What are you liking?
I like the team total of the Colts under 20.5 because the Broncos have only allowed 9.5 points at home on defense this year. So I don't see the Colts scoring any points. Jonathan Taylor's out and they only rushing 88 yards anyway. So I don't see them accumulating any type of offense. So I see their field goal kicker having, a lot of activity. Foot's probably going to be tired tomorrow. So that's what
I'm
I see.
already on him over 1.5 field goals minus
No,
110.
you're on McManus, which is the Broncos one. He's saying the Colts kicker.
I can
Oh,
see
the Colts
I can
kicker.
see both of them. I can see both of them over 1.5, but I see the Colts kicker, on the field more because I don't
His
see
props
them
weren't
scoring.
available on my book when I was looking.
So yeah, that's my initial and the under too,
Yeah.
for sure.
All right, to play devil's advocate for people on the Broncos, what if we use the fade the injury report angle, or can we not use that as much because Denver also lost their top running back? And I remember that was something that Tim and I did a lot in the NBA last year was fade the injury report. The Lakers ruled out LeBron James and the line moved the other way, 6 points, you take the Lakers, stuff like that, where you're getting value on one side because the public's overreacting that so-and-so is hurt. But I would say that, but this line hasn't moved, which is really puzzling that one of the best running backs in football is ruled out. Granted, there's a running back on the other side that was also ruled out, and the line didn't move at all.
Well, they haven't been doing anything with the best running back.
Yeah. Both
Yeah,
those
he
teams.
hasn't
It's still
looked.
the presence of him.
I don't think he should have that title as best running back in the league right now. Because
Saquon's the best running back in the league right now.
Fuck yeah.
See, I was muted before.
I thought it was Lamar Jackson.
No.
Well, he doesn't play running back, so
He's a running back. Come on.
was the joke.
The Chubster.
he's a quarterback.
And in that case, Saquon's the best quarterback in the league. Let's get it.
I mean, I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
what
you see
Saquon's
how he ran that offense at the end
I
of
don't
the
know
last
what
game? Hell yeah.
Saquon's QBR is, but I don't think it's fucking with Lamar Jackson's.
By the way, happy birthday, Marley.
Appreciate that, my brother.
My son's birthday is today too. That's
Happy
crazy.
birthday,
I think we've
Marlon.
talked about that before.
Yeah.
I'm sure we have had to through the
Yeah,
years.
that's crazy. But yeah, that's
tell
what's
your
up.
boy happy birthday though. It's what's up, Libra Game.
Already.
Hey, Dave, appreciate you on the raffle tickets, my brother. Supporting the Cobras.
You on mute, Dave.
Yeah,
No,
you
no
need-
problem, buddy. I saw that, and I'm all about supporting. Growing up, I mean, sports helps. I mean, even if you don't go on and do things, sports help shapes you. And I say this because my generation as a man, or I mean, as a person, but as a man, and the way I think you should be a man, and gives you responsibility and discipline, and it's good. Start young. Start them young. Put them in sports.
Yeah, I hope you win that. I hope you win that TV, man.
I might even just donate it to one of your. In fact, that's probably what I'm going to do. It's just you can,
We'll find somebody.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, so let's
Get back to it.
let's go to the next game. The freaking freaky deaky Dutch. Oh, it's not in the Netherlands. It's in one of those countries over there.
London.
Yeah,
London?
Yeah, I knew what it was. I just was being stupid. The Giants and the Packers. I have this game at a 6.85 favorite at a neutral site for Green Bay. The line was at 8. I don't know if it moved. I have 0. I like the only play I like in this game is Gano's field goal prop. I'm probably betting that. I don't know where it's at. He's had it last 3 games, or 3 of the 4 games he played. Giants are a team that are going to struggle to score, and if they do, it's going to be a field goal. So that's my only look at this. I have other games I like a little bit more, but why don't we go reverse? And LJ, you have any thoughts?
I'm right there with you. I'm already on Gano.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, both these teams don't score. They don't average 20 points. Packers allow too many rushing yards after contact. They can't tackle. The Giants can't pass, averaging 139 yards passing, dead last in 5 yards per pass. But they are number 1 in rushing. So if they could run the ball, like we just said, Saquon, if he can get into that backfield of the Packers, they may have a chance to win. I'm not picking a side in this game because I don't like the way the Packers are playing. I think Aaron Rodgers is arrogant and he can't trust his teammates. So he could easily lose this game if the Giants have a good game plan. But I'm just going to stick to the kicker because he's averaging 3 attempts a game. So I'm going to go with Gano on 1.5 field goals made for the Giants.
Hammer poop. This is there could be some poopy plays in this, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we don't really know. Do we know if Jones is going to be healthy? I tend to stay away from weird shit happens across the pond, and especially on West Coast time. It's at 6 a.m., so it's tough to. I know the East Coasters, it's right in the wheelhouse at 9:30 or whatever. But I'm probably going to stay away just because it's an inflated line. But don't like a side here.
What do you think, Marley?
Yeah, I'm with my man Hammer Poop over here. This is still I bet the London game last week and barely got out of that hole with the Vikings money line. Weird shit happens in London. I kind of want to say under. I lean under, but I don't know. Dude. I can't bet on this game. I definitely don't. I'm not taking the points with the. I'm not giving up the points with the Packers, and I feel like if you take the points with the Giants, you're just hoping they hang on. Keep it within that score. I don't want to spend my Sunday morning that on the edge. So, yeah, I'm just, just no play for me.
Especially with these two teams, like
they obviously we know Daniel Jones can't throw the ball, but like LJ said, they can run the ball. I don't know. I feel what Hammer Poop said too, man. Sometimes across the pond, it just seems like weird it happens, and I'm just gonna stay away from it.
Yeah, for me too. If I'm getting up at 6:30 or before on a Sunday, because that's what it is my time, I'm going hunting or fishing, or it's a big game. I'm not getting up for this shit.
Yeah.
The New York Giants versus the Packers. Wow. Tim, what do you think?
Oof. I like a lot of dogs. I'll be honest this week. I like a lot of dogs, and the Giants are one of them that's on my list. I'm not the Green Bay Packers are not covering, and who is Aaron Rodgers throwing to these days? Which is the big concern is what does he got for receivers? I think it's gonna be an ugly game. Yeah, I wouldn't want to wake up for this one either. I'm not trusting an under. in a London game. I had the under last week, and the Vikings couldn't stop Andy Dalton. So that one just completely shit the bed. I'm not touching a total in this one. I'm going the Giants route. I'm going them plus the points. I think they can win this one outright, but it's not a game that I'm waking up to go and watch. Oh, it starts at 9:30 a.m. my time, so I guess it's not terrible, but that's not something I want to watch. It's just a bet it, forget it type game.
Nick, you're not the reverb, but your mic sounds like we're underwater.
It's always that way with Nick.
There you go. That's perfect.
Yeah, it must be something with your cord or whatever.
I
love
unplugged
this
it.
game.
I unplugged it, replugged it back in.
I have a pick that I love in this game.
Okay, go.
Tim says not to trust the under in London. I am trusting the under because I trust these two teams to go under. Vikings is not an under team really. I know their offense hasn't really looked that good at times, but I wanted to went with the under with the Vikings, but I will go with the under with the Giants and the Packers. I am not planning on watching this game. I will wake up and probably see a boring 21-17 type final score. I could see why someone would go with the Giants as well, but I like this under 42.
Can the Giants score 17 points?
Killing me. All right, before we get to Nick, we're going to bring on yet another. We might be a Brady Bunch today. I don't know. We got some popular. From San Diego, the Whale's Vagina, Moose. All right, so I got a new one.
Oh, yeah.
Oof, how's that?
Oh, I wasn't ready for that. I'm not gonna lie. I was not prepared.
Basically every week there's gonna be a new one. I have motivation that I can add that to my plate is to do a Moose call. But do you have any thoughts? You said you capped the NFL already, which usually you're focusing on college. Do you have any thoughts on tomorrow's game at all?
Yeah, I got that's actually one of my plays. I have the Broncos. I took them. I'm not sure where it's at right now, but I did take them -3, and I did take the under at 44, which I think it's dropped to 42 now. So I'm on both those plays. I mean, Matt Ryan outside at altitude, Broncos at home. It was a lot of things. I just go, that's too much for me to pass up. I'm not stoked to be on the Broncos. I mean, if I have to back Nathaniel Hackett, it's not a good thing. I mean, I'd trust a 10-year-old managing that team more than I would Nathaniel Hackett, because at least a 10-year-old knows when to call timeouts. So I really do like the Broncos spot here. I haven't been on the Broncos all year. I've seen them as a trappy team, but I do like them hosting the Colts. I think the Colts are going to continue to struggle. Maybe there's an AFC West thing because they did play well against the Chiefs, but it was at home. I think the Colts at home you can back, but the Colts on the road are going to be a fade for me.
What about the Green Bay New York game? And I'm going to mute everyone else while he talks, just because I'm still investigating.
Oh, you figured out where that echo's coming from?
No freaking clue. But Giants Green Bay, you got to look in the London game.
I hate fucking London games. I fucking hate London games. God, fuck those London games, bro. Like, keep that shit in America, all right? Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Tell us how you really feel, though.
I mean, I got screwed last week. I mean, I didn't, but I did for fantasy because Alvin Kamara was a surprise inactive, and that screwed me. And if you're capping the game, there's no way for you to be able to know everything that's going on. You don't know how the team is traveling. You don't know what their accommodations are. We don't know necessarily if they have little promotional events overseas. There's so many things that we don't know, and I really wish we had a better ability to know some of those things, but teams are not going to tell us all those. We're just not going to know. So I generally try to stay off of London games, especially when it's a shitty ass fucking game. Like if it's a really crappy game, like there's so many reasons for me to just sleep in, because for those London games, they'll start at 6 o'clock over here on the West Coast. It's not fun. I don't know what the NFL is trying to do. I mean, I hope they get some money from the European plays over there, but I mean, I stand firmly on this hill. Fuck those London games. That shit needs to be in America.
Agreed. Nick, what are you on in that game?
I really don't have much. I lean Giants and over if I had to get to any spot here. Just because it's dropped to a 40.5, I feel like that can almost at this point get accidentally over. But I don't want to touch this game until I know who's playing, and I need to know that Daniel Jones is playing, and it's not some backup. Because I saw on Twitter today that the Giants called up or brought up from the practice squad Jake Fromm. So that may be the backup quarterback. I'm hoping he's the backup, but I need to know who's playing first before I go ahead and bet this game.
Yeah, he went to Georgia. I was thinking Florida. Yeah, that game, despite not being here, I wouldn't care about it even if it was here, to tell you the truth. So we will move on. And I'm going to grab some brown water while you guys are talking about it. Pittsburgh, Buffalo. Where's the line at right now? Because I think I wrote it down wrong.
I have -4.
Yeah, okay. So it is that. I have Buffalo as a 12.67. I have them indexed at 12.5 points. Not enough really to move the needle, but that's a huge – I mean, when we're talking double-digit points in the NFL, that's just – there's got to be some compelling reason. And the Steelers have been bad.
But have they been that bad?
Yeah, I don't know. So we'll Nick, go ahead.
This is Steelers or nothing at 14. That's just an outrageous price tag. And I think the under could be an interesting look because I can see Pittsburgh struggling to continue to score in this game. So I can see this game being a low-scoring game as well because usually when we see big favorites and blowouts, it generally means unders because the team getting blown out puts up like 13 points at max. So for me, it's a lean towards Pittsburgh and it's a lean towards the under. Did not get to either at the moment. I don't know if I'm going to make a play on this game, but I'm definitely not laying the points for Buffalo. That's just not something I'm going to be laying 2 touchdowns with. But yeah, I think that defensively, Pittsburgh can hold Buffalo a little bit and make this a muck it up kind of low scoring game, which that generally doesn't play well into laying points. So I lean Steelers and under here. I had this game at around a 12. And they haven't – I saw an interesting stat with that game too. The Steelers haven't been this big of a dog since 1992 against the Houston Oilers and Warren Moon. There's your stat of the day. They haven't been this big of dogs in that long. So
I thought it was even longer than that. I thought it was
definitely not laying the points here with the Bills.
I got a blast from the past today. Chivas Regal, like it's 1978.
Oh, the Chivas.
Yep. I don't know. That's like my grandpa's drink, so I decided, hey, I'm in a Scotch mood tonight. We'll open this puppy up. Who's next? Terrence, what do you like? You like this game?
Terrence.
Well, I will say I've had no issues laying 14 with the Bills. I actually took the alternate spread when they were 6.5 that game against the Titans. So I have no issue backing them at big spreads, but this is a complete pass for me. This one here, not a spot I want to get to with Buffalo, but I could easily see them destroying Pittsburgh, 31-3 or something. But I'm not going to get involved. Other games I like on the slate better. So
yeah, Pickett with those 3 freaking.
Pickett did complete his first 13 passes. 3 of them were to the Jets, but he did complete his first 13 passes.
But one bounced out of the receiver's hands into the. I mean, that fair enough, but they're just in trouble. It's rebuild year. I know a couple of us thought the Steelers maybe potentially could be a playoff team. There's no way in hell now. They're just.
Man,
who could have said something crazy like Pittsburgh make the playoffs?
Yeah, Nick.
I mean, they're only a game behind for first place.
I thought they were outside. I thought they were an outside, not a They weren't like a Ravens dark horse or but they
They were a long shot. That's what they were for me.
Anyway. Well, since so what, Tim? What are you thinking?
Yeah, under.
Yeah.
I got it at I think it was 47.5. It's down to like 46 now. I'd be surprised if the Steelers get to 10 points. I'm just not. This is Pickett's first career start, and you're telling me he's going to be able to do anything against the Bills' defense? Come on. No, this is an under. Even if the Bills score 30 points, this is an under. And that's kind of how I view, and this is how I bet a couple of college football games. I kind of use the total as a little bit of a wider spread. I just don't think the Steelers put up enough. If the Steelers put up 10, all of a sudden I get, a 36-point spread or something in that nature for the Steelers instead of a 14 or something in that nature. I think this one goes way under. I don't think Pittsburgh does much on offense at all.
Birthday boy. What do you think? You're on mute. I muted you. Sorry. Hold on.
Whose birthday is it?
Marley's. You didn't know?
I didn't know. What's up? Happy birthday, Marley. Goddamn.
What's up, Moose? Yeah. Appreciate that, my brother. Appreciate that. Yeah, man. I pretty much agree with Tim over there. Under is the play. We don't. Well, I mean, I don't know about anybody else. I mean, but from what I've heard, I don't expect Pittsburgh's offense to generate many points here. I mean, they don't. The offensive line can't pass protect. Apparently, they can't run. I do like Najee Harris as a running back, but it's just you don't have a quarterback in this league. You don't really. It's just hard to win games. Period. At the end of the day, and we're talking about a rookie going on his road for his first start up in Buffalo with one of the best teams in the NFL currently. So there's no way. I know 14 points is a lot. I personally wouldn't lay the 14 either. I know Terry said he has no problem with doing that, but the Steelers defense is still pretty good. They're not going to hold the Bills, but that just has backdoor garbage touchdown written all over.
And that's what I'm thinking too. And I also think that Buffalo, there shouldn't be look aheads in professional sports, even though sometimes they are playing the Chiefs next game. That's going to be a banger. But are they going to play down to their competition? Because they kind of did that with Miami when they underestimated them. So
Miami has a pretty good goddamn defense.
No, I'm not saying the Miami's a better team than the Steelers. I'm just saying perceived going into it, it wasn't like, oh, this is the Chiefs or the Bucks or a better team. Right. This is the Steelers, who, by the way, on every level have looked below expectation on every single. I mean, the defense is worse than we thought. The quarterback is worse than they thought. Najee Harris isn't doing anything great. So I don't know. That's a thought, food for thought. But hammer poop. What do you think?
Well, Mitch just is who we thought he was. He's trash. But typically, early on in the season, when the rookie QBs who are making their first start are actually pretty good covering as dogs. But they did – the problem is this is his first start, but they do get a little bit of film on him from last week. So I don't know. But, yeah, I agree with you guys. I mean, you could see it's crazy. With 14 points, they could be down 21-3. Go get garbage 7, boom, all of a sudden backdoor they're covering. So, yeah, not going to lay it, but I'm not running to the window like, give me the Steelers plus the 14 either, because I could see him give the Bills giving it to him.
This is one of those college basketball / LJ type things right here. Derek brought up. By the way, new name in the chat.
Does this stat matter if they pushed one of those games, because they pushed last week against Buffalo or against?
It's probably lumped into it. I mean, 70%. What's this, the team that not covered 2 weeks in a row that have been a favorite cover the following week over what span of time too? That's way important. Yeah. What's the sample size? No, it's actually the most important.
Yeah,
I think
very important.
3.5 on the Sunday morning. So I guess
Derek, if you have the sample size, that would be extremely helpful, because any stat that's 70%, I mean, we did see 100% stat fucking not hit the other day, but
UTEP, never in doubt.
well, no, give me a break.
Yeah.
This is what I say about that. There was two fumbles in their side of the field that led to touchdown, and they had the ball driving and gave up an interception. They still lost by less than a touchdown. Still by less than a touchdown.
But they lost.
They did. You're right. A loss is a loss. You know.
Now, what's that stat? 1 in what?
26 and 1?
1-1. Yeah, I'd still bet it again. I mean,
The fucking one time. That's where I stayed off that stupid ass stat too. I was like,
yeah.
I bet the
Well,
one
how are you
time
gonna be in that trend? They do it once every 2 years, so it's like it's not a trend you can be on all the time. Like,
Right.
but shout out to LJ. That was LJ brought that up. I think we both were on it.
His stat. LJ's a statistician.
I know. Craziest stat I've ever. That's probably one of the craziest ones I've ever seen. It's insane.
What, the Charlotte UTEP one?
Yeah. I mean, it was insane.
Oh, you mean the one that I like absolutely told you, hey, I don't know about this one because they sucked
What
and
you
they've
said-
been like
no.
500
What you
games
said-
under.
I'll tell you exactly what you said. First of all, you tried to be contrarian right off the bat instead of saying, "Oh, nice stat."
I fucking investigated.
The second thing is you said, "Oh, UTEP's good versus the pass." Go look what Charlotte's quarterback did. He lit them up. So you're wrong, Moose.
Oh shit, who won that game, by the way?
Well, you didn't bet it.
UTEP
Did you
minus
bet?
3. Cashed
You
it.
bet it? You don't
No,
bet
I
it.
didn't, but I told you I liked UTEP, and I mean I thought
because
if I thought UTEP because their pass defense versus Charlotte, and Charlotte did have some issues with drops earlier in the year, especially in the first game of the year. They had a lot of issues with drops. The other factor that went into that was the fact that UTEP had how many winning seasons in the last 20?
all right, you win.
Yeah, so we're just ignoring a really good point.
No,
that
you win.
UTEP
You win.
has
You win.
Yeah, UTEP has not had a winning season or has 4 winning seasons in the last 20 years.
Yeah, they're bad. They're bad.
Dave, I'm going to jump off here in a minute.
All right.
So can I give my 2 official picks? But quickly, I wanted to
No.
hear what Moose has to say about his MLB playoff series coming up. I'd love to hear what him and
God, of
Earls have
course
to
you
say
would.
about Mets and Padres.
I mean,
But go Padres,
I don't-
Moose. I'm cheering for your
I don't know
Padres
what
all the
I
way.
don't know what this thing is that happens after the season. Like, what is this thing called that we qualified for? Like play on or something like that.
Yeah, play-ons.
Yeah, I mean, first off, DeGrom's finger issue. All of a sudden, the blister is starting to become a huge issue, and I mean, the thing that we had going for us was that if we could get to a game 3, we have the advantage. I trust our starting pitcher, our bullpen, in a game 3 matchup. But the likelihood of the Padres making a game 3 was super slim. I even posted on Twitter that facing DeGrom Scherzer is basically facing the final boss in any video game. Like you're not going to face any competition better.
If the Mets win game 1, the Mets have already said that Bassett will pitch game 2.
That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad
And
idea.
then save
I mean,
DeGrom for the Dodgers, hopefully, if they make it that far.
They
yeah,
should
but the
do
whole
that.
issue is DeGrom's finger. I wouldn't do it. I mean, I don't hate it, but like I kind of understand the show off thinking there. But I think you go for the fucking jugular right away. I mean, you
Well,
throw
Scherzer's
DeGrom
not bad.
game 1, Scherzer game 2, and you finish it. You don't want to all of a sudden create a game 3 where anything can happen. I mean, you want to.
Bassett's a pretty strong third, so
Yeah, but
He's the
Musgrove's
most
also a
consistent
very
for the
strong third.
Yeah. Well, here's a take I get out of all of this is out of all the sports, the only sports where blisters matter are baseball and golf. So what does that tell you?
That baseball players throw the ball 98 miles an hour, so the slightest finger issue might be a problem. And golfers are just big ass pussies.
yep.
I think one of those was right and applied to the other one too. But anyway,
No, go throw a ball 95
I
miles an
can't.
hour with a blister.
I could never throw that fast. No, I could never throw that fast.
I
it
got him in the
hurts, I can tell
70s,
you.
but I was about as fast as
I
I
believe
could
you.
get.
All right, so obviously Terry's being antagonistic because we have Mets.
No,
I think we
I
lose.
just wanted to hear.
I think
a
it's
little
fun
bit
to-
more of the
Yeah,
Padres.
Terry's just trying to be a dick.
But no, I
I think
am
it's an
rooting
early
for the
exit.
Padres. I'm not going to hide it. I hope they win both games and sweep the Mets.
I need a drop for Terry somehow. Anyway, Okay, give me your plays and give us, if we didn't talk about them, explanation, because we're supposed to be capping them.
Yes, the first one is I'm taking McManus over 1.5 field goals in
Like it.
tomorrow night's game.
You have the odds?
Minus 110.
Okay.
I think he gets 2 field goals against. I think he gets 3 or 4 field goals against
That's a good look.
Indianapolis. But yes, I see field goals in that one. And then I'm taking a big dog. I'm taking a big dog.
Oh,
Give me. I'm not taking them on the money line though, because I'm not that crazy. But give me the Atlanta Falcons.
Yes.
+9 against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Atlanta is keeping games close. They are able to keep games close. Brady is. Hey, I'm a Brady fan. I've
Brady's more
loved
worried
Brady
about
making me money for as long as he has. But something's not quite right. I'm not going to say it's a whole divorce drama that's going on.
I have a bet for Zach Wilson to score this weekend, and it's not in the football game. Anyways, keep going.
It is possible that is affecting his play, but I'm not going to say that. That's not part of my handicapping. But overall, I think Atlanta keeps this game close. No, they probably don't win it. I don't think this is going to be their win here in Tampa, but I do think they keep it close. +9. I'm hoping that moves. It looks like it's about to move to 9.5. If I can get 10 or 10.5, it'll be a hammer play for me.
So I heard that Brady's having a finger issue, and that it's stuck inside of his 20-year-old girlfriend.
See, I was gonna make a joke that it got stuck when he was kissing his son, but yeah.
Oh, that's wrong on that. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, well, that's like as borderline as we've gotten here. But anyway, Terry, let's do this. I have a feeling that not me, but someone might feel strongly against the Bucs.
Oh, someone might go against my Atlanta.
No,
that's fine.
I want you to have
I can give
3
it a
so
vote.
that if I to be fair, we can't have conflicting. This isn't an individual effort like other.
Does anybody here love Tampa Bay and want to give it official? Because I can change my pick.
I'll back Terry's Falcons. I like that one.
Okay. All right.
But I also
fine.
love dogs, so.
Yeah.
All right.
I lean Bucks, but I don't know if I'll get to the window with it. I think this could be my only counter argument to that is this could be a really good sell high spot for Atlanta, who's 4-0 ATS that people have been riding with. I can see this being an absolute get right spot for Tampa Bay, who just got blown out against Kansas City and lost to Green Bay. This is their get right spot where they can go in, kick the crap out of a really bad team. So for me, it's Bucks or nothing. I thought this spread should be double digits. Not enough for me to make an official play, so he can go ahead and put it up, but I'll probably be on the other side.
I'm going to hope
not even a counterpoint, but to elaborate, the Falcons already had a team that was supposed to have a get right spot, and that was the Rams in week 2 after getting demolished by the Bills.
The Rams were up 28-3 in that game,
and then ended up only winning by 27-31.
because of a couple special teams touchdowns.
Well, I'm just saying. The Falcons in that one too. We're seeing a lot of bad teams. Like we saw the Texans almost cover versus the Chargers.
I saw an interesting stat. This is the first time since I want to say 1990 that no teams are winless ATS heading into the 5th week. Every single team has covered at least one spread.
We're seeing bad teams cover. All right,
which is why you can still bet on bad teams.
Yeah, that's just point spread sports in general because you can turn a winner into a loser by a line move. You can't do that with baseball. You can't do that with hockey. You can't do that with the money line sports, but you can do that with moving a point spread.
Terry, let's get you out of here.
What was the other one?
Whatever you want to plug.
Getting Wild with Terry and Friends, Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern. Saturdays, 1 p.m. Eastern for Saturday games, 8 p.m. Eastern for Sunday games. You can find me, Dave, Nick, and Tim there when they show up. No, I'm just kidding. But no, when we have different people coming on all the time.
Yeah, Tim's the worst one.
And I'm suspecting with the Mets upcoming games that they may not come on for a while after that.
To be fair, we haven't had an ESPN show in 3 days.
Yeah.
After I post my party video, celebration video, they probably won't come on
You,
for a bit.
okay, now that you said that, you have to do it.
My question is, if you think the Mets are going to lose, how can you celebrate the same day the Blue Jays are eliminated?
Because the Blue Jays are going to win both games by 2 or more.
All right, all right.
And we'll win
This
the
is an
series
NFL
in 2
show,
games.
and this can wait. We have a lot of people here.
No, I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I will have money on the Jays to win the series in 2 games, and I will have their run line in both games. This will not be close, and you can clip that. But
right,
let me give one more pick before I
ahead.
go, just in case anyone goes against the Atlanta. I'll give another big dog.
Okay.
Give me the Houston Texans plus the points.
Yes.
That's
As
what I
much
thought you
as
were going to
hate
say
going
originally. I was
against my
pointing
new
to the.
favorite
I like
team,
that.
As much as I hate going against my new favorite team, the Jacksonville Jaguars, Houston has beat them 8 games in a row, and I think it'll go to 9. This is the same kind of thing with Indianapolis and Jacksonville. Teams just own them. So
Yeah.
Houston
They do own
owns
them.
Jacksonville. Same thing. Tennessee owns Indianapolis. Jacksonville owns it. Everyone owns each other. So give me Houston Texans
Menage a trois.
plus the 7.
All right, buddy. Have a
All
good
right,
evening.
see you later.
Have fun in the garage.
I will. See ya.
Hey, yo,
By
Dave,
the way, the
I'm
Mariners
gonna
are
check out
5-2 against the Jays this
You
year.
got to get out of here.
yeah, I'm gonna go spend some time. You know, my
Yeah.
birthday.
It's your, so give us 1 to 3
I'm gonna give my
plays.
plays on Friday when I come back.
Oh, well, you get both. I mean, yeah, why not?
Give my plays on Friday.
What do you like?
I
Let's do this. What do you like in any of the Friday? Because they'll be going off. What do you like in any of the Friday games? You got any college picks? Because that's your sport.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to the window with anything on Friday yet. I think I like Memphis against the Cougars. Cougars been a real disappointment for me personally this year. But like I said, I haven't gotten to the window yet. I'll probably post it on my Twitter. But out of the 4 games for Friday, that's the one I like the most. Is Memphis at the crib.
What's the line?
Last I saw it was like
3, 2.5.
I was gonna say 3. Yeah, I thought I saw 3. It might be some 2.5 left.
Yeah. So Memphis is favored.
Yes.
I have it at 4.5 for Memphis. So that's I'm already liking that play.
Yeah. I think Memphis gets that. Especially, I would probably lean first half. Houston tends to start slow, if anything, and they make it a game in the second half. If at any time they come back, the 2 wins they did. So I really lean Memphis first half. That's probably the play.
Cool. Yeah.
But like I said, I haven't got to the window.
Yeah,
yet.
we'll wait. I appreciate you coming on your birthday. Happy birthday. Go enjoy the family.
For sure.
Have a drink.
Yes, yeah. I'm already doing that, bro.
There you go.
Go have another one. Go eat some cake. Chill out. I
Yeah.
think I'm gonna finish watching this Dahmer shit. This shit is crazy.
Yeah. I want to watch it so badly. I don't
I
have the time
recommend
to
it,
do
bro.
it. I want to watch. I'm going to set aside a
Recommend it.
time to watch a movie because all I watch is sports shit. I mean,
Bro,
I,
It'll fuck with you. It'll fuck with you.
I dream about it now. It's crazy.
All right.
I used to dream about chicks. Now I dream about fucking line movement and fucking.
That's not what Dahmer's about.
Damn it! I should have gotten the 3.5.
Moose,
Yeah, exactly.
about dude.
Yeah. All right, fellas, man.
All
I'll
right, buddy.
see you guys on Friday, though.
See you, buddy. Oh, you want to plug whatever you want to plug?
Oh man, catch me at Brothers and Bits, man, on Tuesdays and shit, Wednesdays sometimes. We're all over the fucking place right now. But for the most part, catch me at Brothers and Bits right here. See me on my Twitter. I post my plays. Also, you can find me on Fridays with my man right here, Picks from Dave. So that's it, man. See y'all next
All
time.
right, buddy. We'll see you. All right, so let's go reverse here because I want to get him in. We'll do that first. Let's go with the next game.
I never heard LJ talk about the Bills, and I never gave my little.
Okay,
down
I'm
on
sorry.
the
We
Bills.
got sidetracked by
Losers.
Terry's tired horse shit. All right, so you go first. Go ahead.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go.
I mean, I got nothing, but I do think it's important to bring up a couple of things. One, the Bills have not been a very good first half team. I was kind of shocked to see that. Buffalo ranks 12th with about a 1.5 rating, and you can check this on teamrankings.com. And Pittsburgh is only a couple spots down from them, minus 0.2. You look at some of the games that they've had, the Bills, other than that first week, even that first week against the Rams, they allowed the Rams to come back and tie it. The other thing is that there are some significant injuries in this game, like big time injuries that have to be considered. Is TJ Watt going to be back? What's the status of Cam Hayward? There was also some guys in the secondary that went down. I'm blanking on their name right now, but the free safety, he went down as well. So there are some significant pieces. I would really want to try to be on the under, if anything, but because of those injuries and the uncertainty about what kind of defense is going to be out in the field, I mean, is it going to be a defense that the Buffalo Bills can just walk up and down the field on? Will the Bills, and Ed Oliver also questionable, and that's a big one for Buffalo. So what kind of defense is going to be out in the field? And those are questions I don't have the answer to. I just think it's important to bring that up, that anybody that's looking at first half, I've seen a lot of Bills first half. I've seen a lot of Bills first half on Twitter. It seems to be the pick this week. If you guys can correct me if you've seen otherwise, but Bills first half seems to be a very trendy bet this week. And I don't see what it is that they're seeing. The Bills and the Steelers, fairly similar first half numbers and significant injury issues on both sides of the ball for both teams.
That's true. Hey, so Derek answered, by the way, we didn't say this stat about a team, this is the Steelers, that didn't cover 2 weeks in a row that had been a favorite. When they're a 10-point spread dog, I guess, cover, he said 10 years is how far it went back.
Wow.
Was Pittsburgh both? I knew they were a favorite last week. Were they a favorite the week before?
No, it's the Bills he's talking about because they've
lost.
lost.
The other way. Cover the following week over 10. You're right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, the Bills. Yeah. That's crazy. LJ, or you want to finish? You want to finish, Eden? Well, you're muted.
You muted me.
I know. I'm trying to unmute you.
We good now?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to add some numbers to what Moose was saying because he's exactly right. The Bills do start off slow. But in the third quarter, they're outscoring their opponent 44-0 in the third quarter. Wow. And the Steelers haven't had a touchdown in the first quarter in 12 straight games. So I'm looking at a first half under in this game. But I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to take the points either because I do believe the Steelers probably could get a backdoor cover and the Bills may not cover those points. But what I am going to do is take the Steelers field goal kicker, Chris Boswell, because he's averaging 3 field goals on the road.
There you go.
So I'm definitely going to take that. And on the other side, I'm going to take Stephon Diggs receptions. I don't know what it is now. It's not out yet. But as soon as it comes out, I'm going to take it because the Steelers defense has allowed 100-plus yards to Jamar Chase, to Nelson Aguilar, to Amari Cooper, averaging 103 receiving yards, and the Steelers punt 5 times per game.
Yeah.
So they're not going to have the ball. The Bills are averaging 31 minutes time of possession, so they're going to run the ball, keep them on the field. I don't know how many points they're going to score. They're averaging 41 points at home, but they only played 1 home game, and that was against the Titans. So that number's kind of skewed. They played 3 road games. So yeah. I wish I had a more sample size of them being at home. So I don't think they're going to score 41 points. The defense of the Steelers is allowing 23 points since TJ Watt's been hurt. So I think they will get at least 23 points, but I'm just going to take the second half, the Bills, when it gets live on the game. But I'm definitely taking those props, considering the advantage of the Bills have against the Steelers defense.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, let's move on to the next game. Roll right along. The Chargers and the Browns. I have the Chargers as 2.5-point favorites right now. I think it's come down a half point. And I index Cleveland as a 1-point favorite. I don't quite know why, because all of us thought that Herbert was hurt. I don't know if Bosa's still out or not, but he sure didn't look hurt last game. He did just fine. And I had the Texans, and then obviously the Browns. I still think the Browns have a talented team. They're just not. They're just kind of under expectation for me.
But Bosa won't be back for like 8 to 10 weeks.
There you go. So there you go. but it didn't matter last week. Granted, it was against the Texans. But Nick, what are your thoughts on LA Chargers, Cleveland Browns?
Let's see. I got this game at a.
Trying to pick.
There we go. Yeah, I have the. I had this game capped as the Chargers as a 1.5 point favorite.
Yeah, that's about right.
Let's see. And there, what is this line right now? It's a 2.5. So I don't see really that much value on this. For the total, I really don't know. This is just not. I had this total is probably about right. I don't really have too much of a feel on this game. I think this line's just correct, and I did not get involved in it.
Yeah. Hammer poop. What you got?
Yeah, I think it's 2.5 in the contest. I don't know, baiting people for the Chargers. Love to see the Browns coming back home after losing outright as a little baby fave on the road. Chargers won as a favorite, coming back. Like the Browns here in this spot. I think everybody see a lot of action on the Chargers, even though, like you said, the line's coming down towards the Browns. So lean the small home dog here.
Is that a Westgate pick?
It might. It's one of those that I sent my partner today. About 7 that I like. That was one of them.
Wow, there's those pitcher fingers.
What's that?
No, I'm just stupid. I'm giving Moose a hard time.
I mean, I don't have. I got middle of it chopped off.
No, you don't have blisters, but you have hangnails, so you wear gloves when you roll.
No, I'm telling you, like the middle of my finger is chopped. Like, you can see it's like
I've seen
fucking.
it
Like I don't have the middle part anymore. I chopped that shit off. So thanks
Spit
for
off
pointing
by a
that out.
Saigon hooker, just like Chris Farley's nose in Dirty Work. Have anyone seen that
Oh,
movie?
God, I wanted to say something, but I know it's like completely inappropriate. But it was really good in my head.
If it doesn't have to do with children and fingers, it's fine. Like
It didn't, but it still was borderline. Like, ooh, that's pretty rough.
yeah, well,
Just go ahead and put it in the private chat so we can all get a little laugh.
we are on.
All right, you got it. You got it. I'll
I'm
do
glad
that.
that ESB will let me help put the show on there. Their channel, they're way bigger than I am. Although, you know what I would be doing every single show? I would be getting copyrighted every show because I would play the Ultimate Warriors fucking entrance song every time. But anyway, Tim, go ahead.
Why don't you play Timmy Trumpets?
I wanted to play that too, but I think I asked that. I would play USC's fight song. I mean, I'm not monetized. What do I care? But
The Rocky theme song.
Yeah. Go shirtless. Tim, go ahead.
I really have no interest in this game. I would kind of lean towards an over, thinking that this one could be a back and forth type of game. But once again, we still don't know what we're getting from Herbert. Whether or not he's perfectly healthy or what's going on with him. He looked good last week, but rib injuries can come back. That's kind of a big concern for me in that one. Until we fully know what's going on with him, I really can't touch it. And this Browns team they're probably one of the most confusing teams in the NFL for me. So I'm just going to stay completely away from this one. Normally, I would say I lean dogs. I would probably lean a little bit towards Cleveland just as a slight dog, but I can't go after this game.
Let's go ahead. I'm gonna look at Sandy's question. I'm gonna look at their both teams.
I already
pass.
did. I can tell you right now. Chargers, they do not have a ton of rushing yards on them, but they rank next to last in yards per carry at 5.4 yards per carry. The only team that has a worse yards per carry are the Lions at 5.6. The issue is just that the Chargers have had some leads in games, and other teams have had to pass. And they've also played some teams that, quite frankly, they tend to pass more than they tend to run. It's going to be a huge impact. I think it's Browns or nothing. Bosa injury is absolutely going to be a huge part of what's going on. They have been rotating. I mean, I'm not sure the snap percentage of Khalil Mack, but I would expect that to probably get lower and lower as the season goes on. Because if they start running him out there, he's very prone to injury and he cannot be taking the entire workload. It's the guys like Derwin James that you kind of look at and go, okay, what are they going to do to step up? Are they going to start using them more in pass blitz? Are they going to start using them more to start hitting the run, because Derwin James is absolutely a guy that he can probably play that kind of that hybrid linebacker secondary role. He could probably step into that. So it's a question of how are the Chargers going to rotate and adjust. I think they're just going to allow the run to happen, and they're just going to try to air it out. I think the over would probably be the look if I'm looking at the side. But more than anything, I would want to go Browns here. I'm not going to play a matchup where it's Brissett versus Herbert. And if there's a situation where it's fourth quarter and it's a late drive, I would much rather be on the side of the Chargers in that situation, which is why I'm going to ultimately avoid this. But I like all the Brown love. That's kind of the way I was looking, because as I always will say when I'm talking to Chargers, fuck the Chargers. Them bitches should be here in San Diego.
Agreed. That owner's horrible. But just to talk about that before we jump to LJ, the Chargers are middle of the pack. They're 14th in defending the rush, but the Browns are 10th. I'm going to pull them back up. The Browns are 13th at defending the pass. So they're kind of middle of the pack at defending what the other team does well, which always kind of when things negate each other. By the way, they're also not sacking teams, and they're not getting sacked. So this it's a confusing, statistics wise, it's really confusing. So LJ, give us a trend or something that we can get on. I mean,
Moose hit it on the money, man. The Chargers don't run the ball. They pass. They're number one in passing. So Herbert's going to throw 30, 40 times a game, and it's all about if the Cleveland defensive line could get after him, because he's only been sacked 4 times. So the offensive line protects him very well.
Yep.
I think this is a bad spot for the Chargers. It's their third road game in 4 games. Cleveland's coming back home after that loss, with the Falcons. I'm on Cleveland +3. I think they're going to run the ball. They're averaging 170 yards on the ground. They're averaging 35 time of possession. So I just think they're going to keep the ball pounded on the Chargers. And they probably win by a field goal at the end of the game in the fourth quarter. They've had the lead going into the fourth quarter in every game. They just lost the lead. That's why they're 2-2. But I think that they'll hold. I think they can take the lead. Herbert, I don't know if Garrett's going to play. Is Clowney going to play? If that Cleveland defensive line will be healthy enough to get after Herbert is what I'm going to be looking for in this game. And if they can attack him, Cleveland should be able to take care of business with the run game that they have, because the Chargers cannot run the ball. And I don't think that you can depend on the pass the whole game, because I don't think Herbert is healthy enough to win a game like that in the condition that he's in. So I'm on Cleveland +3.
I don't understand why Chargers can't run the ball. Eckler is one of the hardest guys year after year, yards after contact, he's one of the top guys. I don't quite understand why they're not doing it. It's probably maybe the game script or game makeup that they're having to do it. But I also kind of agree with Chris that this looks like, with the perception of the Chargers and the Browns, and the Chargers are supposed to be this high-powered team. I think they're kind of baiting you with such a. That's what I think. Even though on the sharper side, we index that I have Cleveland. Basically, I'm at 1 point Cleveland. Nick's at 1 point Chargers. This is more of an actual pick'em line. That's why if you want to play a close game, the Browns are the play. But I think this is Browns are nothing. I don't see how you could be on the Chargers at all in this.
I can see it. The Chargers have had a lot of success versus the Browns, especially recently. All-time series 18-9 versus the Browns. And even when they've traveled to Cleveland, even though there's been they had that ridiculous loss versus the Browns when the Browns were going for 0-16 and the San Diego Chargers went in there and lost the game. Yeah, there have been moments like that, but there's also been plenty of other moments where the Chargers just walked into Cleveland and just absolutely smoked them. I think the important thing to look at is what the pass defense rankings are, because I don't believe Garrett. I think Garrett's not playing, isn't he? From
That's
the car
what
accident.
Kelly said that he's out.
Yeah.
Hurts.
I think he's out. Yeah, but the other point that would be made is that the Browns, their pass defense is pretty damn good. 56.9 completion percentage. That's very good. They've only allowed 5 passing touchdowns, only 2 interceptions, so they're not really getting a ton of picks that way. 8 sacks, and I think it's the Browns secondary that has relied on pressure and what's going to look like without that pressure. They've also haven't exactly played the most prolific passing games or passing defense or passing offenses. So let's see what happens when Herbert goes in there. It's also a question of, is Keenan Allen going to be there? Because one of the things that's becoming more and more apparent is they do not like to throw to their tight ends. I mean, they tried to create something with Gerald Everett, and as soon as he created that interception versus the Chiefs, they have really tried to move away from involving Everett. If Allen's back, one of the things you could probably look at would be a Chargers team total over if you want to be on the Chargers, or you can try to do a Browns live bet if the Chargers are able to get ahead, because I don't think this is going to be more than a touchdown either way. So if you get a touchdown on the Browns, if the Chargers go down and score quick, which they've definitely had some really good first quarter scripted drives, that might be one of the best things to do. So if you are sitting here with the Browns, ask yourself the question, what's the possibility that the Chargers get a first quarter lead and I can end up with a +6 or a +6.5 in my pocket?
Just like with the Texans, I got a plus 23.5, and they came back.
They'll move it quick.
They will move it quick. Yeah, I think I like a live bet on this quite a bit. But you bring up a really good look, and that is they don't throw their tight end, but usually running back play and tight end play kind of correlate. We look at the Patriots and what they did for so long. Granted, they had great quarterbacks, but we look at when LaDainian Tomlinson was there and they were running the ball. Granted, they had everything in those years. They had great wide receivers. They had a great quarterback. They had everything. But if you're not running the ball, your tight end doesn't get in the mix the same way. Basically, you're going to your receivers, deeper routes, that sort of thing.
I think they're using Eckler correctly too. I think he was getting used way too much. I mean, McCaffrey, Eckler, those small-bodied running backs, those little boys in the backfield, they need a little bit of relief. They need a bigger dude to come in there. I mean, that's why Michael Turner would pair so well with LT. That's why Sproles paired well with LT, because there was another guy that was able to go in there and run between the tackles, and the Chargers really don't have that at all. They're trying to create it with Justin Johnson I forget what his name is, Josh Kelly, Sony Michel. Like, they're trying to create something there, but nothing is happening between the. Watch how much they try to run between the tackles on consecutive plays. It never happens. Like they never run between the tackles.
Eckler is one of those guys that is smaller but plays bigger. Like he's a hard hitting smaller guy. I'll say this. I think that has to do with play calling. I think we kind of hit it on the head, and we'll move on. But I don't even know who the OC is for the Chargers. But with that team the way it is now, they need to switch it up, because I think you can play the pass and make them run right now. That's a winning game plan against the Chargers. I'm not a coach. I'm a handicapper. So what do I know?
If the Chargers are up at halftime, definitely take the Browns second half, because the Chargers only average 8 points in the second half.
I kind of hope the Chargers go up 10-0.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I'm hoping, or even 14-0. That's kind of what I hope.
The same thing happened last week with the Texans. The Texans came back in the second half. They just didn't win the game.
They had we know that they had the ball. First of all, they got within the number. They got to 3. Yeah. And they had the ball again and threw an interception. But anyway, all right, we beat that game. This game to me is interesting only in one layer, and that's the Lions. And
one last thing, I was trying to look up a stat real quick on the last one. You know what might be? None of us said this, but might be a very good look would be Chargers first half live bet Browns. I mean, as soon as LJ said that, I was like, man, where do the Chargers rank first half? They are top 5 in the league. I'm sorry, 6 in the league in terms of first half production, and that might be I'm actually going to write that down. First half Chargers and then try to live bet the Browns, because I already mentioned the Chargers come out with really good scripted drives. Like they have very good scripted drives, and I might try to do I'll check what the first quarter number is, but that's where I'm going to kind of leave off on that game. I started to go back, but as soon as LJ said that, I was like, holy shit, hold up, one second. So just not throwing it out there.
live update on UCF. As expected, SMU can't defend the rush. UCF is up 34-13.
I need more points, though. I still need 3 touchdowns.
I have UCF in the point and laying the points, but
Yeah, that was. I wish I went with that instead. I was
SMU
leaning
got
more.
exposed in this game. They can't. They faced a rushing team, and they can't. That also protects defends against the pass, and that's they're a one-dimensional team.
SMU is not
So
a good
you were
team.
you were on UCF?
Yep.
Oh, I was confused. Earlier, it sounded like you were trying to get me.
No, I was basically saying I was agreeing with what you were. I was kind of going down the road that they're the number. They were the number one pass offense in as far as yards per game in the
I'm just
college football. But no,
Yeah,
I
I'm
had
glad
UCF. I think it's a horrible matchup for them, and it's showing that. But anyway, LG, you got that. You got that game. You got we talked about the Browns, right?
Yeah, I'm on plus
okay.
3. Yeah.
So let's go to the next game. Actually, I was going to jump one, but we're not going to jump that. Bears Vikings. It's minus Minnesota -7. I have it at 6.82. I'm completely uninterested in this game. I kind of want the Vikings to win the division, so I want them to win the game. But I'm going to be off this game as far as betting. We'll start with LJ. But does this tickle anyone's fancy? Because I think it's a boring game.
Yeah, I'm not betting this game. I mean, if I would definitely take the Vikings minus the 7, but I'm not putting my money on Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
But I am on Dalvin Cook rushing yards. 70. He's averaging 70 yards rushing. He's had 90, 96, and 76 the last 3 games.
Right.
And the Bears, our defense has allowed, we all know, 183 rush yards a game. So same thing Saquon did last week. I'm expecting Dalvin Cook to do the same thing again. So I'm on Dalvin Cook rushing yards heavy, but I'm not on the side because I can care less about these 2 teams.
Yep. Moose, what do you think?
This is my Moose call. I've never had an NFL one, but I'm doing it here. Minnesota team total over 13.5. The Bears.
Damn, that's all it is?
Holy
This is
shit!
13?
You said that last night. I forgot you said that. Yeah.
That's all it is? It's 13 or first half?
That's
13.5
can't be
first
full.
half, and
Oh,
I got that under even more.
Yeah.
It was first half Vikings team total over 13.5. I got it at -108.
Yeah, that's easy money.
Yeah, and the big thing, I was like, I had to double, triple, quadruple check it. The Bears have allowed 14 points first half every game. And the Vikings, besides the game against the Eagles, they have gotten, I think they've gotten 13, 14 over plus in all the other games. So, man, I saw that and I was like, that is incredible to me. I've watched the Bears. I think, and I think that the Bears are kind of live a little bit, because one thing the Vikings did struggle with was a mobile quarterback. I mean, Jalen Hurts looked very, very good versus them, and I don't think Daniel Hunter is going to be able to chase him around all over the field. So I do think that the Bears kind of could be live, especially if they get down quite a bit early. But 13.5 for the Vikings offense versus a really bad Bears defense, that just felt like an absolute slam dunk, and I got it at -108. So yeah, that I'm making that. I'm going to be posting that later. I'm not sure what it went to, but I think I even saw it lower than -108. I think I saw it go down to -104. And it's at home. Like come on.
So that's the Moose call.
Oh, yeah.
Moose call. All right, Tim, go ahead.
It's not pretty. I like the Bears, and it's
surprising.
There's reasoning, and this is part 1 of 2. And I'm going to be doing the same thing next week. I'm fading the London game because the Vikings are coming off of the London game, coming back overseas with a big time change, and I'm not saying that the Bears are a good team or the Bears are going to win outright. I think that the Vikings just come out slow. I hate to go against your Moose call. I'm thinking this is a ugly, boring game, and I think the Bears cover. And it's going to be the same deal. I will be all over the Seahawks later, just because of fading the London game. That's the main part. That's the main purpose of it. Me and one of the guys I work with, Sean Higgs, we kind of had a discussion about it. We're like, yep, we're gonna go and grab Seahawks. We're gonna go and grab the Bears. It's just fading the London game for me. That's just gonna be an angle I'm gonna ride.
Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, nothing on this one either. I could see the road division dogs. Bears are shit, but it's not going to be in the contest, I don't think. But lean that way. But I agree with Moose. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 14-3 at half or whatever, and again, with those bigger spreads with touchdown or more, you tend to see them kind of get in it maybe more in the second half. So we'll see, but nothing here yet.
Huh. Kelly says, that's her name. I'm not sure. Sandy's her name, but I know her by Kelly. She says the Bears suck. So
yeah. I'm a little surprised by this. You know how long it is, the flight from Minnesota to the UK?
10 hours.
Nope. 8.
Longer?
6 or 7.
8. That makes sense because it's 5 from the East Coast, and it's another. That makes sense. 3 from.
I thought like when he says like, oh yeah, that might be a good angle. I bet it's like a 10, 12-hour flight. No, 8.
But they're going over there on Tuesday or Wednesday or even before probably Monday. I mean, they're leaving right away. I think they should. That's what I would do.
I wanted to look into that angle really quick. I was like, holy shit, that might actually really be something. Like if it's like a 10, 12-hour flight, like that shit's fucking like that's rough. But
it's not Australia.
But 8's doable.
It's more of a
nice
time change.
Nap.
It's more of a time change difference, and you see teams that get jet lagged off of traveling West Coast to East Coast or vice versa. Now you're going across the pond. I'm going to see how it works out. If it works out well this week, I'll do it again next week. And if it doesn't and it's a disaster, then it's a disaster. It happens.
I would just think that would work the opposite way. Shouldn't it work the opposite way?
Well, it works both because one you're way behind, one you're way ahead. I mean,
yeah, but the way behind is there, and the ahead would be here, and you're playing a 10 o'clock game, so you're basically playing a 5 o'clock game. Like
they're going days ahead of time. They're going at least 2 days ahead for sure. Yeah. Anyway, we are gonna be not the first time we've been on other sides. That's for sure. Chris, you already said. Nick, you're up. I could care less about this game, but that's why.
Yeah, I lean towards the Vikings here. I don't know if I can lay this many points though, but my number for this one's around 9. So I think there is a little bit of value here with the Vikings. So that's kind of where I was looking for this one. But I can see a backdoor cover in this one, and I can see potentially the Bears winning outright. Like I can see the Vikings being the Vikings and not doing much. Like the few times I have backed the Vikings, they've massively disappointed. It feels like every time. So
this is no one's like Circa pick or Westgate pick or maybe no one's gonna have.
No, absolutely not.
Hey Dave, can I do a couple before I have to?
You want to bounce? Yeah, go ahead.
You guys can see if anyone is on the opposite side, that's fine. You can cancel these out. But I have to, as Mr. Hazmat Suit, I have to be on the most disgusting play of the week. Fool me once, fool me twice, fool me fucking thrice.
I know where you're going.
Fucking Commandos.
Yep.
Plus fucking 2.5. Disgusting. I've been fucked by them a couple weeks, but this just, I can't. I have to do it one more time because this is disgusting. Who are the Titans?
Yerp.
So, and then I'm going to fade the supposed best team in the league, the Eagles. I'm going to take the 5.5 at home with the Cards. I think everyone's going to be all over. I think they're feisty. They're always feisty as dogs.
Don't do it. Don't
do
it.
Do it.
Don't do it.
We're going to talk about this one, but just to let you know, strangely, this is just the index. My index has this at a pick 'em. So you're getting 5 points of value. Yeah. And this, again, my indexes, I don't make them. I average 3 of the most respected ones. So the point is this is a question mark game for me. Big question mark.
Man, it must have been late in the night when the index was doing that.
I get it.
6.5. Everyone's going to tease it, throw it in their money line. I know the Earl brothers like those get out games afternoon, right? Cardinals upset them.
Plus that 5.5 parlay number is a dog number. That 5.5 number is a dog number.
It is a dog number.
The Cardinals are horrible ATS at home versus the NFC. I'm telling you, bro, they are horrible at home versus
But
the
aren't
NFC.
they typically?
You don't have to
when
convince
they're
us.
Home, haven't they typically?
Yeah, we know.
8 points. They're not. They're never catching 5.5 at home. I think this is new. They're typically a couple.
Well, I'm not taking the bet. I'm taking Eagles first half because they're money first half.
All right, what's your third one?
I don't really have a third. I guess I leaned Browns, but if someone else is on Chargers, but do those two for now, and then we'll do some on some college ones on Friday.
Sounds good. Well, plug whatever you want. We all hope that your foot heals. If everyone doesn't know, he had surgery on a major sports injury, and
I have a weak Achilles. Yeah, follow us, like I said, at Fade You with the U Sports. We post all kinds of stuff. We have a fade guy. Oftentimes we'll post what the fade guy is on. He's on like a insane 4-15 run or something. He's been dog shit. He's all over the Rams on Monday night. So we won that. And yeah, it's good shit. We're always talking good stuff like we are right now.
who was on the Rams that game? Everyone in the world I knew was on the Niners, but
I had Niners in the contest. Yeah, so it was good to hear that.
I didn't have the contest, but I had an irresponsible bet on them. That a very irresponsible.
50% of your bankroll.
No. More like I'm not gonna even say, but it wasn't that much.
3 units, 4 units, 5 units.
Somewhere in there. But anyway, it wasn't as irresponsible as me chasing USC, which I broke even doing that.
I ended up taking the under 68.5 in that game, an alternative, and my full bet lost, but the other.
So I took a pregame bet, and then I took 6 in-game bets, and I broke even, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Yeah, it was crazy. I should have never done that.
I just had the plus 25.5 or whatever, but I'm glad you got those two in play. 14.
Because the 2 that I got were more than what I bet before. Like I was really doing what you should never ever do.
Well, when it was tied 7-7, it made sense for you to hit it up because you know it's a good price there.
Well, the first bet made sense, but as it went down the rabbit hole, it did. I did what not so great sports bettors do and go to die, and I did exactly what you're not supposed to do is chase, but. I can say if anyone here says they've never done that, I'd call them a liar. So you've done it before, Moose.
I did that on Sunday night. I threw very small bets on under 53.5, 57.5, 60.5, 63.5. Like and all of them lost. I threw like eighth of a unit.
We all have games where they've lost, and then we all have games where everyone hits. Like you guys remember that game when the Patriots were down against the Broncos like 31-0 or something. And they came back and won on Sunday night against Peyton. I think I got like 7 bets in like Patriots plus 20, plus 17, plus. And they all hit.
I did that a couple Sunday nights ago with the Packers and the Bears, where I took like a couple alternative unders, and then the actual under hit.
Yeah, because they scored like 3 points second half.
Beautiful. You could have done the same thing the Monday night with Philly and Minnesota, where they put up nothing in the second half.
Yeah.
I've done that plenty of times with baseball where I would grab a team when they're down like plus 1.5, plus 2.5, plus 3.5. And like I would sprinkle the money line too. I remember I did that earlier in the season when the Mets were down 7-1 against Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And they had that big comeback. I had 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5 money line at 500. Like you get those games, you get very lucky, and then you get the flip side where you bet all that stuff and hey, maybe they might come back and they lose by a lot more.
Yeah.
Touchdown UCF.
Yeah. This is a mismatch.
Yeah, I need 2 more touchdowns now, so I need some tempo. And
what's the under? What's the total at? What'd you get?
65.
Yeah, you're fucked.
Probably.
Good shit, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, buddy. Thanks. We'll see you on Friday if you want to come on.
Later, Moosey.
Later, man.
Oh, so go ahead, Chris. You can leave.
He knows people.
You know what I'm going to say about what he just said is that I remember on the Daily Show someone called you Moose and you said I'm going to put a stop.
Yeah,
to
well,
that.
he's connected. He knows people, so he gets away with it.
Yeah, well, I have other.
He knows. Let me put it this way: we've already talked about this. There are specific people that are known by people that I'm like, all right, so the chances that can get introduced, I always like to leave that on the table.
Yeah. Well, I'm never going to call you Moosey, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, you're good. I'm glad. Yeah.
I call you other things. Sweetheart.
Yeah, like asshole, shithead, pervert,
lover boy.
Yeah, none of those.
Hey, now.
Don't do that.
Oh, we can go down that road. But anyways, let's go to we don't have to speed it up now because we'll go to faster pace and we have less people. I think this game is interesting for one look, and I think a lot of us will be on it with the Lions and the Patriots. I have the Patriots as 5.77 point favorites. Don't know why. It's at -3, but I'll let everyone else talk before I put my bet in. But I guarantee you, someone else is going to say one of two looks that I like. So we'll go with Nick first.
I like the Patriots in this game. I don't think there should be a 3 in this one. I think Bailey Zappi is going to be able to put up some points against this Detroit defense because it feels like anybody can. Careful on ECU this weekend. They just lost one of their best running backs for the season. So now they still have Keaton Mitchell, which is their starting running back, but they lost Najee Harris, which was their backup. That was like their bell cow. Bigger running back, and Mitchell's more the speed guy. So just a little tidbit on that. But I like the Patriots in this game. I think they put up some points. I lean Patriots team total over, full game over. It's the Lions. They give up 30-something points a game, and they score 30-something points a game. So this is a game where Patriots and over for me. I think this is a game where this is probably the Bailey Zappi breakout game, in my opinion. Also, I saw an interesting post here on Twitter, off topic, baseball, with one person joking around saying Jeff McNeil won the batting title tonight, but Tim, let's not forget, Terrence Gord just passed Jed Lowry on the Mets all-time hits list. He's now 1 for 7.
Well, there you go. By the way, I posted some in the chat. When you guys went to Vegas, did you go to Earl of Sandwich?
No.
Well, look it up. They have good sandwiches, and it's your name.
We went to the one deli at the South Point.
That's a good one. They have a good oyster bar too. But anyway, LJ, what do you think? Lions, Patriots.
I think I'm with Nick, man. I think I'm. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I think I'm on the Patriots plus the points too, man. The Lions give up too many points. They've allowed 141 points on the season. Defense.
They lead the league in scoring.
Yeah,
they lead the league in scoring, and they're the worst team in defending. So. Yeah,
defense is trash. They're dead last in yards per rush, red zone efficiency, third down defense. They allow 2.5 rushing touchdowns per game, and that's why I am on Damian Harris anytime touchdown for the Patriots because he's had 3 in the 3 straight games that he's played. So I'm definitely on that prop, and I'm taking Jared Goff 2 touchdowns on the Patriots. And but far as a side, I'm not taking no side. I would lean the Patriots plus the points. I think Matt Patricia will want to beat the Lions since he coached them before. So like he probably would have that on the blade, mentally. I think psychological things more than just the game. So, but other than that, I'm looking at high scoring, but I'm just scared to take a side. But I'm going to be on props, and that's that because you can't trust the Lions, man. Why can you trust the Lions? Well, who can trust the Lions? For real.
I mean, they're 3-1 ATS this year, so they've not been bad ATS.
Yeah, but they could give up a lead. Easiest they can take a lead. So that's my thoughts. I would lean Patriots with the points, but I'm not probably going to the window on that one.
Timmy.
Imagine if this Detroit Lions team had a defense. They would be one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah.
But
just average.
Yeah, maybe just an average one.
If they were average,
they have the most points a game, and they allow the most. I kind of like the over. Even with whatever is going on with New England, I really don't care. I like the over. I think it gets there. It's 45.5, which I think is kind of crazy. The Lions, I'm pretty sure I could probably line up in the backfield for New England. I could probably get a touchdown off of them.
You say that all the time.
I know. It's just the point that their defense is awful.
Yeah,
So that being said, the Patriots, even with a third string quarterback, should be able to put some points up against them. Over in this game, I don't trust the side. I'm not laying points with New England. That's for damn sure.
Moose.
I might be laying the points with New England. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Here's the big thing I'm looking at. This is the big thing. Is DeAndre Swift back this week? And it's a legitimate question. Is he expected back this week?
He was questionable. I saw the injury report. He was questionable. So it's not.
Does that change? That's the one thing that would change everything and pull me away from the window. Because if the Lions' rushing attack is going to be Jamal Williams and who gives a fuck, I really, really would like to have the Patriots there, because the one thing that the Patriots absolutely struggle with is the run.
Well, Jamal Williams had 19 carries, 108 yards, and 2 touchdowns. So
I still think he's just a guy. He's just a guy. That's much more about their offensive line. I do not think Jamal Williams is all that great. But if you give me DeAndre Swift back there, who is elusive and can make a big game-breaking run, Jamal Williams does not have that ability. He does not have the ability to just absolutely game break it unless literally everybody is in the box and he got by everybody, and then most people are on the ground and they're not getting up. That's the main way he's going to be able to break one. If it's DeAndre Swift back there, I'm probably not going to make this. And I would imagine if he does play, you could probably maybe even get a better number, because Swift is that good. I think most people do look at the Lions and do expect their DeAndre Swift to be a big part of that offensive contribution. But the Patriots pass D is not too shabby. Their pass defense allows, let me bring it up here real quick. I got the number. 211 opponent passing yards per game. The last 3 only 200 yards per game. At home, 206 yards per game. And I get that the Lions are likely going to have back all their receivers, but it feels like Patricia has much better awareness of what the Lions are going to do. And the most Belichickian thing I can think of is that he's just going to go ground and pound. It's going to be a lot of Damian Harris, a lot of Ramondre Stevenson out of the backfield, and it's just going to be first down, line move, first down, line move, and it's going to be repetitive. It's going to be a slow, sloggy game, and I think that I initially looked Lions team total over, but I think the Patriots are going to really try to control pace of play here and bring everything back down to a crawl. I do like the Patriots full game, but this might be a live bet because the Lions jump out. I think the line shifts pretty significantly, and you might be able to get a much better number on the Patriots.
Yeah, I lean Patriots in this, but I actually did a breakdown with Joe Madden. Shout out Joe Madden on Vegas Insider Day. Lenny was there too. And actually, it's funny is Lenny was there, and she asked me for my games. I was right before him, and his first game was obviously the Detroit game, so I kind of stole some of his thunder. But Detroit's first in points per game scored, last in points per game given up. I've been on Detroit's team total, and I still might be every game, the past 3 games. But New England is 22nd in the league in giving up points at 24.5, and they've only scored 18.5 a game. But this is the team to score points against. I don't even care if Bill Belichick runs the ball. 45.5 points per game. I'm on the over all day. This is one of my best plays this week for NFL. And New England, the last 7 games have gone over. I know that stretches in the last year, but so then we'll say 4 of the last 4 this season have gone over. And I don't care so much. DeAndre Swift, if he's in, it's for sure going over. But Jamal Williams is just as good. This offense is legit. This defense is bad. And if this defense was middle of the pack, this team would probably be, even with Aaron Rodgers and the Vikings offense, this team would probably, in my opinion, win the division. That's
Yeah,
how.
I don't think Swift and Williams are in the same category. I think Swift is a significantly better back.
No, I agree with that. I'm saying as far as scoring points, not as far as a running back or as far as skill. But here's the deal: if he can score one touchdown or run or put him in position to score and rush for 80 yards, there's plenty of other weapons there. Hackensack, or however you say his freaking name, their tight end, he had 2 TDs last week. I mean,
Hawkinson went off.
Yeah. They have weight. This is the thing about Detroit. They have I don't think any one person is like a top 5 superstar. Like even DeAndre Swift, there are 5 better running backs probably, but they've got all dudes. They've got Amon-Ra St. Brown. They've got Hawkinsack. They've got DeAndre Swift. I mean, they've got weapons. And
but every team they've played has been willing to get into a shootout. This is the first team where I think, hey, we all know what Belichick's going to do.
Of course.
I think we can all kind of agree that Belichick, if he has his way, it is going to be the exact game plan, game script that I gave out, where it's just going to be get a first, like 3rd and manageable, first down, 3rd and short, first down, just getting consistent first downs, running the play clock down, doing everything you can to limit what the Lions can do. Because I can guarantee you, Patricia has been telling Belichick everything about what the tendencies are, that if you just throw them off their rhythm, because we all remember when the Lions offense was bad, and it was a lot of just off rhythm throws. I mean, Goff, if you get him off rhythm, and remember in the Super Bowl, everybody said, oh, Goff, like this high powered offense is just going to chunk. Yeah, Belichick took care of that motherfucker real easy.
The best defensively coached game I've ever seen in my entire life. He made Goff drop back. He said, guess what? You're a play action guy. I'm going to drop my linebackers in the flats. I'm going to make you drop back. Look what happened. Scored 3 points.
Yeah, and I think he does something similar. And even I don't think Goff is aware enough to even think like, oh, he's probably going to do the same thing with a little bit of a twist. I don't think he's aware of that. That's why I really do like the Patriots. But I was looking at. I agree. First thing I look at in this game, Lions team total over. Yeah. But when I saw Swift is, and I said Rise Above said that he's out. Swift is out. I think it might be a little bit of an overreaction based off of what the Lions just did last few weeks offensively. I could easily see Belichick just imposing a game script, controlling the clock. And at the end of the day, it's a 20-13 win for the Patriots. I'm not to the window yet, but God damn, the fact that all of us are kind of talking about the Patriots does make me feel a little bit more. It gives me a little bit more desire to get out there and put that to the window.
LJ, you want to say something?
No, I like that angle that I forgot about that he's played golf in the Super Bowl already, but I'm just hesitant because of the quarterback, man. He doesn't have his starter, and that's what's keeping me off.
Well, let's talk about the other side of it. I mean, we're talking about the offense. These are 2 defenses. I mean, this is the worst ranked defense, and then the 22nd. Wait, these are horrible defenses. So I think if we're at 26-21 or 25-21, that's a weird score. We're over. I think this total is really low, and it's really low because obviously the bookmakers are making it that way. But I don't see in any world how either of these teams stop each other, even if they ran the ball the whole time. I mean, I don't know. I think the Patriots are the look, and the over is a look.
I like the Patriots. Because I think psychologically, Belichick knows what Goff can do, but he just doesn't have his starting quarterback. He has to go with a third stringer. He's going to have to run the ball and control the clock. And how is he going to be efficient doing that? That's the question. That's the only question that I have.
You wouldn't think that this game would be so interesting, the Lions versus the Patriots. You think it would be in years past. You'd look over it and say, Patriots by 2 touchdowns, but it's a different year. And I love that the Lions being this good is good for football. I mean, this offense.
You know, the thing that I'm really going to look for, and if I see it right away, I'll be very happy if I did put a bet on it. If Zappe is able to complete just a couple of longer passes, it can just be a longer out route. It can just be a 12-yard out. You just need him to do something.
He looked accurate. He looked accurate.
I loved him in college. He was fantastic.
He doesn't throw.
That's the thing. That's the thing. And that's why I said that specifically it has to be a longer route. It has to be something where the ball is in the air and the defense just has to say, all right, we got to play a step back, just like a step back. And that's all you need. Because I think, and that's actually, LJ, this is a question I have for you. You said Harris touchdown. What about if you are believing if you're on the Patriots, what about a Harris rushing attempts or rushing yardage if it's under 80 yards?
Yeah, because he's averaging 66 his last 3 games. So that would be a play as well. Yeah, I would take the yards and the anytime touchdown. I would do both.
What about rushing attempts?
I would have to look to see how many attempts he's had. I didn't look at the attempts really. I just looked at the yards and the touchdown. But the fact that the Lions defense is giving up 2.5 rushing touchdowns per game, I'm definitely on the touchdown because
that's what I'm talking about. This over could hit with rushing them. I think so. That's just what I think.
Yeah, and you're hoping when I looked at it, it was one of those stats where I was like, all right, hopefully I'm going to find New England like the top of the charts. Lions dead last, New England like 28th. It's like, well, shit.
And the Patriots defense has allowed 2 passing touchdowns in every game. So Goff could easily have 2 touchdown passes. So.
Yeah, I think the narrative of we'll move on because we've got games, but I think the narrative of this game, this is how Belichick played Goff in the Super Bowl. I think the dynamic is way different. I mean, in so many different ways. You know what Goff can do and what you can't do. But here's the deal: I thought Goff would be a flop. He's actually been pretty decent this year. I mean,
because the expectations
was so low. Because he's really not that good. But anyways, let's move on to the Seahawks and the Saints. Do I have a play on this one? No. I have the Saints as 4-point favorites and the Lions of 5.5. My least favorite line ever because for me it's dog or nothing. I don't have a play on this one. I'm not going to even look at it any further. But we'll start with Nick. What do you think?
I did not.
I do have a play in this one, but I'm going to wait till the end. Go ahead.
I did not get to this one. This is obviously another one of those the teams coming back from London, which could be a very tricky spot for New Orleans there. I do have New Orleans as a 7-point favorite in this game, so I guess I lean towards them, but I don't feel like laying 6 points with them because I don't know if their offense is good enough to cover 6 points at the moment. So this was probably another pass for me. I'll probably look a little bit deeper into this game, but at the moment, nothing jumping off the page.
Gotcha. LJ, before I'll give my play out for this. Do you have a prop on this in this game?
What game we on? I'm sorry.
The Saints and the Seahawks Saints.
Do I have a prop in this game? Seahawks? No, I don't have a
All right,
prop.
I'll wait for I have a prop you'll really, really like at the end. It's not a side, but what do you think about the game as far as a side or a total?
I'm leaning towards Seattle because the Saints punt 5 times a game, so that means they don't create any offense, and they're only averaging 10 points at home. And Seattle's averaging 27 points on the road. So I don't see, and they're also 7 of 12 on third down. So that means they're staying on the field. And the Saints are only 4-13 on third down. So that means they're getting off the field. So I think Seattle's going to control this game, man. And I may bet this game. I just haven't went to it yet. Seattle, 21 quarterback hits. So they're getting after the quarterback. So all aspects of this team showing me that they're going to get after the Saints, man. The Saints are digressing this year. I think Andy Dalton will be starting. I think Winston's still on the sideline. And I think Dalton is an upgrade for Winston. So that's a positive for them. Seattle is on the road. Were they on the road last week too, right? Was Seattle on the road last week?
They were. Were they? Why can't I remember?
Yes, I think they were in Detroit.
Yes, you're right. So this is their second straight road game. Yeah. So that kind of gives me trepidation, but the fact that they're averaging 27 points on the road, man, that's a staggering stat to me. So I would be on Seattle this game for sure because I have no positive things to say anything about the Saints right now. You're punting 5 times a game. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
Yeah.
What's Winston's injury? Do we know?
I don't know. I think it's his leg or something. I don't remember.
It probably was because we've all seen how he runs, right?
Who else is going to be able to step up to make some plays? So, to me, I view Jameis Winston as the favorite. I think he almost has to lose this job.
The best part of that is the guy laughing at him at the end. That fucking goofy finger licker. Oh man. Anyway, Tim, go ahead. What do you like?
Yeah, this is part 2 of fading London game, and I'm just trying it for this week. See how it works. I'm on the Seahawks. I took them plus 5.5. I think it's a good spot. I also like a lot of dogs this week, so I guess that's kind of in itself. But I'm fading the London game again. That's just the deal with this one. Seahawks. They look good against the Lions, but Geno looked good, which is crazy to say.
Geno, number one in pass completion.
We never saw this Geno Smith in New York, but he's playing well for the Seahawks. So
it's the year of the year of the Phoenix Rising. Geno Smith, Joe Flacco, Jared Goff. What the fuck's going on?
I don't know. I mean, crazy.
Moose, I know you have some dog shit in this game. Let's go.
Oh, this is a hard pass. I do think that I think the under is better than the over, but I'm not going to play it. I mean, I could easily see the Saints kind of figuring some shit out on offense. I have no idea. I mean, it's a sad thing to say about Jameis Winston that I don't know if I can make an argument that he's better than Andy Dalton. That's a bad place to be. That's a bad place to be. Yeah. So it's a hard pass. I don't need to talk about it too much. I think the total's a little too high. I think they're playing it, trying to invite the under though. So pass for me. Yeah, we don't even know who's playing. I mean, Michael Thomas could be out. We don't even know which quarterback to cap for, and the Seattle has been doing surprisingly well. So that's all I'm gonna say. I'm done.
So here's the prop, and I'm not a big. This is the most excited I've been about an NFL prop maybe ever. and because I don't do props. I spend way too much. I mean, everyone has their bailiwick, but this isn't it. But this one, and LJ, I love this one. So the Saints give up the most field goal attempts of any team, 3.8 a game. And Seattle is 30th, third worst in the league at scoring touchdowns in the red zone at 40%. So I'm taking Jason Myers, the field goal kicker for Seattle, over 1.5 field goals, but those odds aren't out yet. I hope sometimes they don't come out for certain kickers. I hope they do.
It's going to be minus 110. It's always minus 110.
Yeah, well, that is money because you have one of the teams that's the worst at giving up field goals, meaning they have a decent defense on their side of the field, and a team that has a horrible red zone offense.
Hey, I'm with you.
Yeah, that's to me that's the best prop of the week. I don't have the odds yet, but that's.
I'm with you.
You don't like that, Moose? I think that's a pretty good one.
I'm giving you a slow clap. I don't know. Yeah. I mean,
I know you're not a prop guy either this way, but I mean, if you're going to bet a prop,
I do like props. I like props.
If you're going to bet a prop on one side, they're the worst, and the other side, they're the worst. I mean, what else can you have? And Jason Myers has had 2 field goals in the past 2 games, but and also, by the way, if Geno Smith is doing well, that means he's going down the field, so they're going to be in the Saints' territory. We'll see. Okay. So we're going to go to this game, but because it involves this guy and because this is brand new and we just downloaded it, I had not seen this. This is
some of my best work. Yep.
This is a nerd talk first. Let's look at it. I've never seen that.
He's dancing to it now.
White boy dance?
Yeah, of course.
And it's got to be under 10 seconds because I would.
Oh, I think it's like 4 seconds.
4 seconds. It's nothing. Yeah, that needs to be a theme. By the way, here's some rhythm. Nah, never mind. I lied. He doesn't have to do that.
That's not very. The gritty's not very difficult to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen a grandpa do the gritty.
It's. I don't know. The Gronk and T.O. and the day of the cool touchdown celebration.
That was your cool touchdown?
Well, when he did when he was in London and he did the march of that was pretty. I mean, that was pretty.
Okay,
one
yeah,
time.
that was pretty good. Yeah,
And it was
I like
implemented.
Duck Duck Goose. Duck Duck Goose is a good one.
Well, the Dirty Bird's the best ever, but that's a team.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah,
The bobsled, that's a good one. I like the bobsled.
Ocho Cinco and Tio are the best because they hid things. They hid phones and pens to sign balls, and anyway, it's so funny. By the way, a nice aside that slowed the game down, so they stopped doing it, and now they let team celebrations happen. So it's like they reverted back to like what's fun. Anyway, good job, Roger Goodell. All right, so we're going to talk about the Dolphins and the Jets. We'll start with Moose. Before we start, I have Miami as a 5.81 point favorite. Line's at 3 or 3.5. Problem is, Tua he's obviously out, right? I mean, it's going to be, yeah. Not that I'm high on Tua. I'm really low on Tua, but they have the two fastest wide receivers in the NFL. But if you can't get the ball to them, what does it matter? So can Bridgewater do it? I don't know. But Moose, go ahead.
I mean, it doesn't. You don't have to do much. You don't have to throw the ball too far downfield. Tyreek and Waddle are both major yards after carry or yards after catch guys. So I don't think they're going to need Bridgewater to do too much. Just a lot of dump offs. We saw him do it in Denver, not very effectively, but I don't know. This is another hard pass for me. It's tough to tell what Miami's offense is going to look like, even though I think it should be a very similar type of offense. How effective will Bridgewater be able to throw the deep ball? Because at least Tua could throw it like a little bit. He didn't throw it very well, but he threw it competently enough that teams kind of had to honor it, and that's going to bring your safeties up. That's going to drop your safeties back instead of having them up, which is I kind of think what the Jets are going to do is they're just going to start moving their safeties up. I think that the Jets are a pretty live team here, but if you just get the ball in Waddle and Hill's hands and Mostert, who's starting to assert himself as the lead back there, that's a lot of speed on the field. The Jets do have speed on defense, though, but I'm not sure the status of their defensive line. I'm not sure what's his face. I thought you didn't you guys have a cute name for that defensive line guy? I forget what his name is. Shit, like maybe I was thinking of Snacks or something from a while ago. But anyways.
Oh yeah, Snacks.
Yeah, that was
Damian Harrison.
Is that Snacks, right? Is that the right?
Yeah, Snacks.
Yeah,
and he ended up
Snacks.
getting traded to the opposite New York team after a while.
Oh shit!
Yeah, he's
all right, my bad. All right, my bad. Yeah, but I know that the defensive line has had some issues on it, but I'm not sure the health of them. I know a week or so ago when I actually did look at the line, I was like, oh shit, I'm going to pay attention to it, and I didn't check back in because I didn't find interest in making a bet. But I do think the Jets are an interesting look here. I'm not going to touch it. I just thought it would be important to kind of shout out that I expect the offense to be fairly similar. It's just a matter of will Bridgewater be able to create an effective deep threat that can push those safeties back and allow a little bit more space. Because if you give Edmonds or Mostert some space, that offense can still be very, very lethal.
And Mostert, I will say about Raheem Mostert, he was on the Niners. He was my favorite running back they had. I don't know why they got rid of him. He is very, very fast. But the cool thing about it, and this just is an aside, he's from Florida. He came back to Miami. I thought he was going to be more of a premier back. They need to use him more. He is quick as fuck. Like he's quick.
Well, I think and Rise Above said it perfectly. Bridgewater is just too conservative. That's why you got to have him do it just like a couple of times. Yeah. And with Waddle and Hill, you don't really even have to make it a deep ball. You just have to have a scheme for some kind of bigger play. Like it can be a crossing route that you just have designed for it to go 30 yards.
It can be a quick shot to him, just like a Deebo Samuel. It can be a quick shot right at the line of scrimmage. Have one guy miss and he's gone.
I mean, that would be enough to say, all right, we got to at least have a little safety help a little bit deeper, just in case like we have to have some kind of angle. But I still expect the Jets to come up defensively, and they're going to try to stack the box a little bit, and they're going to force Bridgewater to make a deeper throw. And if you do bring up more people, it can make that specific play a little bit more difficult, which is why if instead of it being like a 6-yard slant or that 6-yard designed crossing route, you might have to make it 10 and just try to get behind them. And can Bridgewater make that throw? And if that's the bet, I think I think it's a Jet side if that's what the cap comes down to. And for me, that's where I left it, and I didn't feel comfortable making a bet on the Jets, knowing that it can get done without it. Like it doesn't have to happen for the offense to still be successful.
Yeah, Rise Above agrees with you, Nathan. We're not going to do. We might touch on Friday's games for this show. We are going to do an extensive look at college football. That game right off the bat, I mean, it has to be a Michigan spot. Indiana was dog shit last week, but and Moose, if he comes on, I don't know if you're doing the cab show, but
dude, I think the Earls. I think we're both all in agreement here. That Friday night is going to be a little tough for us to make it on this show.
Yeah, I'm going to be dead to the world on Friday night, so I'm not sure if I'm making it.
Yeah, well, that's okay. That's fine.
I'll be watching it live, but I mean, because I'll be with on the live NCAA show, and I'm not exactly looking forward to it. I was trying to find a.
You weren't on it last week. You weren't on it last week.
Dude, I'm weird when I am weird when I watch the Padres. Like in a playoff situation, I will pace. I make people nervous. Just watching.
I
the
will
game.
be. I will be very. I mean, I'm going to be more interested. I think there are more. The cool thing. We're not going to get in this MLB vortex, but. Mm-hmm. I think this season is the most interesting MLB season in a long time. We have really good teams. We have a lot of really good teams, and I know that LJ would argue that the Astros are going, but there's a lot of teams that can contend, and we have storylines like the Cardinals. I would love, sorry Mets, for the Cardinals to go to the World Series just because of all the players that I knew in my teenage years that played, and now they're in their 40s. I'm into that, but anyways, let's move on.
We better move on because I'm starting to get the itch to talk like baseball again. Like
yeah. So
let's keep moving.
Are we on Tim or LJ? Tim,
me.
Yeah, you were in the jersey, so you gotta talk about it.
Yeah, I threw it on because why not?
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep backing the Jets. They've been solid to me against the spread. I know it's only 2-2. But the games that they covered, they also won as well. I was on them last week to cover and win. So they've been doing me good. And Zach Wilson, that was somebody said that the Jets didn't look good against Pittsburgh. That was Zach Wilson's first game back in a while since last year. So I'm not too hung up on it. And Pittsburgh's got a decent defense. Miami does too. Yeah, the Frogers. But I think I like the Jets for this one. I'm going to keep backing Zach Wilson. I'm not a fan of Teddy Bridgewater. He was decent in Minnesota. I'm not hung up on him now. This will be his first full week, but I like the Jets. Hey, divisional home dog. There you go, Jets.
Not a bad look. LJ, interested to hear what you got to say.
Hey, I think I'm with Tim, man. For real, I think I'm gonna back the Jets. Division dog.
Fucking God damn it!
Because I have to see more of Teddy with this team. You know, he only got a little half with the last game. He kind of got through in there to his injury. So I have to see him a full game with this Miami squad. Even though Miami's defense is decent, they could get after Wilson. But the fact that they're second worst in pass defense, I think Zach Wilson can pick them apart. You know, find his spots, in the secondary. And it may go under, though. I'm looking at an under. I don't think it'll be a high-scoring game. But at the end of the day, division dog. I'm with Tim. I'm on the Jets.
All right, Nick, let's cause some controversy.
I don't know if I'm going to get to this game or not, but my numbers suggest Miami.
Me too.
Teddy Covers has had a really good record on the road as well. I think I saw a stat where he's 24-6 his last 30 ATS on the road. So I can see Miami. They're on a nice long week because they played on Thursday night, and they get a little bit of extra prep time for Teddy Bridgewater. This is Dolphins or nothing for me at the moment, especially with it only being a 3. I think you're getting a little bit of a value here at 3, especially when this line opened at 6.5 earlier before the Tua injury, and this line's moved 3 points. I don't think Teddy Bridgewater is a 3-point downgrade from Tua at all. So this is Dolphins or nada for me for the side.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way I can bet this game. I'm off the game. My numbers lean Miami. That doesn't mean my cap does, because I'm just not going to cap it. I don't see. There's too many other spots I see here that have a can of worms I want to open. This isn't one of them. But anyway, let's move on. Very interesting game based on the cappers that are here, and also the way that the Falcons have played. The Falcons versus the Bucks. I have the Bucks as 11.3 point favorites. They're laying 8.5 to 9, depending on the book, which means it's a heavy lean to Tampa Bay. But here's the deal. I mean, even though the Bucks, even though Tom Brady had a really great game, I think over 300 yards, like 360 something yards and 3 or 4 TDs last game, I'm not confident in this team to score. And Atlanta has shown little glimpses of hope, not even hope, of being a decent team. I thought Atlanta, to me, was the worst team in football at the beginning of the season. That's not anywhere near the case. I don't know what their covering has been. I know the one game I had them, they covered. They were 10-point dogs. I still think they're getting disrespectful lines, but my index is showing that the Bucks at home should be covering. So we'll start in the middle this time. LJ, you're shaking your head. What are you thinking?
Man, look, this is a typical of a team getting embarrassed on national TV, coming back and having a great performance. This is Tom Brady. He hasn't lost 3 in a row since 2000. Wow. He knows Atlanta. He has never lost versus Atlanta. They are going to destroy Atlanta, bro, like by double digits easily. Brady might have 4 touchdowns, and Mike Evans might have 3 of them. I don't see Atlanta putting up 10 points, if that, because how they got embarrassed last week versus Kansas City, bro.
Well, I'm going to say one thing about that. So 2 things. Tom Brady, 39 to 52, 385 yards, 3 touchdowns. Granted, he was going against a gunslinger. The thing that worries me about what happened last game, granted it was Mahomes, their defense looked bad. Their defense did not look like the best defense in football, which we thought they were. So, and I'm not sure that Atlanta is not going to expose them like the Chiefs are. But is there any worry about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense?
No, because number one, Cordell Patterson is out.
He is
their number 1 rusher.
Yep.
So he's gone. So who else do they have?
Mariota.
Tyler Algier.
Oh, okay.
Tyler Algier.
That guy's a dude. I mean, he's
like I said, Tampa Bay big. I will put a full unit on this game, bro.
His whole bankroll.
The whole bankroll. Brady bounced back easily against this team. Easily.
All right, Moose. What do you got to say?
I mean, I really didn't have much to add on. I was going to try to find a Buccaneers team total, but the one thing I feel is kind of interesting here, and I did have a discussion with some of the football people that I talk to and that I converse with in my day-to-day life. Some of them are coaches, some of them have coached at the collegiate level, and there was a discussion about what happened with the Chiefs and why the Chiefs were able to do that versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And what was going on is they were using a lot of outside zone read, and they were working away from Vita Vea. And that's a huge reason why the Buccaneers have been so good against the run, is they just allow him to dictate how the offensive line is blocking. Like, a lot of what the offensive line is going to do gets blown up if Vita Vea just immediately decides, I'm shutting this gap down. And then all the other linemen have to then on the fly in a matter of split seconds determine, okay, well, who's the next assignment if this gap has already been blown up, even if the play's not going that way. But if they're running, if you're running zone read away from the gap that he is blowing up, you are now getting into a really large open field territory. And you saw that a lot with Clyde Edwards-Helaire getting outside and getting a lot of open space. And the follow-up question is, can the Falcons figure out a way to do that? Because in this copycat league, they are going to run a lot of those outside zone reads, and they are going to try to create motion to fool where Vita Vea is looking. Like they'll motion left, and then they'll zone read to the outside on the opposite side. Will Atlanta be able to replicate that at all? They can, because Mariota does create a different element, and I think Algier is good enough to be able to do it. I thought the over might have been a sneaky look, but ultimately I'm like, I kind of trust I kind of trust Bowles to figure it out over there in Tampa. I would expect him to do something.
He looked disgusting.
Yeah, I expect him to make an adjustment there, but I'm not guaranteeing it. So as much as I trust and respect LJ, I mean, I've written down basically every one of his fucking plays tonight. Like, all right, I'm going to go bet that one. I'll go bet that one. But this is one that I'm like, man, what if the league starts to figure out that you can run that outside zone read with misdirection, and the Buccaneers defense all of a sudden starts having to make an adjustment for a few games? Is this in that window? So that's why I think it's still an over. It looks over, but the better play to me would be the Bucs team total over, because the Falcons rank 20th or worse against both the rush and the pass.
That's what I was looking up right now. So that's a good segue. I was looking up there's two things to address with that. So we've got the Falcons, and I look at yards per game. You can also look at yards per rush. That's another way. By the way, they're both 21st and they're both way below average. And the pass are 25th. But here's the deal, and this is probably a product of the type of game it was. But the Bucs, and we talked about this on LJ's recap show, the Bucs rushed 6 times for 3 yards in that game. And you cannot – Leonard Fournette is too good of a running back. He's still an above-average running back for you not to get him involved. And granted, maybe that's because of how high-scoring the game was. I think even if the game is high-scoring, 6 carries is just ridiculous. But is there an issue maybe with the Bucs and the run? I mean, is that do they not have confidence in it? I mean, that's crazy.
I mean, if you're asking me, it would also be workload management you have to consider, because
there's 6 carries. We're not talking workload management. They could have had 6.
Who else is there behind him? That's the thing, is like, who else is behind him that if you do not feel comfortable giving Fournette a full workload, like even half a workload, who goes in behind him that Brady would trust to run the ball? And I don't think there is. I mean, they got
Rashad White. He's a rookie.
They got Giovanni Bernard over there.
It was Rashad White. He's the rookie.
Yeah, Rashad White over there. And I don't think – I mean, what that's telling me is that Brady doesn't trust anybody else to go in between the tackles, and that Fournette just wasn't feeling 100% to be able to go between the tackles.
I think it's also about the way the OC called it. I think that was more about the gameplay than anything else. But Tim, what are your thoughts? By the way, this is why when Terry picked the Falcons +9, I knew that there would be a lot of people on the other side. But Tim, go ahead.
All right, I'm here. LJ, I'm hearing what you're saying. So Falcons outright.
What?
I love it.
I'm kidding. I don't think they went outright, but this one has BS. Damn! Sorry, I had to mess with you for a minute. But this one to me has a BS backdoor cover for Atlanta, because that's what they do.
Maybe.
And trust me, I know what Atlanta does, because week 2, circa, we had the Rams -10. And then they pulled off whatever bullshit, and they end up
I had the Falcons.
Yeah, I know you did. Yep.
I did too.
This Falcons team is scrappy. And as much as I hate the city of Atlanta right now, I really lean towards the Falcons at the moment.
You got to look at the situation, though.
By the way, anyone that's watching from Atlanta that has to do with the Braves and the Mets, he doesn't hate you. He just is a Mets fan. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hold on, I was away. Why do you not like people from Atlanta? Did they like
The Braves.
something with the broom
They
or
just swept
something?
the Mets.
Oh, they did sweep them. Oh,
and knocked them. And now they're a wild card team instead of. And Tim didn't want to do any of my shows while he was watching the Mets games.
Weren't the Mets like up
you
10
only
and a
did
half
the
games at one
Friday
point?
show, and my power went out.
Yeah, that's true. You had to go to the bar, but by the way, that is true. It is.
So did the Mets
It
offense.
is one of the worst folds I've ever seen. I did watch the Angels lose a 12 or 13.
Folds. The Mets finished when they were up 10 and a half games. They still, from that point on, finished 20 games over 500.
All right. Fuck the vortex. We're not getting it. This is for Friday. So this is an NFL.
The
show.
collapse
Go
was
ahead.
last year with the Padres. That was the collapse. I mean, that went from like being 18 games in the playoffs to not even making it. Like, if you want to
Yeah,
talk
that was
about
ugly. I remember
collapses,
watching
Marcus
that one.
Mariota and
let's
Tom
just-
Brady.
let's
But
leave
anyways,
it there.
yeah, I like
mean,
Atlanta. I like the Falcons, I should say. I like the Falcons. Plus the points. But I'm also a dog person. You could also play the narrative of Tom Brady coming out pissed with his divorce or whatever fuck going on over there. But I like Atlanta.
His finger in two of his.
Now you could take Atlanta's field goal kicker, Young Ho. You could take him because
Oh,
I
I
think
like
that's
Young
the,
And some jokes write themselves.
you could take him because that's the only way I figure they're going to score.
You know what's funny is remember on the sesh you gave out Matt Gay's a field goal prop, and someone said like, what happened with that Gay prop, and then what happened with that Young Ho prop? I mean, what? Some jokes write themselves. Holy shit!
Yeah,
So I definitely will be on that one because I think that's the only way the Falcons are going to score.
He
And
hit
like
it
I
last
said,
week.
I would be on him. I would be on the plus, but I'm just looking at the situation. Brady got embarrassed on national TV, bro. He got embarrassed.
I mean, there's no way Brady loses 3 games in a row.
He hasn't for 20 years.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. This is Brady here. We talking.
Young Ho Koo, best kicker name ever.
Yep.
What do you, LJ started? Nick, you're the last. Save the best for last. Have some sort of.
Buccaneers in a rout.
Yeah.
Oh, I had this as a double-digit spread. I don't know why this is less than a double digits. I think that this is a get-right spot for the Buccaneers. I think this should be more like 12.5, 14, like the spread should be for this game, rather than below the double digits. I will be laying 9 with the Buccaneers this week. I think they take care of business in this one here. This is a sell high spot. Because if Atlanta wasn't 4-0 ATS, this line would be 12.5, 14. If they were like, just say 2-2, and they 2-2 ATS, and people weren't making money off this team this year, they would be up close to that 2 touchdown range rather than 9. So I do think this is a sell high spot for Atlanta. When they're 4-0 ATS, I'm gonna take the Buccaneers here in this spot. They should absolutely dominate this game.
Yeah,
I think that their defense shows up too.
I hope so because it didn't last game. But granted, it was. I think the Chiefs now are probably the Eagles and the Bills are probably the top 3 teams in the NFL. But the line opened at 8, so I'm thinking that's probably obvious Tampa Bay. This to me just seems such like a public play. Is why I'm not going to make it a circle play probably, but I'll probably bet the Bucks, just because it's my index is high too. I think I've seen so there was one game versus the Bengals in 2014 or 15 where the Bengals were favored or something and they got behind, and the look in Brady's eyes in that game. This was mid-career for him. He definitely he's not going to lose. He's him and Michael Jordan. Trying to think of other players, just transcendent players, where they have this look in their eye. They're not going to beat him. Who?
LeBron.
LeBron. Well, no, not more than MJ. I mean,
LeBron, I've seen him check out on some defensive plays. I've seen him like, yeah, you get him.
My point is this: if you talk about my 3 greatest players, LeBron, MJ, and Kobe. Kobe and LeBron had the look. But MJ never did. MJ always won. The other two, they lost sometimes. Sometimes they lost. Most of the time they won. 90% of the time they won. MJ.
Jordan lost 2.
What was that?
Michael Jordan lost 2.
Yeah, to Shaq.
Listen.
MJ lost to Shaq?
Yeah, when he came back from baseball, it did Magic and
all right, that's what I'm talking about. What are you talking? No, MJ did.
It's true though. Like they literally brought MJ back. I'm not sure if you saw the documentary. They called him out. He changed his fucking number. Like they're like
y'all always say Michael Jordan never lost in the finals. That's all. That's always the narrative. He never lost in the finals.
And he did in the 80s, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, he did. And with the Pistons and who was the other one? The Celtics.
The Celtics.
Yeah. So that's fair enough. But but when it mattered, he took. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Him and Tom Brady, that look in their eye, they're just. And here's the deal: I don't know if he's distracted. That is kind of a good narrative. Is that if he's got a problem? I know I made the joke about a finger in a 20-year-old. That's who knows. But that might be because he's a family man. We've seen how he treats his kids. That might be a narrative.
Whoa, God, dude, toeing the line.
I said how he treats his kids. I didn't talk about kissing. That was the other guy next.
I'm sorry. You went from fingering a 20-year-old to how he treats his kids.
Well, fingering a 20-year-old's way more appropriate.
There needs to be a bigger gap in between those. There needs to be a bigger gap or explanation in there.
All right. You're fired. All right.
One thing. I'm not sure if you guys saw this, but when Kobe really wanted to lock in, he would play the Michael theme music on repeat.
Well, because they were buds. I mean.
No, the Michael, like the Halloween movie, like Michael, the
that's kind of
like that thing. Yeah, he even says like I was psychotic. Like when I really wanted to lock in, I played that song on repeat the entire day, and he would just listen to it because he would become psychotic. Yeah,
that's crazy.
It's on YouTube if you want to go find it.
Gabby Cab in the house. Thanks for stopping by.
Gabby Cab in the building.
He's in the building. All right, so are we done? We're done with that game. Let's go to the Titans and the Commanders.
Yeah, this game right
here.
I've
got Tennessee as 1.84 point favorites. They're favored by 2.5 by the books. It's close. This game scares me in a lot of different ways. I'm not even capping it any further.
Man.
Yeah. Moose, we'll go back to you. What do you think?
I think there is a very specific thing that we can look at, and that's Titans first half. That's something that I haven't bet yet, but I absolutely am very interested in it. Titans rank 3rd in their first half rankings, and Washington ranks 30th.
Yep.
So we can remember all the games that Washington has played where they've come out really flat. And then basically the defense says, all right, we'll give you everything underneath. And that's when Wentz starts piling up his yards. Commanders start making their little comeback. But the first halves have been really bad. Whereas,
by the way. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, and the Titans have been very good in the first half. The only time they didn't win the first half was against the Bills at Buffalo. And you might say, oh, well, they haven't played well on the road. Well, first off, it was Buffalo. And second, they just went to Indianapolis and they dominated that game from start to finish. It is a problem that it's 2 back-to-back road games, but I think that I would trust the Titans first half and continue to trust that Wentz is just going to continue to be a not so good quarterback, and it's going to have to take the defense pulling their guys out to say you can take all that stuff underneath. And that's when the Washington football team can make their comeback here. But I think it's a first half Titans spot, and then you can get probably even a better number. And I think I saw somebody wanted a Commanders money line. You could probably get a great in-game Commanders money line because I think at some point the Titans will have a lead.
Hammer Poop is on his best bets on the Commanders, which to me is crazy, but whatever. Tim,
yeah, I like Titans first half.
All right, real quick to answer your question that you put in the chat, that would be Kim Kardashian. Anyways, I like
the greatest comeback of all time is Kim Kardashian.
Gotcha. I do like the commies. I know it's
made a whole career out
and
of
that's also I think that the Titans are are a bad team. I'm not high on the Titans at all. Sure, they beat the Colts last week. That's fine. They almost blew it multiple times. They look dominant, but they scored nothing in the second half. Yeah, if you do that against Washington, I know Washington's not good either, but I don't know. This just seems like I like Washington, especially at home. I think Tennessee wins 4 games this year.
Really?
Kami's top lip. I mean, Jesus,
Yeah, I mean,
1970.
Dab taking it to different levels. Well, anyway.
Yeah, he's going all the way. He's time traveling back to like 1970 when we cared about commies. See, let's just go out there.
That was
time.
You try. LJ, what do you think?
Hey, I'm with Moose, man. The only way I would look is Titans first half. They're averaging 17. Well, actually, they're averaging 18 points full game. They're averaging 17 in the first half. So that means they're averaging 1 point in the second half. So if anything, Titans first half, but I probably won't bet it because I don't trust the Titans, and the Commanders are at home. And who's to say that they come out of this game and just run right through the Titans just because they felt like doing it on this day? So I'm staying far away from this game because I don't trust any of these teams because it's just too many red. When I'm writing these teams down and comparing the numbers, I see a lot of red around here. So Carson Wentz is the most sacked quarterback 17 times. Washington punts 6 times a game. Yeah, I don't want no part of this game at all. But I like Moose's play first half. Titans, if anything, definitely Titans first half for sure because that's where they've scored 17 in the first half. So,
Nick, let's hear some commie love. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm leaning Commanders here in this game. I have this game probably closer to a pick'em. I don't trust the Titans as a favorite. Absolutely not. I don't think this team is very good. I think Tannehill is overrated. They have no offensive weapons other than Derrick Henry, which if you run Derrick Henry,
looks washed.
Who doesn't look the same this year.
It's not him. They know the game plan. They're crushing him. They're sending their safeties down to just smash him.
If you watch Derrick Henry, he's got no explosion. Like he's got nothing of what he had a couple years ago or pre-injury. He's got nothing. Yeah, no, he's just washed up.
Yeah, so for me, I feel like I feel like the Titans may be one of the most publicly bet teams this week because everybody's seen what the Commanders have done the last couple of weeks and they want nothing to do with this team. I'll probably end up taking the Commanders. I want to see, with all the money coming in on Tennessee, I want to see if I can get 3 and a hook with Washington here. I think come kickoff, you can probably get at least a 3 with them, not the 2.5. So I would say wait if you like Washington in this game. You're probably going to get a better price later in the week.
I agree.
If that's a 3 for Circa, Tim and I will probably have that as a Circa pick.
Well, you'll find out tomorrow. But the thing about Wentz and the Commanders, they're one of they give up. I think they were 30th in sack percentage or QB sack percentage. So they're giving up a lot of sacks. Horrible O-line. Problem is Tennessee's. Well, not problem. They're 12th at 6.54%. But that's kind of just above middle of the pack. I mean, I lean Tennessee here. I'm not betting it, but this game is just who gives a shit channel for me. I mean, we can move on. The next game I am interested in, and I know that at least one other panel member will be, the Texans and the Jaguars. I have the Jaguars as 5.75 point favorites. They're at a touchdown favorite. I don't know how they can be a touchdown favorite versus anyone in the league, even the worst team. But we'll start with Nick and go back around. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I got around a 7 for this game. I think that's around the number I was looking at here. So this is not one I'm particularly interested in. I don't think Jacksonville should be laying this many points to anybody, but I think this was 7.5 earlier. Now it's down to a 7. So obviously money coming out of Houston here. I could see this being a little bit of a closer game. And I know Terry mentioned earlier, Houston's just dominated Jacksonville in the past. I don't really take that too much into account, but that is kind of interesting to look at here. So I can see this being a little bit lower scoring of a game, but a little bit of closer game. than people may think it might be. Plus, Houston, even though they haven't won a game this year, they're 3-1 ATS. They're 0-3-1 overall, but they're 3-1 ATS. So I can see them covering but not winning. So I would lean towards probably taking the points with the Texans here. I don't know if I'll get involved in it, though.
By the way, I will say, I think it was Marley's mic that was having the reverb because we've had zero problems.
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
why did you have to address that? I mean,
because it was
you could have just kept the show moving. Didn't have to like bring that out. Like you could have just kept this thing moving along. We're like, hey, remember that one problem we?
Like we went through all these games and you just now bring that.
Good job.
Two things. Good point. Two things. One, I'm on some brown water, but number two, it's my fucking show, okay? So LJ, go ahead.
Man, I am on Jacksonville, man. Texas
What?
ain't dude.
Whoa!
Texans are not going to be able to do anything in this game. Jacksonville is a different team. They are top 10 in points scored and points allowed. Texas only averaged 14 points on the road. Jacksonville's averaging 24 at home. And Trevor Lawrence has thrown 2+ touchdowns in 3 straight games. So I'm taking that prop. 2 touchdowns for Trevor Lawrence. Texas can't run the ball. They don't get in the red zone. They only have the ball 27 minutes. And they punt the ball 5 times a game. Enough said. Jacksonville with the spread.
Tim.
I want nothing to do with this game. I really don't want. Why are the Jacksonville Jaguars touchdown favorites? I know Houston's not good, and it's in Jacksonville. This is also Jacksonville's first home game since week 1.
Jaguars.
So they're finally back home after almost a month. I'm not going after this game. Really no reason. Maybe throwing Jacksonville in a tease them down to a pick'em and go from there. But I really don't want anything to do with this one.
Did I mention Jacksonville is plus 38 in point differential and the Texans are minus 20?
Well, that also has to do with the one game
Texans
versus
haven't won a
Colts.
game.
It has to do with one game versus the Colts where it's 0, so it's skewed.
And then,
mean-
well, they also
and
had
then
that,
they also
38
they
to
also
10
won
against
the-
Chargers.
Oh no! I'm gonna say this: the Jaguars could be an anomaly this season. There's some crazy. But by the way, the first game of the season, granted, it was the first game. Carson Wentz threw 2 interceptions back-to-back drives in their own territory, and they still lost the game. Or they still
Okay,
won.
let's do process of elimination. Is Trevor Lawrence better than Davis Mills?
No. Yes.
Hardly.
Sorry, yes.
Hardly.
Yes.
Hardly.
Okay, is James Robinson better than our running back, Damian Pierce?
Who knows? We don't know yet because he's a
Pierce is a rookie. I want to give him a little more
We
time.
don't know.
Okay, is Jacksonville's
This is
defense
better.
better than our defense right now?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, Jacksonville plus with the
I don't disagree with anything you said, but I have some things to say about a couple of those. But Moose, he looks interested.
I mean, not really.
What? All right.
Here's what I'll say. When I went to find the
LJ needs to get on
Jackass,
that.
you're the only one that could actually stick your head out.
LJ doesn't like that one.
all right,
He only likes one. He only likes one drop. I think the other. He's not a time waster like me. That's the point.
yeah. What I thought this line was going to be is I thought it was going to be more of a
4.5,
closer to like a pick'em line. Yeah, like a 4.5. That's kind of where I thought it would be.
Yeah.
And when I saw it was a 7, my immediate reaction was, I think this is the line telling me the Jaguars are just good.
That is a good spot. A good point there. That maybe this line's telling you everything you need to know about this game, and the Jaguars blow them out.
Yeah, because this is absolutely inviting Texan money in, and the Texans have not gotten blown out yet. I mean, they could get blown out here, but they haven't been blown out, and they've had some games where you'd expect them to get blown out. I mean, hell, a lot of people thought that the Colts were just going to go in there and just boat race them,
Not
start
me.
to finish.
Not me.
I didn't bet it all that much, but I absolutely thought the Colts are going to go in there and just run up and down the field, and that hasn't happened. But then again, the Colts haven't run up and down many fields. I mean, they haven't run up and down a 10-yard line. So let's kind of see what happens this Thursday. I think the line is telling us that they want to invite some Texan money. They are respecting what the Jaguars are doing. I have already basically chalked up my season win total under on the Jaguars as a loss. I think they are a much improved team. Shout out to Doug Peterson. Everybody wrote him off as one of the worst coaches in NFL. He didn't know how to win. It was all Frank Reich and God believing in Nick Foles. It was just that's what got them to the Super Bowl. And we're starting to figure out that, hey, maybe this guy has been able to establish a winning culture and players understand their responsibility. And we are really seeing it on the defensive side because their gap integrity has been really good. Their open field tackling has been really good. Their ability to defend the obvious slant routes, the obvious post routes, that's been very good. So I could easily see the Jaguars being competent. I could easily see the Jaguars getting to a point where they're relevant in the Southern Division or conference, whatever you want to call it.
South Division.
But
Division.
yeah, I kind of think that the line is starting to tell us, hey, respect the Jaguars because we're inviting you to take the other side on this.
I'm starting to lean more and more towards the Jaguars.
I will say, normally each year there's a team that goes from
last to first. That should be Baltimore
Last year
this
was
year.
the Bengals. This year
Baltimore.
looks like the Jaguars.
It's Baltimore. Here's the deal with all, and I don't.
Baltimore was last place in their division.
Yep.
Where are they actually? Wow.
7 and 8, I think, or seven and
Yeah,
8 and
but that was with Lamar missing how many games and their fourth string running back.
Huntley
And,
was
yeah.
Browns weren't worse.
Huntley was a
Nope.
second string quarterback that was hurt, and then their fourth string running back, and they still won 7 games.
The Browns almost made the playoffs.
Yeah. This is my thing with this game. So Jacksonville is improved, better coach for sure, better NFL coach. At least Trevor Lawrence isn't throwing more interceptions than touchdowns. That's good. Etienne is back. Cameron Kirk is there. But when you improve from worst in the league,
Christian Kirk,
Cameron Kirk. Who cares?
Yeah, great job.
Yeah, he's on my fantasy team too.
Same.
But when you improve
guy from
from the
90210?
worst, when you improve,
Is that what that guy's name is? Sorry.
when you improve, good times the charm.
I used to watch
From the worst team in the league to like the bottom middle, that's great because they're still not even like the middle team in the league. I mean, they're still not a good team. Here's the deal: Houston's 3-1 ATS this season. They're 4-1 ATS if you go back to last season, and they were in the game with the Chargers, who, by the way, the Jaguars beat on some weird injury fluky stuff. They were in the game and they could cover, so they could be 4-0 ATS. And here's the stat, guys. Ready for it? Jacksonville is 0-8 the last 8 games versus the Texans. And here's the deal. I know Jacksonville's teams have been worse, but the Texans teams have been just as bad as they are this year. So and there's juju in those type of trends. So there is no way that you're going to convince me. And one of my mantras, I know Marley says, I don't take teams that have negative point differentials. I don't take teams. I don't take teams that are 7-point favorites that can't convince me that they're 7-point favorites. Are you crazy? The Jaguars as a 7-point favorite versus anyone in the league. This is one of my circle plays. I'm going with Houston. So
well, good luck with that.
And I know we're gonna. I love that there's, especially from you, man, being a homer. I mean, I love it. I love it. But this is why the show exists. I mean, because we all have differing opinions. I love it.
Good luck with that.
Yeah,
because I think Jacksonville is going to be determined to win this division.
I hope they. I mean, it would be fun for that to happen.
Yeah.
Before we go to the next game, we have a Bible that Stop Geo wrote. By the way, thanks for showing up. I got an easy winner for you. Sunday teams traveling 3 time zones. This is about he likes Denver. which I think we were kind of.
When was it 45.5? Is it up to 45.5 now? There's no way now that Jonathan Taylor's out.
The total?
Yeah, when was it?
It's lower than that. It's lower than that.
Got your easy winner for Sunday's teams traveling 3 times. Wait, hold on. Go back to that.
Sorry, go ahead.
3 time zones west for Thursday night games are 2-12-1, and 2 wins were Green Bay, so no other team has covered in this spot. Denver -3. Okay. I mean, it makes sense.
Indianapolis is that east? Because Indiana is one of those weird states that's in between the Central and Eastern time zone. Is it Eastern time zone?
Yeah, they're east.
Yeah, I think there's actually a part of Indiana that is Central. I think they're split. If I remember.
Oh yeah, they probably are.
Because I've been there before. I remember my clock changing on my on the truck.
Was it Pawnee, Indiana?
Pawnee. By the way, one of the best shows ever. Offshoot of one of the other best shows ever, The Office. Love Parks and Rec. The comeback is part of that show.
How those two didn't have a crossover, like that's just crazy.
Well, you know Mo, Dwight Schrute's cousin Mose. He was the writer and producer of Parks and Rec. So there should
have been a crossover. There absolutely should have been a crossover.
Yeah. And it had one of the characters. What's her name? There was.
I think there were connections between those two shows.
No, there was.
I've seen the conspiracy theory,
but they shot it the same way. Those interviews where they do the separate interviews. I mean, the Parks and Rec wasn't a show that was premised around people walking around with cameras. The Office was, but it was shot the same way. Who was Anne? Anne in Parks and Rec was.
Rashida Jones. Yeah.
She was the girlfriend for a while of Jim. What was her character in The Office? Karen. There you go. Karen Paratelli or Terapelli or something. Anyways.
Karen Pimentelli.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever her name was. All right. 49ers, Carolina. 49ers I have as a 4.34 favorite. 6.5 point favorite on paper. I'm staying off it because of that, but the Niners look good. I don't know if they look 6.5 points favorite good, but I have them as a top 5 team in the NFL, and that's not me being a homer. They have the right pieces, and Jimmy G can manage the game. I mean, he makes mistakes, but I'll take him over Geno Smith or Joe Flacco or Teddy Bridgewater, any of those guys. What do you think, Moose?
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see that it was under a touchdown. I thought it was going to be a 7.5, to be honest. I'm not sure what we've seen from Carolina to give us any kind of thought that they're going to be able to hang. I mean, they beat New Orleans, but I mean, New Orleans was missing pieces, and they had a London trip to look ahead to, and that's it. They look pretty brutal in their other starts. What's up?
I'm just saying, coach is in the house.
Oh yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. He hasn't been here before.
Oh, nice. Oh, what's up, Coach? Yeah, I just switched screens here real quick. Yeah. So I think it's a situation where the 49ers coming off of a big Monday night, somewhat of a short week, although, that's kind of debatable, versus a Carolina team that versus the passing game has been very good, which we kind of expected. But versus the run, they have been, bad. They just have not been good. 134 yards per game. They were good in their last one. They've been a little bit better in their last 3 overall, but their last one was more on average with 132. They've even been worse at home. So the 49ers, that's exactly what they do, is they definitely try to run the ball. I think that the spot would be the 49ers. I would love to hear what the rationale behind the Panthers would be, because it's not a 49ers passing attack that you're worried about. It's the 49er rushing attack. And I totally understand the under being at 39, but I think that might be a little too low. Perhaps the 49ers team total over might be a nice play. 49ers first half total points over might be a decent play, but I still think this is kind of a slow, sloggy game. I'm not a huge Garoppolo fan, and I think Carolina's going to try to sell out to stop the run, but I don't know. I'm off of this game. I'm not going to touch it. I won with San Francisco this last week. I'm not going to try to jump back on them on a short week on the road. That stuff generally doesn't work out all the well. I don't have the stats to back that up, but generally, in my opinion, I guess is probably a better way to say it. If you're coming off of Monday night and then traveling on the road, it's a much more difficult task than trying to play at home or not even having that shorter week.
By the way, I see Peavy in the background. How is he doing?
Oh, dude, his recovery was so crazy. Like my last dog was English American Bulldog, and she didn't start getting like sick until later in life. So when she had surgeries, it'd always be like a legit week of recovery. This dude was fucking back and trying to jump around the next day. Like the next day, I was like, yo, hey, chill. And I would give him sedatives. It didn't seem to have any effect on him. So he's absolutely crushing it right now. He's chomping on a bone. He's loving life, and he's back to normal. I appreciate you asking, though, because that was a tough way to spend my birthday. That was a rough birthday spending most of it.
No one knows it. No one knows this because, we're friends. But PV, by the way, your old dog was another Padres name, wasn't it?
Cammy
for Ken Caminiti. He named his a dog Jake Peavy. If you're a Padres guy from the 2000s, you know who that is. But his dog, a pit bull, ate a toy out of the trash, and it wasn't a toy you want to eat. And he had emergency surgery on. We were going to cap the games together, but actually you were picking him up when that happened. But the dog ate a toy. He had emergency surgery to remove it, and it's having a very flashy recovery. So we wish PV all.
Yeah, what's crazy though is I think the toy, like what they took out of it, had been there much longer than the toy, because I mean this is a little weird, but his shits have gotten massive.
Yeah,
and he's getting fatter now too. Like he's digesting food better. Like all that shit's going through his system so much better.
It's scraped him out.
I swear,
yeah,
dude, I swear it's like, what the hell? Your poop's doubled in size.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell happened here? These things are massive.
Well, that's a good thing. I had my dog ate a bunch of the bones that are supposed to be non-eatable, the Nyla bones. Well, she ate one in one day, and she's been stuffed up for a day. She's pooping basically like plastic pellets. It's bad, but she's an animal. Anyway, Tim, go ahead. I'm gonna run to the little boys' room, and I'll be right back. No, why are you fucking laughing at that? I'm going to the bathroom. Okay, there you go.
You have fun with that.
I'm just not used to hearing a grown man saying I'm going to the little boys' room.
Yeah, well, I'm not used to grown men playing video games, so there you go.
What? Whoa! Time out from the game. I mean,
Moose is a cowboy, by the way. He's a cowboy.
I dominate in 2K. I got the 2K23. I already taken down 99s. I haven't even lost in the rec yet. So what's up? You come at me with my squad. I got my own 2K rec squad. So hey, I stop hating on people that are adults somewhat that play video games.
Hey, yeah, excuse me. Sometimes when I have a shitty betting night, I need to go shoot some heads. So that's not the point. But anyways, I have no interest in this game. I would lean Carolina just to grab points at home. San Francisco coming off of a short week, traveling across the country. But I do not trust Baker Mayfield. I do not trust the Carolina Panthers. Their only win this season, what was it? What was their one?
New Orleans Saints.
New Orleans.
Saints,
New Orleans. Yep. And that was New Orleans' third divisional game in a row.
Yep.
I live in North Carolina. I hear about this team all the time. They're garbage. It would be a lean towards them, but at the end of the day, Jimmy Garoppolo is a winner. I don't care what people say about him. He's a game manager. He plays the game well. He does what the team needs him to do in order to win. That being said, I want nothing to do with this game. Absolutely nothing. There's better games on the slate. I'd rather go after, probably the game that we'll talk about next, but we'll talk about that one in a minute. But no, I have nothing in that one.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to touch anything part of this game. Carolina sucks. Dead last in total plays, dead last in total yards. So 49ers should win this game easily.
Correct.
They haven't even allowed a touchdown in the first half. So But 49ers are only averaging 10 points on the road. So they don't score much as well either. So this could be an under. But Moose just said that the number is kind of low. So I wouldn't touch that either.
Yeah,
so,
it's a 38 and a half.
That's a 38 and a half. Jesus.
Yeah. So yeah, Carolina punts 5 times a game. Yeah, I don't want nothing to do with this game at all.
Nope.
Agreed. I might again a game that I hope Carolina goes up in. I'll live bet it. But Nick, go ahead.
I want to see where this line goes because this line's already gone from 3 to 6.5. This has been a big line move.
When was it 3 this week or like in May?
I don't know. That's the thing though. I don't know
right
when
now.
it was 3.
I'll tell you right now. But go ahead.
But I want to see if I can get 7 in this game, and I want the Panthers. I think this is a Carolina spot potentially here. I had this game power ranked at 5.5, so I think that this could be a little bit of a closer game than people think. I think that with it being it being a low total, I can see this being a low scoring game where San Fran wins 21-17, something along those lines. Let's see. It opened up at 3
In May.
Yeah.
And then before the game
on September 28th, it was 3, and
But the
then it
real
went up
line-
to
the real
3.5
line is-
on the 29th.
Yeah, but the real line is on Sunday before the Niners game ended, it was at 4.5, and then
On
then the next
Sunday.
day- yep.
Sunday the 2nd, or yeah. Sunday
So
was
really,
the 2nd.
where it really
It was
opened
a 5.
was
It opened up at a
4.5.
5.
Yeah, and then it went to 6. So it's gone up about 2 points since when it really mattered. Is the whole perspective.
Yeah, before last game, yeah. Which, I mean, we saw the Niners play really well. So I think that could be a little bit of a recency bias towards that. I think this is a Carolina spot. I wouldn't be surprised if the Panthers win this game straight up.
Oh, that's an apple. I get it. Okay.
Yeah. So I think the Panthers are going to make my card on Sunday.
Good luck.
By the way, that 6.5 number is the dog number that I like because when you look at
they
6.5,
only have to win by a touchdown.
Yeah, Tim
the favorite only has to
theory
win by a
about that.
touchdown.
Tim, this is an interesting theory. I don't agree with it, but it's interesting. Go ahead.
No, that's a very dog number for me. It's the same deal. I'd rather go after a favorite if they're 7.5 than 6.5 because the line's telling me, and especially if the line doesn't move. If a lot of money's coming on the favorite, line doesn't move at 6.5. You're telling me the favorite only has to win by a touchdown? Yeah, give me the dog.
Well, there are 2 different ways you cap is bottom up, and that's a very top down way of looking at things. So top down is saying that the line is probably correct, and I'm going to find a point or 2 either way based upon different things to have my edge. Bottom up is when you like index something and say this is where the number should be. It's wrong. So that is a top down perspective. I'm a bottom up NFL capper. So
That's fine. I don't see it and just go, all right, I'm automatically betting it. But
I got you.
5.5 feels like an automatic dog line.
The thing is your brother's a bottom up and you're probably a top down, which sounds like I'm describing something that's
not football.
Yeah, me and Nick butt heads a lot.
Anyways,
by the way, Moose, you raised your hand before that comment. You can't be quippy and get in on that, but go ahead with what you were going to say because I know you're going to say some smart ass something or other.
when did I raise my hand?
You were like, oh, what, were you just stretching?
I mean, what?
Okay, never mind. Next game. This game is my favorite game of the NFL week.
Beavers.
And by the way, if you would have said that I would be backing the team that I'll back at the beginning of this season, because these guys know that I'm down on this team. These fans, and LJ will agree, are the most annoying freaking fans of any sport, and that's the Cowboys. But you'll say the Dodgers probably. But anyway, the Cowboys
Yankees,
and the Rams,
Phillies, Eagles.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of
Phillies.
Cowboys and the Phillies. What are you
Any Philadelphia
in general? Absolutely.
Philadelphia in general.
Really?
Philadelphia, yes, absolutely. Phillies.
Cowboys are way worse. Don't. I mean,
I've never yelled at a kid and felt good about it.
Philadelphia was
Except
the
when he's
place where they
pissed.
booed Santa Claus.
And you're a
Like, come
teacher.
on.
That's the best. That's the line.
The kid
that we need
fucking
to-
deserved it. All right, the
we need
kid
to clip
deserved it.
A teacher says, "I've never yelled at a kid, and he's deserved it. He was a Philadelphia fan." Okay, so it's the Cowboys
Stand by
and the Rams, and I have the Rams as a 3-point favorite, and they're laying 4.5 points. I'll get to my analysis afterwards. We'll start in the middle again with
5.5.
Is it 5.5 now? It went up.
5.5.
I like it even more. LJ, what do you think?
We on the Cowboys and Rams?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm on the Cowboys, buddy. Rams have been outscored 43-3 in the fourth quarter. They're minus 24 in point differential. They're dead second last in yards per play. Matthew Stafford has been sacked 16 times, which is tied for most in the NFL. They only rush 68 yards, which is third last in the NFL, 3.3 yards per rush. They only hold the ball 28 minutes. Yeah, I'm on Dallas plus
Preach.
the points. Dallas defense hasn't allowed 20 points in any game so far this year, and they've only given up one touchdown in each game. So, and I'm on their field goal kicker too. Brent Mayer over 1.5 field goals made for the Cowboys. So,
And this is coming from an interstate guy that is not a Cowboys fan. So when you know you can bet on a team that you don't like, which I don't like the Cowboys, that means that you should be a respected handicapper.
And I'm on Matthew Stafford over a half an interception because he will.
Oh, that's an auto bet. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Auto bet. It is an auto bet.
Yeah.
But
You bet that
no
each
one's
week
talking
in
about
cash.
the narrative. He came into the season with an elbow injury. It didn't go away. That's not when you're a quarterback and you're throwing. That's not going away.
And he has another injury on his offensive line. So his offensive line is horrible.
He's
So-
playing not injured. He's playing hurt, which a lot of people play hurt, which is different than injured. But there's definitely a tweak there. But we'll switch it up. Let's go to I'm not going to call you Moosey, but I'll call you Moosey Baby. Let's go.
Musa, baby.
I know.
Yeah,
you
Moosey
just-
Baby. I love the secondary attempt on that. Like I don't know which one was that. Your voices sound too similar when I don't have you on screen.
That was me. That was me, Musa, baby.
Good job, Musa baby.
Musa,
I'm
baby.
fine with that. The way that Dave said it was way too sexual. Way too sexual. You need to.
Well, that's
dial that
obviously the way I'm
back.
going to say it. So you know what? Don't act like you're not impressed.
Musa baby. Musa baby. I'm good with that. I'm good with that one.
No, I'm less of Borat and more of like Ron Burgundy. Okay.
However you want to do it, I just do not like the sexual undertones when you did it.
Well, go ahead.
That was disturbing.
Don't act like it doesn't turn you on.
Don't act like you're not
Yeah,
impressed.
I'm good. Maybe if I'm thinking of Heather Graham in Austin Powers, you know,
That's cute. I remember when I had my first beer.
Thanks. So, a couple things. I'm not going to be on this game. I do think that you guys are on the right side with Dallas, but I think Rams are presenting a couple of things that Dallas is not necessarily.
Your mic is all
You look
fucked
at some of the-
Okay, good. It's just not. Yeah, when you're talking.
You're coming in and out. I don't know if you don't have a mic, right? You're just doing it off of your.
I'm just going off. You want me to go get the mic and plug it in real quick?
You're good. You're good. You're good now. You're good now. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you sure it's good?
You're good.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, first half, Rams. I'm sorry, that was not even what I was talking about. All right. The Cowboys have not seen necessarily what the Rams are trying to bring to the table. The Rams run a much higher pace offense. And you look at the teams that the Cowboys have played this year, the Commanders, nothing that you're going to look at with any kind of offensive potential. Giants, no kind of offensive potential. The Bengals, yeah, okay, but that was during that stretch where the Bengals are really struggling to be able to hold their offensive line at all. And the Buccaneers, that first game of the year, were down quite a few weapons, and they didn't have their offensive line intact at all. I think the Rams can maybe do enough offensively to make this game a little bit more dangerous than some of the Cowboy bettors might want. But the one thing that I think should be noted, and this does bode well to your guys' your Cowboy bet. Cowboys only 171 passing yards per game. The Rams, they are running way more passing routes and passing plays than they are rushing yards. So
You're reverbing too, I think. But
yeah, I was hearing that. That's why I was starting to struggle with the speech.
That's okay.
I'm gonna go get the mic.
Timmy boy, what do you think?
Cowboys money line. I'm not. I think this Rams team is just. This team's a mess right now. Like a lot of people were super high on them. I'm not. And looking at the division now, isn't every team 2-2?
Every team's 2-2.
This division's wide open, and I'll stick with my original team that I thought was going to win the division. I still think Arizona has a chance. But with that being said, I like Dallas. I like Dallas in this one, and I will say, and this might be a little bit of a hot take too. I think Cooper Rush is better for this offense than Dak Prescott is.
That's not a hot take
I think he is the
That's
answer
not a
right
hot
now.
take,
Okay, not a hot take. He is better for this offense, and
That is absolutely a hot take. Hot take. Boo.
and as soon as Dak Prescott comes back, I'm fading this team. But when Cooper Rush is in there, he looks good right now. I'll take them plus 5.5, and I will take the money line.
Is it you or Nick that says that Teddy Bridgewater is a better quarterback than Tua?
I said it's not far of a drop.
You like him when he's in. I don't
mind Bridgewater at all.
I don't disagree. So here's the deal. There's a different dynamic when a second string guy comes in. The play calls are called differently, and actually they're probably called more correctly. So like when you try to protect your backup quarterback because you don't want to go to your third stringer, so your plays aren't downfield. There's more rushing. There's more fundamental football. And when you have a fundamental team like the Cowboys, actually kind of do a decent offensive line, some decent rushers or running backs. That's kind of a telltale sign. So everyone says, "Oh, teams they're so shocked when a backup guy comes in." Well, they play different football when a backup guy comes in. So I mean,
correct.
Anyway, LJ, I want to hear your take on. Oh, we already went to you, didn't we, Nick?
Yeah, I like your point that you made earlier that it says something about a handicapper when they can go and back a team that they don't like.
Yeah.
And I'm born and raised a New York Giants fan. So you can tell that the Dallas Cowboys are my least favorite team in all of the NFL. But for this week, how about them Cowboys? Fuck them points. I want to take them straight up money line. I'm not impressed by the LA Rams whatsoever. And this Dallas Cowboy defense is borderline elite. And I can see them slowing down this offense for the Rams. And 5.5, it's 5.5. It's that magic dog number. Tim, the Cowboys are one of our circa picks. That's going to be one of our circa picks is the Dallas Cowboys this week, and that feels disgusting coming from a Giants fan. But I think this is potentially a team we can look. You could probably get a decent future on them right now. The Dallas Cowboys to win this division, because I think that this team is starting to get into form, and I think that they have probably just as good of a defense as the Eagles do. Pretty close, I think, potentially. So I think that the Eagles can definitely, or the Cowboys can compete with the Eagles this year. So maybe if you're looking at futures right now, that you could probably get the best price of the season so far, maybe on the Cowboys, or actually not the season because Dak got hurt earlier. But I think it's worth a look at some Cowboys futures because I think they can definitely compete for this division.
Tim, you're reverbing a little bit on your side. I just muted.
I wasn't even talking.
I know. I'm just saying. I muted you and it stopped.
Oh. I'll unplug and plug back on home.
Yeah, appreciate it. So, for me, I'm a Niners fan.
It's still
in the 90s. That was the best era of sports, in my opinion, was in the 90s, and of all sports. And I watched the Niners, the Cowboys, and the Packers were the NFC top nuts. So and by the way, the Cowboys fans, I don't hate the Cowboys. I just don't like that their fans think they're going to the Super Bowl every year and that Dak Prescott's the best quarterback in the NFL. That's silly. So for me to have a best bet last week of the Cowboys, which hit, and this week, this is my best side. My best bet's Jason Myers field goal prop. But I By the way, the Rams are in trouble.
Yeah.
They can't run the ball. They're Cooper Kupp, Higbee, or nothing, and they're giving up sacks. I mean, this is a worst case scenario for this Rams team. Dallas is giving up 15.5 points a game. That's third in the NFL. We talked about this. 171 yards per game they're giving up passing. That's sixth. So if you can't run the ball and you're going up against one of the top 6 pass defenses, you're in trouble. The Rams are 30th in the league in rushing. And here's the sack differential. The Dallas is 4th in the league at sack percentage at 9.5. And the Rams are 30th in the league at 9.6 percentage and their QB getting sacked. Big problem when you have Micah Parsons there. One of the biggest dudes, might be one of the best defensive players in the NFL. And 2 other things: red zone stats. Dallas is 5th in the red zone at stopping the TD, and the Rams are 26th in the NFL at scoring TDs. So that's horrible. When they're getting down where they need to be, they're not scoring. And the biggest kicker of all, Dallas, and this is what LJ said today, Dallas is 10-1 their last 11 games ATS on the road. Dallas all day, best bet, best side of the NFL.
I'm with you. Money
like
line. Money line.
I'm gonna put a half a unit on the money line. I'm
only gonna bet the money line. Fuck them points. I don't need 5.5. Give me the money line.
This is what I'm gonna do. I will. So I will post all my bets as 1 unit plays. I will probably 2 to 3 unit bet this play, and I might put a full unit on the money line. This is going to be my pressure bet of the weekend. And by the way, when we talk about, I post picks so everyone can, and you guys do too on picks and parlays and all that. And I think Moose and LJ don't put their unit size. Everyone should measure their bets on the same playing field, so they should all be 1 unit. That doesn't mean that you're not in your betting strategy and your bankroll betting more. So I will be. This is my heaviest bet of the weekend for sure.
See, for me, every bet's 1 unit for me, and the way I put more than 1 unit on a play
again
is I take them first 5 full game or something like that.
Oh,
like for baseball, I would take it double up that way. For football, it'd be first half full game, stuff like that. That's or team total over, full game over, like that. That's my way of doubling up on a game.
Yeah, I do. I might go full force. I might wait till the line goes in my favor and bet again, or I might bet live again too. I do it a bunch of different ways. But anyways, we're gonna go.
Can I try that game again?
I was gonna say, what do you mean? Go ahead.
Yeah, because I mean, I was hearing my own voice back to me, and that's usually never a good thing to hear my voice.
You're good now. You're good.
So
yeah.
All right. So one of the things I was trying to get into there was I expect the Rams to get a lot better here. I do expect them to improve quite a bit. And the big reason why I say that is you look at their red zone defense, it has really been very, very good. I mean, only the Niners and the Rams in the last 3 games are under 20 or under 40%. So every other team is over 40%. If you look at the last 3 games, and the Rams 28.57% in the red zone. That's phenomenal. I mean, only the Niners are better. And if you're able to minimize how those big plays are going, because if you remember for the Niners game, it was a lot of those big plays that Deebo Samuel, 57-yard touchdown. That was a big reason why the 49ers were able to take that game.
They weren't in the red zone.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that they scored outside of the red zone.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of the teams that are scoring against them are doing. And I expect that to probably slow down. I don't expect a lot of NFL teams versus the Rams to be able to have huge plays every single game. The one thing that does worry me is what is their secondary, because a lot of their secondary success was built off of Jalen Ramsey, and Ramsey's getting cooked like left and right in multiple games. He's getting cooked. So the one thing that I really was starting to kind of lock in on was the under here, because the Cowboys defend the pass very well. Their opponent passing yards per game, 171, and they are 171 at home as well. So they're averaging under 200 yards. But the Rams on the road will generally always have somewhat of an advantage because their home games are road games for both the Rams and the Chargers. So the look that I really think, and it hasn't really been talked about too much, would be the under. And it's something that I'm much more likely to bet than a side here, because I could see the Rams having a decent enough game and holding a Cowboy offense that I don't expect to be very good. With Cooper Rush back there, I am on the thought process that Dak Prescott is a much better fit and a much better quarterback for the Cowboys because he simply can make throws and reads that Cooper Rush will not be able to do in his career. He will go back to being a backup, and I don't expect him to Kirk Cousins his way into a starting paycheck. So I do think the Rams would be a decent look for me, but the better look for me and the look I might get to the window on would be the under here, specifically given the Cowboys' inefficiencies in the red zone and their inability to potentially score on a Rams defense that has been very good in the red zone.
I don't hate that look at all. And that's actually really good. Rams are 7th in red zone scoring, defending, but they're also 26th in red zone scoring. But that just means that the Cowboys are going to have some explosive plays, and they do. CeeDee Lamb is an explosive guy. Pollard and Zeke, I don't know, but I just don't see how. I mean, Rams are in trouble. I think they don't have their identity. They don't have Woods anymore. They don't have Odell Beckham. They have two options. They can't run the ball. They've got Higbee on some short shit, and they've got Cooper Rush on some mid to high shit. So, I mean, if you defend them that way, I mean, make Stafford, turn the ball over. Anyway, 3 more games. We'll get through them because we're running longer than usual, but that's because we have more people, and that's good. This is an interesting game. Eagles and the Cardinals. This is what's interesting to me. The index that I do has the Cardinals as basically this game's at a pick 'em and at a 5-point Eagle favorite, which, by the way, the Eagles, in my opinion, the Eagles and the Chiefs are the 2 best teams in the NFL. That's my opinion right now. I don't see how the Cardinals, with Kyler Murray and his decision making, and by the way, I think LG was talking about this, the Cardinals are better on the road than at home. I don't understand how that's the case. I'm probably staying off this game, but if I gun to my head, I'm leaning Cardinals, which is a sin because I've been Eagles all the way. That's just based off my index. So someone knows something I don't, and I'll start with LJ again. But man, this is interesting.
I'm going to do the same thing I did last week with the Eagles because they only average 5 points in the second half. They jump on teams quick. So I'm just going to take the first half Eagles, man, whatever the spread is. I don't care what it is because they're averaging 23 points in the first half, and the Cardinals are only averaging 4 points in the first half. So I don't see anything changing that way. I don't see Cliff Kingsbury doing any type of play calling that was going to be any different than what he's been doing because he loves to keep Kyler Murray in the shotgun, which I don't understand why. He's a read option quarterback. He's been doing it since high school. He did it in college. I don't understand why he won't do it in the NFL. But, hey, it is what it is. I ain't going to try to harp on it. He's the coach. He makes the decision. So, other than that, I think Jalen Hurts is going to have a good game. I'm picking him to have a rushing touchdown in this game as well. I'm not going to take Philly with the points because the Cardinals could backdoor. They could get lucky in the fourth quarter, get probably an interception or maybe a turnover, and they could probably cover those points, and Philly maybe pull it out at the end. But I'm definitely jumping on Philly first half, considering how the Cardinals play at home against the NFC because they are horrible ATS versus the NFC at home. And that's all I got to say.
Nick, what do you think?
I think this game, I read it similar to the last game we just talked about. Plus, it's that magic number once again. And I think there's value on it, actually. I like the Cardinals in this game. I have this as a 2-point favorite towards the Eagles on the road, traveling all the way to the West Coast or the West.
I have written down here Cardinals money line, Cardinals outright, to win the game, full game. Obviously, I think that definitely don't want to touch the first half because I know the Eagles are a first half team, but this could be a decent sell high spot for the Philadelphia Eagles, being 5.5 point road favorites against what I think is a pretty competent team in the Arizona Cardinals, which can be good at times. So I'm probably gonna have Cardinals money line on my ticket on my card come Sunday. I think that they win this game outright at a $2 price tag. You can take the 5.5 points if you want. I don't know if I'm going to take 5.5s with these two teams, with the Cowboys or the Cardinals. I just kind of want to go straight up and just take the both money lines. I think at least one of those two hit. So I'm going to go Cardinals money line here at plus 198 on my book right now.
Tim.
Yeah, I don't. This is one game that I want to look more into. Once it is that 5.5 number, which is really trend towards the dog. I like a lot of dogs. Cardinals could be on. Philly coming off of a good win against Jacksonville, which Jacksonville has been pretty solid this year to our surprise. Arizona, they look all right.
Only undefeated team, right, in the NFL?
Correct. Arizona coming off of a nice win. Both of them traveling across the country. I kind of lean Arizona. I have to look into this one a little bit more. I still think Arizona.
I'm going to try to talk Tim into Arizona for Circa.
I still think Arizona has the ability to be competitive in this division. Because I'm not high on the Rams. Niners could easily fall off.
And the Seahawks.
I lean Cardinals, but I'm not sure if I'm getting to the game just yet.
Let's do I'm interested. I'm talking about deep diving into this game. Let's do a sesh between us tomorrow, or I guess you guys put it on Friday. Let's find time tomorrow. You guys are probably busy to talk about it if you want to, because I want to talk about this game majorly. The most point value, if you go off indexes, and Nick's big on this, the most point value is in this game. Here. It's 5 points. It's 5 points of point value.
I have it at a 2, not a pick on, but yeah. Okay, so either way, 3.5 here. 3
points is big. 5 points is
in the NFL. Absolutely
is astronomical.
In college, I see it all the time though. That 3 point difference.
That's fair. That's what I'm saying. In the NFL,
it's huge.
3 points is big. 5 is astronomical. So we need to put our heads together, because I in what world am I picking the Cardinals over the Eagles for a contest?
This world right now.
Maybe.
The lines are telling you everything you need to know.
And this is the thing. For people that don't index, I'm not saying indexing is the right way to go. There's different types of capping. Everything in my mind says, why aren't you staying away from this game? But something's drawing me back. So I need to look into some specifics. But Moose, I like your hat like that, by the way. You look like a cowboy. Red, was it Red Right Redemption? What's that fucking thing you play?
Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah.
You're
a cowboy.
This is me before I get the tuberculosis.
or you get bathed by a whore at a brothel, because they do that.
Yep, you get that happens in that game too. Absolutely, yeah. You can rob trains too, but I like that. Yeah, first half Eagles. I don't know how that's not the auto bet. And the follow-up is any Cardinals bet should absolutely be taken in game at the half, because they have yet to win a first half. And you look at the first half rankings of the NFL. I'll give you guys 3 guesses. You probably only need one. Who's ranked number 1 in first half rankings?
Kansas City.
Nope.
Eagles number 1. Who's dead last?
Cardinals.
So what you're saying is Cardinals. I got you. Yeah,
that's fine. That's still not a dig against them covering back during the spread. You know,
I was going to say that only applies to the first half. I'm looking full game.
I got you. We're circa.
And that's my whole point. Is
circa? Yeah.
I'll be going. I'm very likely 99% likely. I'm gonna be grabbing the Eagles first half, And if the bet cashes, which, I mean, based off of everything we've seen this year, they didn't even cover last week first half against the fucking Panthers. All right. So, let's kind of look at this first half and go, maybe Cliff Kingsbury does not get his team prepared for NFL football, which is zero surprise to me. Yep. And something I absolutely would love to cash on. And if I'm getting that first half and I'm cashing that ticket, then wouldn't the automatic Cardinals bet be a halftime plus the points, whatever it is?
No, your logic is perfect. It just, the problem is that this is like the bottom down or the top down versus bottom up approach, and there are different approaches. When you're saying, I think this is a pick 'em game, which to me, like I said, I don't make my end. I don't have enough time to index. I mean, I would only have to cap NFL. I'm not indexing. It is crazy to put to assign points to to your front seven, to your DBs, to your quarterback, to your strength of schedule, to your coach. That's what all these things, and every power index has to do. If you take one team's power index and you subtract it from the other, you get the point differential. That's what it is. And I don't choose one. I choose three of the top guys. I don't do that. But for me, if I'm capping this without indexing, I'm saying this is a bad line because it's 5.5. I'm staying away, but I don't see how you could bet the Cardinals because they stink. But some experts are saying you should look at this. That's kind of where that's why I want to look.
The Cardinals have gotten a lot better. They've absolutely gotten a lot better on defense. You look at just their last 3 games versus the past, just their last 3 games. Arizona has allowed, where the fuck was it? Has only allowed 221 passing yards in the last 3 games average. Yeah. I mean, the games before that, they got torched. But then you look at their rushing defense.
They also started their season against Kansas City. That's not an easy matchup.
Really good point.
And they blew them up. And then you look at their last 3 games versus the rush, 73 yards per game. And it's only 87 yards per game on the season, ranking them 5th overall. So there are indicators that show that, hey, maybe Arizona defense is actually like not dog shit like certain people said they were, and maybe it's a team that you can start to rely more towards the under, and maybe it's a defense that might be able to keep you in games. Yeah. And let's see what happens when Hopkins comes back. I mean, Hopkins comes back next week.
Yeah.
Yep. And that Raiders game,
weren't they decimated by injuries last week against Carolina too, and they still won that game?
Brown played, Connor played, they all played.
Oh, they all played. Okay, I didn't bet the game, so I don't know.
This game is very interesting to me because there's no one that's higher on the Eagles, and I know LJ and me are super high on the Eagles. Like this isn't even a dark horse. Are you high on the Eagles too?
Yeah, I have them as a division winner.
Yeah. I had them as a division smoker, like not even close, and it's going to be probably closer because it's a stupid NFC least. But the fact that people that are smarter than me are telling me something says, hey, wait a minute, the numbers might be something you need to look at. So this isn't a bet I'm on, but this is the most interesting game to me as far as deciding what to do. But I would not frown upon an Eagles first half, but I would also not frown upon a backdoor at 5.5. 5.5 is the dog number. The dead nuts dog number is 5.5.
It's an outright win here for the Cardinals.
This is
the first loss for the Eagles this season. It's an outright win.
Well, I love this show. But anyways, we got two more games. Cincinnati and the Bengals. Oh, sorry, Cincinnati and the Bengals. What the fuck am I saying? Cincinnati and the Ravens. Cincinnati and Baltimore. Baltimore has been, for me, was my other team I was high on. They're like the Browns, same team in the division. Big question marks. Like, how can you let Miami and Tua? By the way, Tua had 6 TDs that game. You know who else had 6 TDs in the game? Mitch Trubisky. So don't get high on Tua, by the way. And Jared Goff had 5 in the game. So just
Didn't
that's
Geno
just-
Smith just have 5 as well, or am I
Yeah.
just?
I don't know
Where
what he
he
had. A blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes. Okay, so don't get high on Tua. But I have the Baltimore as a 3.5 point favorite. They're at -3. For me, I'll probably be betting Baltimore. I don't know if this is going to be a circa pick, but I'm not high on the Bengals for a lot of reasons. I am high on the Baltimore. I think Baltimore is playing way under expectation. I think they're going to be a really good team going forward. I think they win the division, and that's just my thought. But we'll go with Nick first. What do you think?
I saw an interesting stat with the Baltimore Ravens this year. They are 2-2 so far this season, and they have trailed in games for a combined 14 seconds.
Yeah, that's
They have trailed for 14 seconds, and they're 2-2 this year.
They should be 4-0, is what you're saying.
Yes. I still think the Ravens win this division because I picked the Ravens to win the division, and then I also said the Steelers are a dog out, or Steelers were a.
We
long
were
shot
on that one, but they're not anymore. By the way.
Yeah, they were a long shot I was interested in. But hey, it is what it is. This game is being played at 8:20 at night. You guys know where I'm going with this. This is a primetime game. We're taking it under. Also, here's an interesting stat. The Cincinnati Bengals have gone under in all 4 games this year.
Yep, they are. Yep.
Under 48.5. I'm going to continue to ride primetime unders because I think they're 9-3-1 heading into this week.
Yep.
And I've been on every last one. So I'm going to continue that. It's hit, I want to say about 60% the last 5 seasons. I think it's going to continue to do that this year. I'm going to be continuing to bet this trend until this trend slows down, which it hasn't. So under 48.5, and spoiler, we're also talking another primetime game next too that I'm taking under. So,
well, by the way, I don't disagree with the unders, and I'm on the under. I will most likely be on the under, but it has gone up. The line's gone up 0.5 point. So for whatever reason, I'm just throwing it out there. We'll go to Tim next.
I kind of like the Bengals. They started off rough, but as we expected with the whatever Super Bowl hangover, since then they've gotten to play 2 teams in the NFC, the AFC East. They beat the Jets and they beat the Dolphins, and they were pretty convincing in terms of defensively. One thing that we have seen well with this team is, for whatever reason, Cincinnati's got a good defense. Their offensive line is garbage. I will admit that. But I can see this one in under because we've seen this team go under every single game. This one is one that I lean towards Cincy with the points. I also like the under. Maybe a teaser there, but I'm not even 100% sure if I'm going after this game.
Moose.
Hold on, I got to check one thing because the entire cap would depend on something.
Hey, it's a consensus here, man. I'm going under. Division game, prime time, and like Earl just said, Cincinnati has gone under in every game. And I also have an interesting stat for Baltimore as well. They have lost their last 5 home games by a combined 12 points.
Yeah, I love it. I love them at home. They got disrespected last year at the end of the season with it was Packers -7 at home. I bet 3 units on that fucking game.
Yeah, they lost to the Rams.
Yep.
By a point at home.
Yep.
The Bills just beat them at home. So yeah, I want to lean the Ravens for that reason, but I'm gonna play it safe and play the under. Both of these teams know each other very well. Bengals do got a good defense. They've only allowed 1 touchdown on defense. But I'm looking at both of these field goal kickers to have at least 2 field goals. McPherson and Justin Tucker.
I love that.
We'll both have 2 field goals in this game.
Tucker was another one. When I was looking at that Jason Myers, I was looking at teams. What I look at is I look at teams that are allowing the most field goals attempts, and then the teams that can't score in the red zone. And they were almost one that made the cut. But obviously Tucker is the best field goal kicker to ever play the game. So
yeah. So yeah, that's my look. Under.
Yeah. You ready, Moose, or no?
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, so the look that I was trying to research really quickly would be Cincinnati team total over. Really quickly, the team that ranks dead last, like they're the worst in the NFL. 32 out of 32, they're the worst. What team?
For what? For
Yeah,
what?
what's that?
Yeah, what are you
team
talking
for
about?
opponent passing yards per game?
Oh,
Who is the
the
worst?
Ravens? The Ravens.
The Ravens.
Because of one
Yeah.
game. Because of one game. Because of one game. The Dolphins.
I mean-
460 something yards. Give me a break.
How many of that was in the second half?
It was in the fourth quarter. But the deal is that a blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes. That's a skewed stat, buddy.
I mean, it's 315.
It would
So,
be 260.
It wasn't great to begin with. And then you're going to add in a bad stat. And then you're going to, I mean, I feel like it might be writing it off a little bit because who were the other teams that the Ravens played really quick
Miami,
that actually
they threw
did
400 and
pass?
something yards.
Buffalo.
something yards. And Buffalo. Yeah.
Oh, so the two teams that the kind of throw. I mean, Josh Allen did go for 213, so I mean, not great.
That's
but
not
still,
great. That's not great.
I can
Not
give you
great,
another
but
one.
still.
The Ravens have allowed 67 points in the second half as well.
Yeah, it's they're dog shit. And well, here's the deal: 67 minus 28 is what? Well, it wasn't just 28; it was 30. What was that game? Go ahead, I'll look it up.
They're also allowing 28 pass completions a game as well. Secondary
Versus the
sucks,
Dolphins. Versus the Dolphins. Because you said 67. 35 of those points were in one game in the second half.
Yeah.
That's a fluke.
I mean, sure. You can and you can call it a fluke. You can absolutely go that route, but there's a part of me that says it was kind of exposed by one of the offenses that could expose it, and
it's not a bad look.
I don't think the Bengals offense is good enough to expose it. Because I don't think that offensive line is good enough to expose.
Well, that's the thing I had to look up. That's what I had to look up. Is I had to look up. Okay, well, what kind of pressure have the Ravens gotten on the season? 8 sacks on the year. So they haven't gotten
a game
consistent
plan
pressure.
for them to go and blitz more because they know this offensive line's weak for Cincinnati.
That would absolutely have to be what you're doing. But what that would do then is you're now leaving man coverage on Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
But if you're able to apply pressure, they should be able to get to Joe Burrow fine.
But
that'd be the theory.
It's going to be single coverage. That's a good point.
Yeah, but the whole point would be that yes, but if he is able to get it out, if he is able to read it, you now have one-on-one coverage with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Depending on how quickly Burrow is able to go through his progressions, that kind of starts to lead me towards that potential over, because if they are not able to do that and they are aggressive in their blitzes and it backfires early, how likely is Baltimore to be able to make a comeback? I've heard from multiple people that the Ravens are not built to come back in football games. They just do not have that big downfield ability that they used to have. I mean, who's going to be the downfield threat to be able to get that 35, 40-yard chunk play? Perriman, Duvernay?
By the way, Duvernay is one of the I put him on my bench in my fantasy team. He is definitely a deep threat, and he's just not being used as one. But I'm going to say do not disrespect, do not sleep on Lamar Jackson to be able to throw the ball. Don't sleep on that.
I'm not saying that.
Damn well for a running.
He doesn't have here's the he's like Tom Brady and the Patriots. He doesn't have that really deep threat guy. Like Randy Moss excluded, but you know what I'm saying.
If they're down by 2 scores in the fourth quarter,
they're not coming back.
You think the Bengals are going to be up? I don't think they're going to be up.
Absolutely not.
No, I would. That's why I was going to say that Baltimore first half would be the way that I would want to roll, because quite frankly, Baltimore has played much better first halves and first quarters.
Yeah.
They've only allowed 3 points in the first quarter, and that was to the Bills. So one of the angles that I was looking at was the Baltimore Ravens first half, first quarter, and then a Cincinnati team total over, because I think that at some point the Bengals will have to figure something out because their offenses look so much better recently. It is a little weird that the Dolphins secondary has been so bad this year, given that you had such talent out there at the secondary position, but Cincinnati was able to carve that up. Cincinnati has looked like they've made some adjustments on the offensive line to be able to at least create a little bit of time. But I don't know if I'm going to get to the window on the team total at all, but I do think I might get to the window with a first quarter, first half bet on the Ravens. I mean, the only reason I throw out the Bengals is just because the Ravens have looked susceptible to the pass.
This is an interesting look. I don't know what the total is, but I don't think that's the case. I think this is a higher.
He's saying 13-6 at halftime.
Oh, at halftime?
Because that's his next comment is at half.
Oh, there you go. Maybe. I want to take the Ravens so bad in this game, but I'm just down on the Bengals. That's just me. Who hasn't talked about this game? Anyone? Nope. So we got one more.
One.
Yep. So we got. We'll be the first this time. Last game, Monday Night Football. Raiders, Chiefs. Raiders off their first win. Chiefs off a convincing win against a very good team in the Bucks. This is the thing. It's one of those 7-point favorites that I think convincingly can win. I have them as a 10.5-point favorite. I don't like for contest pick. The thing about it is for contest pick, Jesus Christ.
You'll get it. Don't worry.
Picks. Well, it's a tongue twister. Anyway.
Is it related? Is Sally sells you? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there you go. Smart ass. The point is you don't want to take really big favorites. Like touchdown and over is tough. This is my most compelling one. The Chiefs look like the truth. They look like maybe them and the Eagles, best team in the NFL. They look really good. Tell me why, Moose, we shouldn't be betting the Chiefs to cover this.
Bro, I'm gonna say trifecta on this bitch.
For Chiefs.
Yeah, for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I mean, but the only thing that's holding me back on like the trifecta is that the Raiders did have a decent game last week against Denver. I mean, but it's Denver and it was at home. And the only times they've even looked good in the first quarter have been at home.
And Denver almost covered that game. They had a chance to cover that game, by the way.
Yeah, but I'm just saying first half. I mean, because Kansas City is one of the better first half teams, but you're also going to be a good first half team if you're just a good overall team in general, which that applies to a lot of the teams that you see at the top. I mean, the only team that I see at the top that you go, how the hell are they up there would be Tennessee, which ranks third, tied with San Francisco in first half rankings. So that's a little suspicious, but all the other teams, if you see that they're a good first half team, generally they're also a good full game team because they're winning. And there's such a difference between what we expected from the Chiefs and what we're seeing versus what we expected and what we're seeing from the Raiders. Like we expected the Chiefs to be, still good, maybe not great. And we're seeing that they're still great. And we expected the Raiders to be good, potentially great, but really they're still pretty above average. I mean, there's nothing all that spectacular about them.
Not me. I think the Raiders are a bad team still, but that's just
They were a trendy pick. I mean, I know we saw in the chat
one wide receiver. Who cares?
I like Renfro. I thought that the combination of Devontae Adams, Hunter Renfro, Josh Jacobs back there with a better offensive line and Derek Carr would be a really good offensive unit, but it just has not played out like that, which is to my point that they've been well below expectations. The Chiefs has exceeded expectations. I mean, you guys can say, I didn't expect much, but I think general consensus around the NFL, if you just watch the talking heads, spew their garbage about what they believe, Raiders were a very trendy pick. They were a very trendy pick. A lot of people were on the Raiders. There were a lot of season win totals over, and I don't see the Raiders having done anything to close the gap. If anything, I think the Chiefs have extended that gap between themselves and a lot of the AFC West. So I do like the Chiefs first quarter. I like the Chiefs first half. I'll probably end up on them for a full game because if I'm on them first quarter, first half, because they're just a better team and it's an easier number to swallow, I'll probably be on them full game. So I hope nobody disagrees with me here.
Tim, as I die.
This game will be the biggest blowout of the weekend. And that's even with the Buffalo game. And I was a guy that, and with the Chiefs, with the Raiders, there was one of two ways people viewed them. You loved them or you hated them. I was on I thought they were going to be a good team because I saw what they did last year with the pieces that they had, and then they added a couple pieces, and I thought they were going to be good. They're not. And the Chiefs, sure, they lost Tyreek Hill. They really, really haven't missed much. They look great. Mahomes looks great. They're still putting up points. As much as I know Nick's going to go to a primetime under, I think this is a Chiefs in the over. I think this is a 42-21 game. I think it's a blowout.
Even 42-10 covers the over, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. At 51.5, yes.
LJ shaking his head.
I'm right there with him. I think this
is a
blowout, man. Chiefs have averaged 37 points in the last 6 meetings versus the Raiders. They're 5-1 plus 141 point differential. Kansas City defense is ranked 8th in yards per play allowed, 3rd in yards per carry. And that Raider win over Denver was a little bit fluky, man. That fumble return for a touchdown, Raiders could have easily lost that game. So they didn't show me anything. Josh, McDaniels got his first win, so kudos to him. But the Chiefs own this series, and I'm expecting Mahomes to have at least 2.5 touchdowns, maybe 3. I'm expecting Kelsey to have a touchdown or 2. Blowout, man. I'm expecting, like you said, over. I'm expecting the Chiefs to have at least 35 points in this game. And but I do have Raiders kicker Carlson over 1.5 field goals because that's the only way I think they're going to be able to score. Because I don't think they're going to be able to score in the red zone. So he can get 2 field goals. They get 6 points. Hey, maybe get a touchdown, and that's it. But Chiefs own the Raiders, man. So easy win.
Nikki, baby, let's go. What do you got?
This is probably the primetime under that I'm the most terrified to bet because I can easily see this game skying over the total, like we saw. What I thought when I bet the under, and the last time the Chiefs played a primetime game, and that game went over 70. I also like the Chiefs too. I think that they should be double-digit favorites in this game rather than just 7. So I do see a double-digit win here for the Chiefs. It just scares me because I know I'm going to be on the primetime under because that's just something I'm going to continue to ride. And that's not because when you ride a trend out, you're not picking and choosing your spots. Mm-hmm. If I'm going to ride this trend out, I'm going to bet it every single time. So I will be on under 51 in this game. I'm hoping maybe come Monday, I can see 52 in this game, or maybe get over that. At least get 51 and a hook.
The total's moving down.
I know that 51 is a very key number for the total. So I'm hoping this goes up for totals, thinking people think this game goes over and the public comes in and bet the over here. I will be on the primetime under, and I'll probably look to bet either the Chiefs or the Raiders team total under.
So the totals come down 1.5. So obviously that narrative it's probably not going up. But one other thing, and I'm going to say it right now. I'm locking this in as a circle bet. It's my third one. I have the Cowboys, I've got Houston, and I'm locking this in. I don't see how the Raiders are not good. They are the worst team in that division. The Broncos should have won that game. The Broncos should have covered that game. I had the Broncos. I don't care about this. NFL doesn't want the Raiders to be 0-4 going into the – I mean, that stupid narrative that everyone was talking about is dumb. and this is why. Andy Reid had one play in that game, and we were watching – me and LJ were on a show watching it. They had their second string. He's number 83. I think his last name is Gray. They had a play I've never seen happen. We all see that stupid – shovel pass on the 1 yard line going in. We all see that to Kelsey or whoever. It might be a Brett Favre like basketball pass. It might be a Mahomes underhand. But the one play I've never seen is a look, point, act like you're audibling to Kelsey, and have the other tight end come over in motion, get under center. It was a tight end sneak. I've never seen that. It was second string. I mean, that is the most creative fucking play I've ever seen. And Andy Reid will outcoach the shit on offense out of this guy from Las Vegas. And by the way, Las Vegas, I mean, the Raiders fans are great. I respect the Raiders fans. Here's the deal. You got a wide receiver. That's all you got. You have the same fucking team. And the Chiefs, they lost one guy, but they're starting to do things differently. When you have the best him and Mike Shanahan, in my opinion, are the two best offensive minds in the NFL. Andy Reid will find a way to get Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the game, which he has. I think Clyde Edwards-Helaire, if you look at his stats at the end of the season, will probably have the most receiving yards he's ever had. They're going to figure out a way to control Tyreek Hill not being there. This to me, this is where an example of a compelling reason why a team should be a touchdown favorite.
Yeah. And I will lock it in now because it may go up to 10.
Yep. Well, for my betting, I'm going to do it right now. But for the circa comes out tomorrow, it could be 6 or 7.5.
Yeah.
They're 10.5. I mean, it's not going to go up to 8. I'll bet 7.5 too. This is a lock. A locked in bet. I don't say lock like it's but I will lock this.
It was easy there.
No.
I hate that word.
Lock is the worst word in sports betting. If you use that word, fuck you and fuck all the Twitter people that use it.
Whoa, goddamn!
No, fuck you. Want
so no horsecock locks of the century?
Yeah. No whale dick 10-unit bets of the day. That's they're misleading people. And
That's content. That's
it's
not
false
actual
advertising for money, and you are going straight to hell. So anyway, let's do props, and then we'll get, because we've been going long enough. Let's get props, because I'm sure LJ has some, and then we'll get.
I got a prop in every game.
Why not? Okay, we'll skip that one. Let's go to best bets.
Yeah.
LJ, what you get three if you want, none if you want, but
okay. Jacksonville.
Do you have 4 bets? Do you have 4 bets?
I could get you 4.
Okay, that's one of my best bets.
Okay. No worries. Hold on. Tampa Bay -8.
Let me see. Atlanta's been picked already.
Okay.
So here's the deal. If you're really adamant about it, I can cross off Terry's bet. Or if you have more, we can go with it.
Cleveland +3.
That's a good one. Browns. Are you wrapping Christmas gifts? What are you doing? What the fuck are you
I didn't
doing?
know the wrapper of the beer came off.
Well,
Moose
Moose
over
is
there.
drunk, guys.
He's over there. He fucked up over there.
Oh shit!
Moose is doing Moose things.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. It came
Can I
right
do my Chiefs -7? Has anybody got that?
No.
Okay, because I think that's gonna go up, man. Like
I love it.
Okay, Cleveland +3, Chiefs -7. And you know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm gonna go out on a limb.
Okay.
I'm taking the Commanders, dog.
Ooh.
Over
I
Tennessee.
believe, Poop already said that one.
He did, huh?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, what about Dallas? Money line over the Rams.
Ride it. Let's do it.
That was one of my best bets. You want money line?
Money line, yes.
Yeah, money line.
When you post it,
I don't even know what the money line is. Let's look it up.
Plus
200
dash money line.
Plus 200?
Yes.
Plus 200.
Well, let me just, not that I don't believe you, just let me see with my fucking eyes. That's crazy.
Yeah, with your fucking eyes.
Don't make me moose call you again. It is plus 200.
Yeah.
Oh, the show's falling off the rails. Thank God there's only actually the viewers have gone up. Thanks for screwing this up.
I hear that's usually the host's fault.
Well, I'm going to screw this up anyways. You just can act stupid too.
Failures in your middle name.
No, that's not my middle name.
I thought from. Oh, sorry. I saw an F.
His middle name is
I
From.
just
my first name
sorry,
is
my
Biggs,
bad.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
All right. Tim, go ahead. What do you got?
All right. So, seeing that I'm not going to be on Friday's show, I want to do.
Why? Oh, because you motherfuckers. You can watch the game. Here's the deal.
Support the decision.
Okay. No.
Support it.
Let me say one thing.
My focus will not be on
This is a sports bet. How good would it be for content for your channel and for mine to see your reactions to what's going on? I mean, that's what you want. I mean, what the hell? I get Moose. Okay. What better Super Bowl is this? I have Moose on one side, you guys on the other side, and then Moose is on the other fucking show. But how like you do what you want to do, but think about content here. Come on, guys. And I appreciate it.
I didn't say I wasn't going to be on.
$100. $100. I'll pay you $100. You want to come on? Here's the deal. I'll tell you this right now. You want to come on my show instead of the other one? I'll pay you $100.
Ooh.
Down.
You
got my attention?
I'm not taking your money.
I'll text Cab right now. Hey, I just got paid $100 by Dave.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Match it, or can you match it?
Tim, Nick, and Moose on. I'll give Nick and Tim. I'll give all you. I'll spend 1.5 units for you guys to be on the show on Friday.
I can tell you right now, I'm a shit show watching the Padres.
Yep. I want it. Let's do it. We'll talk about it. Go ahead, Tim. What do you got?
But I'm going to give out college plays, and I do have I'll do 2 college and then 1 baseball. And I promise it's not the Mets. And I promise it's not the Mets.
Here's a problem with that, and that's fine. But we didn't cap those. So this is a capping show. So we want to cap them right now. Let's cap them.
No, I don't particularly want.
Yeah.
No,
so why not?
It's already 12:30. No, I don't want to cap them.
You guys already have football plays throughout the entire thing, so I want.
But the show is about openly capping. There's shows like Terry's show where you just give a pick and don't talk about it. That's fine. But
I'll break them each down.
Let's go
real quick.
Go.
So two college football. I'm taking the over in the Red River rivalry game between Texas and Oklahoma.
Who's the home team?
It's a neutral site.
Okay. Oklahoma.
Cotton Bowl. It's at the Cotton Bowl.
What's 65?
The line? Yeah, it's at
So it's in Texas.
It's in Texas.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, Texas, East Oklahoma.
Yeah.
West Oklahoma.
What's the total?
65.
Okay.
I'm taking the over. These two teams don't play defense. They have high tempoed offenses.
And when these two teams meet.
And when these two teams play, we saw what happened last year. They scored almost 100 points. At 65, I think it's way too low. I got my gross play of the week. I'm taking UConn minus the points.
No. The worst team in college football, UMass?
No. They're not the worst team in college football.
FIU is worse.
FIU
is worse. I'm taking UConn minus the 5. UConn.
That's why it's the gross play of the week.
Gone to shit.
It's the gross play of the week. That's how it is. I've had this is week 5 or 6. I've had like 5 gross plays. You
gave out like 3, you gave out 2 plus 200 plus dogs last time and they both lost.
No, I didn't.
That was me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say. I know. I remember. I don't remember what I gave.
Anyways, okay, UConn minus 5. I just barfed in my mouth a little bit.
Yeah, it's the gross play of the week, but I'm taking it. And then the baseball
one more thing. We were 0-5 on the show. We need some college help. That's why I'm trying to get Big Boss in here. If Cab ever wants to make a presence, God knows. I don't know why he doesn't, but
I wasn't on the show last week, so
I know you. We were 0-5 in college picks.
I had my worst college week last week. So
me too.
And then my baseball one, and I'm probably going to get a lot of people who disagree with it. I'm going to take a series prop, and I'm going to take the Tampa Bay Rays to beat Cleveland at plus 115.
Whoa! God damn.
Okay. We just opened up a can of worms. What the fuck are we doing series props right now?
Well, by the time
I'm
we come back
Mets.
around, the series will be over.
And by the way, the Guardians, the team, oh shit. Okay, all right. Oh Jesus, I'm woozy. All right,
Yep.
so
Hey, I will be taking a Mets series bet. I will be putting money on the Mets series bet.
I know why you're doing that. We all know why you're doing that. You're
Half
you're
of that's
pushing your
true.
team-
Half of
you're
that's
pushing
true.
Your team into the fucking second round. Okay,
So
That might be half true.
not.
Rays series.
I'm going to bet San Diego.
Rays series. What the fuck?
Rays to win the series at plus 115 over Cleveland.
Well, I hope you lose that bet, by the way. But
Me too. I hope I lose everything. I love losing
No,
money.
I mean,
Just take it.
it's
Just
not
The
a
show
bad
has gone to
bet.
shit. The show has gone to absolute shit.
You
You're
go
welcome.
Shane McClanahan first game over who? Who's going to pitch first game for
Bieber.
the Guardians? Would it be Bieber?
Beaver, yeah.
I'll take McClanahan
Shane
over him.
McClanahan
So
is-
that's your first game.
Shane McClanahan's turning point was the All-Star game when he got lit up in the fucking All-Star game. I don't even know how that happens, but he was my first half pitcher, and then he got fucked.
Okay, that's fine.
I'd still take him over Bieber. I'll still take him over
I did-
Bieber.
The
And-
thing
I
is,
have
second game?
You fucking guys give me indigestion. What's going on? Fucking
Dude,
series?
Bieber's way better when he's able to throw his secondary, tertiary pitches for strikes. And if you're just sitting on the fastball, I've talked about this multiple times. If you're able to isolate his fastball and attack that pitch and just kind of spit on his off-speed stuff, he is way more hittable. His fastball gets hit at a pretty high percentage. I haven't checked it in a little while. Maybe it's gone down. But last time I was looking at it, Bieber's fastball was still getting hit at a pretty decent level. And if you're able to just attack that pitch individually, you can find some success. So I wouldn't be surprised Rays game one, and then you put the pressure on the Guardians, and they maybe press a little bit because they're young. They make some stupid mistakes. You know what? More I think about it, I don't hate that bet at all. That's
I'm gonna
actually
deep dive. I will go into a deep dive on MLB play. I've been off it because there's been meaningless games. I will go into a deep dive, but right off the clip, just thinking about it. And by the way, the Guardians have home field advantage, right?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah. So, okay. Anyway,
I don't hate it though. I thought I hated it. I don't hate it anymore.
I hate it. Nick,
All right.
please have some NFL picks, please.
Yeah, I was going to. This is an NFL show. I'm going to give NFL picks.
Thank you.
I'm going to take the New England Patriots -3.
Let me just double freaking check. That's fine.
I think we all had that.
Yeah, I'm not.
I have
mad at that.
the over, but I like the New England too. -3, 3.5 or 3.
3.
Yeah, it's 3. Go ahead.
I'm going to take the Arizona Cardinals money line +200.
And LJ didn't give that out as a pick, but are you reversing something, LJ, or no?
No, he can have it.
LJ has the first half. I can have the full game.
Yeah,
I don't. I'm going to be honest with you. That might make my circle ticket. I mean, it might.
I would be very shocked if the Cardinals win that game.
I don't think they win. I think 5.5 was I think maybe Philly wins by.
They would have to show me something totally different that they haven't done
I
all
agree.
season.
Well, this is coming from the guy that thought that Arizona was going to win the division. If you remember the show,
Yeah.
he did.
I wait for D
I
Hop to
still
come
think
back.
Arizona can win the division.
No,
I wait
I
for
feel-
D
I
Hop
feel
to
you.
come back. When
I
D
feel
Hop come back, then
This team is tied in first place without D Hop right now.
yeah,
Okay,
I get
that's
it.
fair.
I get it.
All right, one more. What do you got?
I'm gonna go Cincy Baltimore under, and I will give out a wild card series prop as well, or
Well,
a
which
wild
one?
card
You
series
get
bet
three-
as
You
well.
get 3. So what do you want more?
Yeah. No,
Give it
no,
next
no,
game.
I'm going to take the under, but I'm going to give out a separate. This is separate from the whole
Bengals,
thing.
Ravens. What's it at? Right
Under.
What's it under? What's it at?
48.5.
He's giving out the Cardinals to beat the Phillies.
I love that, and I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
No, that's not what I'm
Cardinals are
giving out.
the team of destiny. The team of destiny. I'm telling you right now.
No, and I can give this play out because somebody's not on the show. Seattle Mariners to beat the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yes, because
God,
we
thank
want
God, thank-
Seattle. We
thank
want them.
Thank God. Taylor
Astros want Seattle, bro. We don't want the Blue Jays. We don't want them.
Terry is in.
Seattle has a massive pitching advantage, starting and extreme bullpen advantage, and I think the lineups are about even. So I don't understand
Especially
why,
with Julio back.
other than home field advantage, there's no reason why Seattle should be this big of a dog. I will take Seattle to win the series at plus 140, plus 145 all day long.
That's fair enough. I don't agree that there's a big lineup advantage, but pitching advantage 100%.
And pitching wins games in October.
Of course.
And I don't have Blue Jays goggles on.
Let's do it. I like that.
Well,
rooting
I'm
for
glad
that one.
that Terry is in a THC induced haze right now, or he's sleeping. But you guys hit on a lot of plays that I liked. Did someone pick the Cowboys? Yes, they did.
Yeah, I was going to pick the Cowboys if
Dave's best bet, and I'm just going to say this because I don't have the odds because it's not there, but I will take it up to minus 125, which it won't be. But Jason Myers field goal prop over 1.5 for the Seahawks, and I will put the actual odds when it comes in.
I'll see if I can find it real quick.
It's not. I looked at MGM and DraftKings are the two that do it.
That's what the Seattle kicker.
Yeah, it's 110. I'm telling you,
it's going to be 110 or 115. It's going to be.
What was the guy's name again?
Jason Myers. You don't even know his name because it doesn't matter. It's a team.
You want what points, field goals, or extra
over
points?
1.5 field goals.
1.5 field goals over plus 110 at B-win.
Win bet.
Caesars has plus 106.
Okay, so plus
B-win has 110. MGM has 110. DraftKings has 110.
Because I can bet MGM. I'm betting that right now.
Plus 110. There you go.
And that's the game. That's the game where the Saints give up the most field goal attempts, and Seattle is the third worst in scoring in the red zone. So there
you go.
That's that one. What? And you already have Houston, and Dallas is there. What was the other one? You guys have. We're on the same page, which I don't like. Oh, Detroit, New England, over. Detroit, New England, over 45.5. That is another gimme, I think. We can find one more here. Maybe. Did someone give out the under in Thursday's game? No, they didn't. So I'll go.
Yeah, I did. I'm doing it. That's mine. I'm doing it.
Oh, you haven't done it yet? Okay. Oh, you're next.
I haven't done my 3.
What? Oh, shit. Or either I want you to go to. You're not going to pick the 2 that I picked, right?
Detroit. What are the 2 you picked?
You're not going to do the field goal prop. I know that.
No, I'm not doing that.
Lions, Patriots, over.
Nope.
Okay, you go first. I'll do my last one after you. Go ahead.
Broncos -3.
Do we have a? No, we don't. So give me a second. Broncos -3. Okay.
Under Thursday night. I had it at 44, but I'll play it at 43.5. I'll play it at 43 if it's there. If it's at 42, I don't like it nearly as much.
So you like the under and the Broncos?
Under and Broncos, yep.
And it's at 42.5.
It's at 42.5. Jesus.
Is that what you said? Is that what you said?
No, I had it at 44.
Well, where is it now? I don't have the odds page up, so that's what I'm asking.
If it's at 42.5, I don't like it nearly as much. I'll still play it. I'll still use it, but
it's at 40. Yeah, 42.5 is the best you can get it at.
I got 42. It's at 42 now. For me.
42.5 is at
that goddamn line.
I got 43.5. It's down to 42.
Yeah. 42.5.
Just say 43 and pay the juice. All right. Let's just...
I'm doing 42.5. That's what it's at FanDuel.
Oh, fucking Jesus. All right. The asterisk on that one.
I wish I could play.
And then, yeah, right. Hey, maybe soon here in California, if the moms don't get their fucking way.
Where do you think I moved, guys? Give me a break.
For real, man. I need
and then my Moose Call, my favorite play so far, but I love a lot of the stuff that was talked about here, and I'm going to move on probably a lot of what was talked about. But first half, Minnesota team total over 13.5. I feel like that's kind of my thing because nobody else really talked about
No
that
one
too
else
much
did,
except for the under, which I totally respect and acknowledge that it's a legitimate angle. But I do love the Bears giving up a ton of points in the first half, even against a Packers team that basically had no kind of weapons with Rodgers. It was just Aaron Jones running up and down the field. Give me Dalvin Cook, Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, and even fucking Alexander Madison going up against them Bears shitty ass defenders.
All right.
Yes,
so
sir.
About 4 of my plays have already been picked. So I'm not going to force anything else. I'm just going with Jason Myers. You know what? Do I have any plays for now?
You said you was going to take Houston over Jacksonville.
But yeah, but I canceled that out because someone else like Jacksonville.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to
like Jacksonville.
LJ.
I kind of like Jacksonville.
I got it. Yeah.
So the thing is that if we're canceling, I mean, we can put them both up, but the worst thing is we can get middled. You know what I mean? Like it's not. It's about the collective. So I'm gonna, because I like the Cowboys, I like the Chiefs, I like the Browns, I like all these bets. The only ones that weren't said was my field goal prop and Detroit. You know what? Should I take Detroit? What's Detroit team over right now? Does anyone have it up?
No, I can't get it yet.
You want Detroit team total?
Yes.
All right, hold on. Game props. We don't have anything yet for it.
Yeah, screw it. I'm not forcing anything. So I only have 2 bets.
I can get you Detroit team total real quick. I just tried to find it on BetStamp and it did not find it. Yeah.
Well, that's a problem.
Never mind. I only have first half and full game spreads and totals.
Yeah.
All the other games have it. Like I can see the Packers team total over. I can see all the other games. For whatever reason, that's the only game without a team total.
Nope. I'm just gonna go with 2 bets. It's
got to be like 22.5 or something like that. Considering
it's pretty
the total.
simple. Take the total.
I have the total over, so that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So
meaning it's what 45.5. All right, it's a 3-point spread, so that's saying math. Fuck.
Should be around 21.5, 22.5.
But we're guessing, so no, we're not doing that. So
I'm guessing, but that's probably where it would be at. But I don't want to give you a
I
wrong
might bet
number.
that. But anyways, we've been going for a 420 a very long time. and the thing is, I like shows like this, not because there's a lot of people on. I like that too, but we went over every single game in detail. That's what we should be doing. I think we kind of shown some light on things that we didn't see and helped each other out. I know we disagree, but either way, let's do some plugs. We'll start with Nick and what do you want to plug?
Yeah, Earl Sports Bet Show. We'll be back on Friday. We're taking a couple days off the show because there's been meaningless baseball that we're not betting, and 1 football game tonight and 1 football game tomorrow. We'll be back for baseball for playoffs for baseball on Friday, and Friday football slate and stuff like that. So we'll be back. Earl Sports Bet Show Friday, and we're also live Monday through Friday at 5:00 for Game Time Decision.
Tim, you want to add anything to that, or?
Nope, we're all over there. And I will say, because this is on ESB and it's on Dave's channel, if you guys are watching on ESB, do me and Nick a favor. Go into your search, type in picks from Dave, go over to his stream, and make sure you're subscribed to his channel. Because that's the whole point. We're trying to help everybody grow. Check out everybody that's part of the stream. Just wherever people say to go follow. This is 4 hours and 20 minutes that a lot of us could have just said, fuck y'all, we're going to do this behind the scenes and who cares? But we're deciding to go out and spend this time to go over all the slates, talk about everything. So make sure you guys just check out everybody that is part of the stream, everybody that makes it run. So go ahead and do that. Thank you.
All right, Slam Diego. Let's go.
All right, well, you guys can find me here tomorrow night capping the MLB playoffs with picks from Dave. He hasn't announced it yet, but I can guarantee he's going to have one for tomorrow night. So just be prepared for that. And if he hasn't scheduled that yet, tune back in. Make sure you hit him up on Twitter to make sure you schedule that because we all know we all want to hear an MLB cap show for the playoffs the day before. So
Terry's
we know
having
Dave's
his show.
gonna.
So Terry's already.
That's
having
awesome. So you got Terry doing one of his show, and then you got Dave doing one here too. So make sure you guys are checking back in. I'll be appearing on that, and we can break down every single series, talk about series bets, talk about first fives and which type of lines we're looking for game twos. Try to get ahead of all the different line movements that might be out there. So check back in tomorrow for At Picks from Dave presents the MLB Capper Playoff Edition. So make sure you guys are aware of that one. And for anything else you guys might have, I haven't posted my card yet, but I do have quite a few college plays, including one of my favorite plays of the week, Miami of Ohio, which I have as a underdog favorite.
Right on.
And
I love that play.
Yes. I was looking at that. Right on.
So
all right.
I'm gonna give Moose some big props. He pushed me. He talked about that game. That is the look in that game. That's a good look.
There's no reason they should be 5-point dogs.
Oh, yeah.
That was a good one. That worked. That worked.
Yep.
Yeah. And I don't need to break that down too much. I might be back on here, especially if Dave's paying me to be back on here live. But I think it's completely contingent on if one or both of the Earls are here, because I think we can coexist.
These dopes. Let me for all two people that are here. There's more than that, but I'm giving these guys $100 to watch a game and sit on YouTube and show their face. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, well, and I think we can coexist.
Truth
I
is,
mean, we don't seem to be the type of fans like fuck you, you suck. I fucking hate them. Like
fuck you.
It's definitely more respect. Like, hey, good job.
Exactly, because here's the thing, Moose.
No, I want to see it. I want to see the pain. I want to see it.
Well, we're both used to it.
Yeah.
We're Mets fans, and he's a Padres fan. We're used to pain at this point.
I'm an Angels fan, so here, what do you have to say about that?
You don't know shit for the last 20 years, so come talk
right.
to us. Yeah, come talk to us when you don't just have the
I'm
best
the best player
players
in baseball, and we're never
winning
winning the World Series. So there you go.
You got two of them.
Yeah, we have the two best players in
and the longest drought.
History.
The longest drought
Two best
now.
players in history, and we're not going to the World Series. Fuck that.
Yeah, and if you haven't done so already, if you're watching this on repeat, I know there's not like a ton of people here around since the time, but if you do, you kind of checking this out. Make sure you guys are following everybody. If you're trying to do NFL, I know LJ is one of the absolute greats that's out there. He's on an absolute amazing run right now. So he'd be a guy to check out. Picks from Dave has done a great job in the NCAA. Our boy Earl and our boy Earl over here, both of them been able to get their shit done with basically every single sport. And if there's anything left, you guys can tune in on me. I will have some merchandise coming up. I did talk to a print designer, so I will have some Moose memorabilia, some Moose merchandise.
What type of Moose stuff do I
I'm
have
the
for it?
I'm the first one to buy it. You come to me. I'm the first one.
Dude, it's going to be. I think I showed you. Didn't I send you the picture of it? Don't mind me. I'll be doing Moose stuff.
Yep. But
yeah. I'm going to be
you
making
better
that.
make them in boxers, and you better make a hat. That's all I got to say.
Oh, the hat's badass.
With moose antlers.
Yeah, and on the back and the side, on the back, I'm gonna do like the hands, like doing the little like wave thing that I do. Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But me more than anything, I know that's kind of like selfish of me to like promote my own self in that way, but I know it's too common here.
No,
but
it's not selfish.
I did it. But more than anything, follow everybody else that's here. Like these are the guys that are able to really facilitate discussion. I talk way too much, so if you want somebody that's more concise, more appropriately timed, these are the guys to talk to. So,
LJ, shoot.
Yes, sir. I want to reiterate what Tim said. Everybody that's watching ESB right now, I want y'all to go to YouTube, go to LJ from Houston, subscribe to Raw Words Podcast. That is my channel, because next week hockey starts. We're going to start doing hockey shows. And then the week after that, the NBA starts. So we're going to start doing NBA shows. So I'm going to have shows probably every day of the week. starting next week. And I'm going to have all these guys on here capping every single sport. And of course, I'm going to be back on here capping the MLB playoffs as well, because I am at the home team that will be in the World Series, the Houston Astros, for sure. So you can book it. But other than that, you can follow me on Twitter at LJ from H-Town, at LJ Sports Media. You can also find me on Pub Sports Radio on Sundays with Jimmy the Bag. You also can follow me tomorrow on live stream with Dutch Boy. We will be doing the Denver and who's tomorrow? I'm sorry. Denver
Colts.
and Colts.
Yeah.
Sorry. Denver and Colts game, live stream tomorrow. If you're not watching, you don't want to make any money because we always cash on that show every single time we're live. So make sure you follow tomorrow. And of course, I'll be back on here Friday night, Nerd Talk with Dave, recapping our games for Sunday. And of course, you can follow me as well on my channel, Raw Words Podcast on YouTube. And I will soon be on ESB with Tim and Earl, capping the games as well, because I want to join the festivities with y'all, because I see how excited y'all get with college football. I kind of feel out of place because I'm not a part of it. But hey, hockey's coming, basketball's coming, and I'm going to be right there with you guys. So I'm excited.
Yep.
Let's all get this money and let's all cash, baby. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Cash tickets.
Which, thanks for reminding me. There is one play that I want to give out. This game plays at 2 o'clock on Friday. It is the opening game for the NHL. San Jose Sharks money line against the Nashville Predators, taking plus 170 with them.
Okay. So I want to reiterate what everyone has said. Go follow us everywhere. I would love to be on ESB because I've been on all the other shows.
We've offered you. You said fuck that because you want to sleep in.
I want to be. I want to be on the hockey show because obviously I might be one of the greatest hockey handicappers
100%
of all time.
See, I don't want you on that show because I don't want you showing me up. I'm supposed to be the hockey expert here. I don't need you making me look bad.
So here's the deal. And I know I'll make myself look bad. Trust me. But thanks everyone for watching. Picks from Dave on YouTube. Picks from Dave on Twitter. I'm going to shout out to Pub Sports Radio, a fan of the show. By the way, if you're not watching their live feeds, I was on last Thursday. Everyone won a bet. Everyone won a freaking bet. So the thing that I have take umbrage with is the fact that there are so many big media out there. Are cappers that do content like me, like us. We're cappers and we kind of figure this content out. And there are content people that try to be cappers and they're much bigger. And that bugs me because you're going to win more money with people that are sharper that aren't. And so please follow Pub Sports Radio. Please follow LJ, ESB, Picks and Parlays. Follow Moose's Twitter. Terry picks, what's this fucking channel? Getting Wild with Terry and Friends.
Yeah.
Follow Who Bangin' Sports. Follow Brothers and Bets, Coach and Marley. Follow the Sharps because we're winning money and the other guys are creating content. So we're here. We're in your face. There's no secret tribunals in the forest like we talked about. So guys, thanks for watching. And we'll be here back on Friday. I'm not doing a freaking MLB show tomorrow. I will be on Terry's show, forcing me to talk about baseball during football season. But by the way, basketball is right around the season, and not my favorite sport to cap, but my most profitable sport is college basketball. So that's what we're going to do. Guys, thanks for watching. Love the support. Hit the like and subscribe. All channels, ESB, my channel, everywhere. And we'll see you on Friday.